Chapter 256. There were many chemicals that had invaded Talia's body. Some were acidic, some were alkaline, some were metallic, and some were non-metallic. Thea wasn't acting this time. She had learned magic power during this period of time and was now quite proficient. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to do such a delicate job. She kept wrapping the toxins in Talia's body with magic power. Because she didn't know how harmful these green things were, she didn't dare to extract them from her pores. Thea directly made a big cut on Talia's arm and squeezed out a large mass of unknown chemicals. Her heartbeat has stabilized. Batman had been staring at several instruments. Now that the chemicals had been extracted, he knew that Talia's life was saved. His efforts weren't in vain. Phew! Thea also breathed a sigh of relief. She was under the most pressure. She had used up a lot of her spirit and divine power, but the magic operation wasn't finished yet. Now Talia's condition had changed from dying to half dead. If Thea didn't do anything, she would basically be in a vegetative state. There were still a lot of chemicals in Talia's body. Many of them had already attached to her internal organs. Thea's knowledge of chemistry was far from enough to identify all the categories. At first, she only extracted all the lethal ones that she knew. She wasn't very sure about the rest. Maybe the two substances would react and kill Talia. Batman was needed here. After learning about Thea's problem, he said that he would be the one to solve it. He didn't need the help of others and ran off to the side to mill and grind the detection equipment. Thea naturally couldn't stay idle. She took out her laptop and connected to the internet to analyze on the spot. When she encountered something she couldn't determine, Batman, the humanoid computer, would ask. She extracted a few more highly harmful chemicals. The rest was really hard to determine. Fortunately, Batman was very fast. She didn't know what he had dismantled. It took him half an hour to make something that looked like a metal rod. Scanning Talia's body, he could collect the trace elements emitted from her body and connect to the main computer in the Batcave to analyze the characteristics and toxicity of the substances. There was no need for Thea to guess blindly like a blind man touching an elephant. It seemed much more reliable. From time to time, Batman had to calculate the ratio of several chemicals to see if they were harmful to the capillaries, the intestines, and the respiratory tract. Sometimes 4 or 5 substances were mixed together, creating a messy relationship that even a genius like Batman couldn't figure out. What he couldn't do, Thea didn't bother to think about it. She just used the hard way. She made a deep cut near those unknown chemical substances and took them out first. Not far away, Damien watched as Thea cut her mother until she was covered in wounds. His heart ached terribly, but he also knew that it was time to save her mother's life. He watched them busying themselves anxiously. Halfway through, Barbara and Jason Todd also joined in to help, bandaging the wounds and cleaning the ground. The entire Batcave smelled very good. A large amount of blood mixed with countless chemicals extracted from Talia's body made Barbara dizzy and cover her nose. Jason Todd was a tough guy, but looking at his wobbly legs, it was obvious that he was forcing himself to hold on. "Are you completely fine?" Batman asked Gordon Sr. to take Damien out first, but after a while, he couldn't hold on any longer. He was too close and he felt his vision turn black. He knew that he was still affected by the chemicals. In order to keep his mind clear, he took out a gas mask and put it on. Only then did he feel better. But seeing that Thea's face was still normal, and there wasn't a drop of blood on her body, he couldn't help but ask. "Huh?" Thea was studying the dark brown substance hovering near Talia's kidney. Hearing his question, she answered without thinking. "This smell doesn't affect me." Batman nodded, indicating that he understood. "Isn't it just super endurance? You're not the first person with this ability, so it's not rare. I'll note it down later." Thea didn't know that in Batman's little black notebook, there was a note about her super endurance right after her X-ray vision. After helping for half an hour, Barbara felt that she had done her best. She didn't have anything to do with Talia at all. Using the excuse that her injuries hadn't healed, she went home to sleep. This day's experience was really legendary for her. She came to the Batcave lying down, and now she could walk back as if nothing had happened. She needed to go home and think carefully about whether today was a dream. Jason Todd was a real man. Seeing that Thea was fine, he didn't wear a gas mask because he didn't want to admit defeat. Unlike Batman, he wasn't in close contact and could walk to the entrance of the cave to get some fresh air from time to time. Finally, he lasted an hour longer than Barbara and finally went back to rest. Halfway through, Thea called Star City. Talia's injuries were very complicated, and she wouldn't be able to go home for dinner. Batman politely said that he would be the host and treat her to a meal. Thea waved her hand, indicating that they should save the person in front of them from the gates of hell first. The two worked together for an entire night. Catwoman, who hadn't shown up for a day, greeted Thea and found that they were treating Talia. Although she was a little jealous, she didn't say anything when she saw that Talia's face was disfigured, and she almost didn't look like a human anymore. After staying in the room for a while, she also felt that the smell was too inhuman, so she left. Finally, when the sun was about to rise, the two finished treating Talia. Using Batman's self-made scanning device twice, all the toxic and harmful substances in Talia's body were removed. However, the chemical substances lingering in her body for a long time still caused a devastating impact on her health. All of Talia's organs were severely damaged. She couldn't even move normally, let alone recover. Miss Thea, the follow-up treatment. Batman was a little speechless. He already owed her a favor by treating Barbara. Now that he hadn't returned the old favor, how could he ask for a new one? He was already very grateful that Thea had helped him for an entire night. However, when he saw Talia's condition, he remembered the passionate woman from before. His heart ached as if it was being stabbed by a knife. In the end, he went against his principles and shamelessly asked for help. It seemed that Catwoman's task of changing her name from Selina Kyle to Selina Wayne was a little difficult. Who said that Batman didn't have feelings for Talia? Thea sighed. After all, her friendship with Catwoman was deeper. However, she couldn't reject Batman's request. Actually, the best way to treat Talia is Ninja Master's Lazarus Pool. Chapter 257. The Pool of Lazarus? Batman's eyes lit up instantly, but he seemed to have thought of something and went silent again. No, Ninja Master said that the pool is connected to the devil's territory, and the souls of those who soak in it will be pulled into hell. Master has many children and juniors, and he watched them die of natural causes. He has never let any of the juniors soak in the pool. Batman shook his head and rejected the idea. Devil's territory pulled souls into hell. Thea checked the information she knew, but she couldn't tell. Ninja Master was really good to his son-in-law, telling him such a secret? Talia might not even know about these things. Thea instantly abandoned the idea of dragging Batman to Ninja Master. Their relationship was much better than she thought. Looks like I still have to treat her. For such a serious injury, purely using magic to treat it would consume a lot of Thea's body. She didn't want to save her. How did Talia get hurt like this? Batman seemed to be a little reluctant to recall, but he still briefly explained. She was pushed into the chemical pool by Joker. Thea nodded. This was quite in line with Joker's habit. He would jump into the chemical pool to take a bath whenever he had nothing to do. He and Joker could resist the high poison resistance, but Talia's delicate skin couldn't. However, Thea finally thought of a way to treat her through the pool. It was a means between magic and ritual that was first found in the Orb of Horus. The ancient Egyptian pharaohs were crazy about immortality, and they tried all kinds of experiments, both humane and inhumane. They really found some ways to combine witchcraft, magic, and alchemy, and they recorded a few proven effective methods on the handle of the Sphere of Horus. When they were on the Wave Rider, the artificial intelligence Gideon had specially translated a lot of relevant information for Thea. How about this? I have a way to save her, but the ancient magic is different from the modern environment. Some conditions are not met, and I need some time to prepare. Also, Talia's body is too weak now. The effect of magic is to accelerate the body's self-healing. But her current physical condition doesn't have the foundation for recovery. Can you use medical methods to replenish enough nutrients? I'll go back and prepare. You can bring her to Star City in a week for treatment. You know that I've just taken over the Ryan Group and I'm so busy every day. Thea shrugged, indicating that she could not come to Gotham every day to save his wife. Since he was a free man, he should come to Star City. All right, I'll leave everything to you. In this day and age, it was the patients who accommodated the doctors. Which doctor accommodated the patients? Batman felt that this was normal. He was well versed in medicine and knew that Talia's body was too weak at the moment. It was not the best time to treat her. The two agreed to contact each other again next time. Thea told him not to wake Talia up by force, and that it would be best if he could keep her under anesthesia. She flew the plane out of Wayne's old house alone. After Thea left his sight, she did not return to Star City directly. Instead, she took a detour to a residential area in Gotham. Thea. Long time no see. The one who greeted her with a smile was the little beauty Shadow, who had been abducted from Purgatory Island. How is your father? What you said on the phone was vague. At the mention of her father, Shadow's expression was strange. She was confused and hopeful. Come and take a look. Thea had always been curious about the court's revival technology. When she returned to Star City, she received a call from Shadow, saying that Yao Fei's heart had miraculously recovered. Thea decided to come and take a look. Shadow was now living alone with her father in an apartment. According to the court's investigation, Yao Fei had been shot in the head. With the help of genetic repair technology, his missing brain tissue had grown back, but no one could say for sure if he could recover his memories. Yao Fei's situation was similar to many vegetative patients. He had a heartbeat and breathing, but his consciousness was almost blank. Shadow could accept this result. There was always hope if he was alive. After learning that the follow-up would depend on the patient's recovery, she rejected the court's arrangement and took care of her father alone. She worked at a Chinese restaurant to support their daily expenses. Thea walked into the small house they had lived in for more than a month. She could tell that Shadow had put in a lot of effort for her father. The air in the room was fresh, and the layout was organized. Old man Yao Fei was lying on the bed with his eyes closed and a serene expression on his face. Other than his messy hair being shaved off, there was nothing special about him. She secretly used the Eye of Horus to observe his condition. The court's diagnosis was correct. Yao Fei's head wound had healed. The main reason he could not wake up was because of his missing memories. This made it difficult for Thea. There were too many things involved in memory, and she did not have a good solution. This was similar to how she erased Steve's memory. Once she erased it, it was gone. Could not be recovered. If the memory existed, it existed. If it did not exist. No matter how powerful she was, she could not make a memory appear out of thin air. I'm sorry. I don't have a good solution. Shadow knew about her supernatural abilities on Purgatory Island. When she heard that Thea could not do anything about it, her eyes darkened. Do you plan to stay in America or go back? Yao Fei was completely insignificant in Thea's eyes, but Shadow was a pitiful woman who deserved her sympathy. My father read a statement on Purgatory Island. We can't go back. Plus, the medical technology here is more advanced. Shadow answered quickly. It was obvious that she had thought about this question many times. Her answer was logical and not rushed. The medical technology here is more advanced. Thea thought to herself. If you wait a few more years, there will be more aliens with superpowers. Each one of them is a walking nuclear bomb. The casualty rate is so high. How can the medical technology not be advanced? However, there was no need to tell Shadow this. Then come back to Star City with me. Gotham is too chaotic. Thea had her reasons for saying this. Barbara had just recovered, and Talia was severely injured. Although the Joker was locked up by Batman again, Batman needed a place to vent his anger. Gotham's criminals were the best target. Although Gotham was full of ordinary people, a fight could cause a scene as grand as Mars crashing into Earth. It was better not to let Shadow see such a violent scene. In comparison, Star City was much safer without Green Arrow. Some people said that superheroes were the source of chaos. This was a little arbitrary, but it was not completely wrong. If Gotham did not have Batman, it would have a different kind of balance. The people would not have to write a will and say goodbye to their families every time they went out to buy groceries. Now, Central City without the Flash and Star City without Green Arrow could effectively prove this point by looking at the positive and optimistic attitude of the citizens. Chapter 258. If you don't mind me asking, what kind of work do you do? Thea couldn't tell if the little girl was still in school or had worked before. She looked quiet and well-educated. She couldn't have dropped out of school early like Oliver, right? I've been studying forensic science, but I didn't graduate. Shadow now had some understanding of Gotham's public security. What capitalist metropolis? Bullshit. It was too chaotic here. Thankfully, Shadow was skilled. Otherwise, she would have died with her comatose father. Forensic science? It seems to be a pretty high-end job. Sia said that she would take care of everything and leave it to her. With her current relationship with the Star City Police Department, no one would say anything even if she didn't do anything. She told Shadow to pack her luggage and set off for Star City. On the way, Thea called a detective from the Star City Police Department and Detective Lance. The new detective, who was working closely with the police, didn't even ask about the person's profession or specialty. She didn't even ask if the person was a man or a woman. Detective Lance was a little dissatisfied with her decision, but he didn't interfere too much. After helping Shadow find a place to live, the Quinn Group had purchased a large amount of land in the slums during the reign of Robert Sr. and Moira. Although Sia had worked hard to bring down the property prices of the entire Star City by 20%, she still had a lot of land in her hands. Knowing that Shadow had a strong sense of pride and was unwilling to accept too much help from her, Sia found a small apartment for the father and daughter to live in. Thea told Shadow to let her know if she needed anything, but she felt that her whereabouts were uncertain. She wouldn't be surprised if she went to another planet one day. She also left Felicity's phone number with Shadow, telling her that she could trust her, and that she didn't have to look for her. After a busy day, Thea felt that she hadn't missed anything, so she flew back to the Quinn mansion. She was going to discuss with Moira how to cooperate with Batman to make big news. All the work was carried out in an orderly manner. In private, several senior government officials scoffed at what Quinn Group had done, but it was true that there was no harm to all the interests. They received the money very quickly, but when it came to the specific situation, they neither nodded nor shook their heads. The attitude of a senator named Hammond was particularly bad. After receiving money from the Quinn Group, he didn't even say a single good word. Instead, he mocked Sia and scolded her. In the end, he even used a look of concern for a mentally challenged child to warn Sia that young people should be down to earth and not bite off more than they could chew. I must kill him. At the dinner table, Moira had been pulling Thea, fearing that she would slap this talkative senator to death. This is infuriating. On the way home, Thea had been nagging. Several times she wanted to send the court to catch this bastard in front of her and teach him a lesson, but in the end she gave up under Moira's persuasion. After calming down, Thea had to admire Superman's good temper. The ugly faces of these people in power, even an earthling like her had the intention to kill, but he, a strong alien, was able to endure it. His self-restraint was really not simple. But calming down was one thing. She didn't intend to let this bastard go. She had even stabbed Ares to death, so why would she be afraid of a senator with an empty title? She even dared to attack Washington when he made her unhappy. But after the two sides met, something happened to him. Anyone could contact her. Thea was going to wait for a month, and when things calmed down she would kill him. She wrote down this person's name on the first page of the small black book, Senator Hammond of Seaside City, and wrote the date on the side. Don't do it now. Moira saw her writing action. If she wrote it down so solemnly on the first page, she definitely wasn't going to thank him. She knew Thea's current ability, and she was not a soft-hearted person. She looked around and whispered to Thea. Understood, he can live for another month. The mother and daughter smiled without saying anything. It was self-evident who this he was. Time passed quickly and a week flew by. Batman and Thea made an appointment to ask for the address, and then rushed over in his Batfighter in the middle of the night. This city is very quiet. Damien, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, insisted on following for some unknown reason. Batman also wanted to spend more time with his father. Thinking that there were no battles in Star City, he agreed after a little hesitation. Now, facing his son's question, he did not know how to answer. There were not many fights here, let alone battles. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Compared to Gotham, where submachine guns would begin to hiss at night, Star City was peaceful and looked like heaven. Was the difference that big? There were millions of people in Star City, but it was really peaceful here. Although Batman had flown through the city in a fighter jet, there were no violent scenes of robbery or murder in the city. Since there were no criminals, there was no need for a superhero, right? Soon they arrived at Thea and Felicity's secret base. When they met, Batman could not wait to ask, "Your city is really great, what's the secret?" When Thea understood his question, she was a little speechless. What secret was there? The large gangs were all under Malcolm's control, and the few scattered gangs were not a threat at all. The rest of the unemployed were sent back to work, and the active ones were sent to other cities. After working hard for a day, they went to bed early. The small gangs could not find any new blood even if they wanted to. Several factors contributed to Star City's current peaceful and stable situation. After Moira came to power, she had a good reputation and spread her influence to the surrounding cities. In half a year, Star City gained hundreds of thousands of residents, all of whom migrated from the nearby cities that were rescued by the superheroes. "We're a small city, after all small cities are like this," Thea replied embarrassedly. Batman brought Damian and Barbara, whom they had met before. Thea mainly introduced the naughty child to Felicity. After learning that he was Batman's son, Felicity, who had a good relationship with Catwoman, could not help but worry for her friend. "This child is already so big. Can you win against him?" Thea led them to a separate room. As soon as they entered the room, they covered their noses. "What a strong smell of blood." "That's right. This is a secret technique developed by the ancient Egyptian pharaohs to seek immortality. It's called the blood pool. The effect is a little slow, but there are no after effects. It's suitable for Talia's recovery," Thea explained to Batman as she pointed at the large square pool in front of them. "Talia will absorb the essence of the blood to slowly heal her injuries. Optimistically, it will take about a month. If you don't have any questions, shall we begin?" When the doctor asked the patient if they had any questions, the subtext was, "I don't want to talk nonsense with you, hurry up and pay for the hospitalization." Chapter 259. In ancient times, the process of healing a blood pool was considered to be infuriating. However, in modern times, many conditions were extremely convenient. There was no need to massacre villages and cities to collect human blood. There was plenty of fresh blood in the hospital blood bank. As long as you paid, there would be unemployed people fighting to donate blood. Blood would coagulate very quickly. The solution that the ancient people came up with was to burn as much firewood as possible to maintain the temperature of the blood. In modern times, it was not so troublesome. There were a few rounds of resistance wire around the pool. When needed, electricity was enough to maintain the heat. "Take off her clothes and put her in the pool." Thea measured the temperature. It was quite suitable. She signaled Batman to stop daydreaming and quickly carry her in. "Me." Batman was a little dazed. Usually, he was the one who ordered others to do this and that. Now that he was being ordered around, he was a little uncomfortable. He looked around and saw that the room was full of women. Damian was still a child. It seemed that he was the most suitable. Sia knew that there weren't many opportunities like this, so she ordered Batman to get busy. "These are Egyptian hieroglyphs?" Batman placed Talia in the pool and began to observe the patterns that Thea had carved on the walls. "Yes, it is not accurate to call this a spell. This is closer to a ritual." Thea continued to add magic to the hieroglyphs on the walls. When the walls were completely lit up, the blood in the pool began to flow slowly. There was a tendency to form a whirlpool. The center of the whirlpool was the unconscious Talia. Thea walked to the side and connected the blood pool with electricity. "Maintain this temperature. The blood will speed up her recovery. After 3 days, change the blood pool." "Are you going to stay here or?" "I'll go back to Gotham first. I'll come back in 3 days. Batman looked at Thea's treatment method, which was a mix of ancient rituals, medieval magic, and modern technology. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that it was very strange. However, Talia's expression was indeed much more relaxed. He was secretly relieved. Leaving Barbara and Damian behind, he returned to Gotham alone. "Bruce, I don't know if I'm old and deaf, but you want me to build some temple in Turkey in the name of you and Wayne Group?" The old black man, Lucius Fox, looked at Bruce Wayne, who was sitting in the president's office with his mouth wide open. "You're right, old man." Bruce took off his bat suit and came to Wayne Enterprises in a suit. His face twitched a little, but as a man of his word, he had to do what he promised. It had been a week since Thea started treating Talia, and he could tell that Talia was gradually recovering. 2 days ago, when Talia woke up, the family of 3 even said a few words. He owed them too many favors. Even if he originally intended to be perfunctory, now he had to treat it as his own business. Thea had already opened up a channel in Turkey, and the politicians in Turkey were all smiles after receiving a huge reward. They couldn't wait to get as much as they could from this act of destroying the country's reputation and fattening their own pockets. The prime minister in charge of the government still had a bit of patriotism. After receiving a promise that they wouldn't station troops or build a secret base, he tacitly agreed to this action. In short, you can publicize it with great fanfare, but our government won't see or hear it. Whatever you do has nothing to do with us. With the local government settled, the only thing left to settle was how to persuade the American government to take charge of this matter under the premise of Bruce being a target. With Batman's highest IQ on Earth, he could imagine how much criticism he would attract once he made a move. However, when he saw Barbara, who could run and jump, old Gordon, who was full of smiles, and the mother and son who stayed in Star City every day, he felt that this was nothing. Isn't it just sacrificing a little face? I have plenty. Having made up his mind, Batman immediately changed into a suit and came to Wayne Enterprises. He looked for his old partner Lucius Fox to discuss the details of this matter. Is there a new type of energy buried under that place? The old man asked in a low voice. No. Bruce Wayne shook his head. It was just a piece of stone. Unless the stone could generate electricity, he couldn't see any energy source there. Then there's some kind of weapon that can destroy the world? Something like an ancient weapon? The old man thought of his hidden profession and automatically filled in the gaps in his mind. I'm sorry, I've used 3 types of radiation and 2 types of spectra to investigate. There's nothing there. Bruce was speechless. Did you think I didn't think of it? He had tested all the technological methods on Earth, and it was just a piece of wasteland with only a few tens of thousands of tourists every year. The old man touched his head. This isn't it, that isn't it. Are you trying to make fun of me by coming to my office so early in the morning? Even if you're the boss, I'll still spit at you. Bruce could see his dissatisfaction. Talia and the old man had been on bad terms back then. He had kept Talia and her mother a secret and only explained what had happened to Gordon and his daughter. Lucius also knew what had happened to Gordon. Now that he knew that his daughter was safe and sound, he couldn't help but feel happy for him. However, when he thought about how the matter that Gordon Sr. had promised to him in the end, he still felt a little depressed. But at least he knew the severity of the matter. If Gordon were to step in, his reputation would be ruined by half. It would be much better if Wayne Enterprises stepped in. This was the principle of sharing the damage. If it was fatal to one person, it would be fatal to 10,000 people. At most, they would lose a strand of hair. He glared at Bruce. You're really giving me a hard time. I'll make it happen. After shooing away Bruce Wayne, who had come to cause trouble early in the morning, the old man held an emergency board meeting. Bruce hadn't been able to join the board due to various boycotts. His shares were held by the old man, so he was qualified. The result of the meeting was neither happy nor depressing. Now, Wayne Enterprises had more than 20 directors. Thea controlled more than half of them openly and secretly. She had instructed them early on to neither support nor oppose today's proposal. The old man thought that the proposal would be met with fierce opposition, but he found that most people chose to abstain. In the end, the proposal passed with a very low percentage. Since it was approved, he could only accept the reality and began to do all kinds of lobbying work in the name of Bruce and Wayne Enterprises. The efficiency of the government had always been sluggish. The old man found a few elites in the group's publicity department to discuss the follow-up development. The elites were puzzled by this behavior that had nothing to do with their own business, but they had to admit that the spirit of the European and American contract was worth advocating. They didn't waste any time. Since they were paid, they would think of a solution for you. Not to mention destroying a temple, they would even help you destroy Mars. Needless to say, the more people there were, the more firewood there would be. The few of them finally came up with a set of somewhat radical but effective publicity strategies. Chapter 260. Spread the news that we're going to push all 8 miracles together? Then cancel 7 and push only 1? When Bruce returned to the old mansion after another night of fighting criminals, Lucius handed him the crystallization of collective wisdom. Being proficient in psychology, he could understand the wisdom contained in this. The plan was very good and had a high chance of success. But the discussion on the first day will be huge. The old black man spoke his mind. Afraid of being implicated, the old black man had already deployed 3 bulletproof cars and hired 8 bodyguards. In order to prevent the news from spreading, he was different from the old butler, Fu and Gordon. Both of them were soldiers when they were young, and Fu was from the British Special Forces. The old black man was an intellectual when he was young. What if he met a few hot-blooded young men who wanted to beat him up? It was always good to be cautious. He still wanted to live a few more years. This scope is too big. Let's modify it. Set it as those that have been destroyed. We can't touch that indescribable country in Egypt. Bruce thought for a while and proposed an improvement plan. His vision was far greater than the few workers and was not limited to what was in front of him. It was barely acceptable to define it as repairing damaged ancient buildings on a small scale, but you want to demolish those that are still intact? What are you thinking? Will the political leaders of various countries interpret that America is trying to establish a new hegemony? What about demolishing and rebuilding? You want America to become a true United States. That's a dream. No doubt the battle will last until dawn. When World War III starts, we'll drop 100 nuclear bombs first. The old black man was also frightened by the scene he described. He made up his mind to send the elite who gave the suggestion to the cleaning department when he returned. It was useless for anyone to plead for mercy. Ooh! Out of a sense of social responsibility, we feel the loss of traditional culture. We will demolish and rebuild these world-class buildings at the original location. Thank you, everyone. The next day, the old black man, Lucius, gathered all the media he could find and announced the shocking news under the sleepy eyes of the crowd. Then he quickly ran away. Did you hear that? What is Wayne Group doing? Seems like they want to rebuild something? Let me listen to your voice recorder. After Lucius left, the entire press conference fell into a strange atmosphere. The reporters were inquiring about the news from each other. Initially they were whispering, but in the end, they all converged into one voice. F***CK. 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 Wayne Corporation was going to make big news. When Bruce Wayne's feat was first revealed by the media, the public didn't believe it. The 8 wonders of the world had stood tall for so many years. Who would be so bored as to want to rebuild them? Wouldn't that be crazy? Everyone thought that it was a ridiculous move by the Gotham playboy to attract attention because he had nothing better to do. However, as Wayne Enterprises continued to hold briefings, they surveyed the land today and solicited ancient architectural designers from all over the world tomorrow. Only then did everyone realize that Bruce Wayne was serious this time. Like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples, the entire society started a heated discussion about this matter. As a young American with no heritage, this move was akin to spreading martial arts across the world, destroying the heritage of all countries with historical culture, and pulling everyone to the same level. Many rebellious youths, who had been brainwashed by liberal democratic ideology, shouted loudly in support of Bruce Wayne in front of the cameras of the major media outlets. That was their idol. In the blind pursuit of these people, several high-tech products of Wayne Enterprises were almost sold out, and even the company's stock price rose slightly. Most of the domestic politicians in the United States felt that this matter had nothing to do with them and neither supported nor opposed it. A few guys who had received money from Wayne Corporation also expressed their support in the corners. The military was in deep trouble in Iraq and was very happy that Wayne Enterprises helped them divert the attention of the global media. A general named Ryan even publicly expressed his support. Compared to the tepid reaction in the United States, it was much more intense abroad. The British, who had a traditional relationship with the United States across the sea, thought that this was another test by the Americans to abandon their traditions and forget their ancestors. The Prime Minister, who was from the Conservative Party, scolded Bruce Wayne by name for 15 minutes in a televised speech. Even Amanda Waller, who was training Oliver as an agent in Hong Kong, was alarmed. She had just sent her subordinates to receive the clown girl. In fact, she wanted the clown more. But Batman's attitude was extremely tough. They could talk about anything else, but the clown girl would never be given to her. The two sides almost fell out because of this. Amanda was very upset. She thought that Batman would stop for a few days, but when this big news reached her ears, she was still shocked, speechless. Her first reaction was that Batman was crazy. Not the kind of crazy that was used as a modifier, but really crazy. But after gathering the information from all sides, she found that he was just like a normal person and didn't do anything antisocial or anti-human. It doesn't make sense. Why would Bruce do this kind of thing? Could it be a split personality? She instructed her subordinates to investigate. She investigated carefully and went through all the information behind the scenes. Amanda didn't believe that Batman had nothing to do and was so free that he would make fun of people all over the world. The Heaven's Eye Society's intelligence network was built with a lot of money. As the top management deliberately suppressed Steve Trevor's power, more and more resources were concentrated in Amanda Waller's hands. A task force that was good at dealing with intelligence was busy for a day and finally sent the behind-the-scenes results to Amanda's desk. Wayne Corporation was the one who pushed this in the first place. Amanda, who was rolling in conspiracies every day, automatically thought of Oliver Wayne, who was under her control. Was there a connection between these two things? After thinking about it repeatedly, she felt that there was no connection. She had accidentally found Oliver Wayne, and the Wayne family shouldn't have known that he was still alive. Then this matter was pushed by Thea Wayne, who had a good personal relationship with Batman. Amanda didn't sleep for a night, and she couldn't figure out the purpose of Thea building the temple. Batman was such an unruly person. How could he be the scapegoat? There must be some inside story that she didn't know. She continued to investigate. This time it was not easy to investigate. His subordinates busied themselves for half a month before they accidentally captured a picture of Sia shopping with a few women. A sharp-eyed agent spotted the red-haired Barbara, and only then did they roughly connect the dots. The paralyzed Barbara Gordon has been cured? How was she cured? Amanda looked at the investigation results and still wasn't satisfied. She asked her subordinates with an unfriendly expression. Her subordinates pushed the blame to each other. They didn't know either. Barbara was either in Star City or Gotham. They couldn't forcefully kidnap her and force her to spit out half a liter of true water and ask her how she was cured. First of all, Barbara wasn't weak. If they didn't send a standard combat team, they wouldn't be able to take her down. Also, they were government employees, not gang members. They gave up the generous salary of a large corporation to work for the government because of the justice in their hearts. They wouldn't use violent means to deal with a hero of justice. Chapter 261. Amanda felt that her subordinates weren't good enough. What she needed were obedient subordinates, not these hot-blooded and patriotic young men. The idea of forming an unscrupulous team to do things that the Sky's Eye Society wouldn't be able to do kept lingering in her mind. No, it wasn't time yet. Amanda felt that the thugs she had detained were far from enough to gain the support of the government. She still needed someone powerful to ensure that the thugs wouldn't rebel. Everything had to be planned. Although she didn't have much hope for the results, Amanda still instructed her subordinates to do their best to investigate. Although Talia's injuries were recovering slowly, new changes could be seen every day. Barbara, who was nominally here to take care of her, naturally had more free time. She stayed in Thea's secret base every day and taught Felicity some computer science in her spare time. Felicity also began to show extraordinary talent in computer science. Her days were very comfortable. Thinking of the bullets raining down in Gotham, she felt like she was in another world. The girls felt uncomfortable cooped up in the house every day. So Thea suggested that they go out shopping. She felt that it would be less lively if there weren't enough people, so she invited Shadow, who had successfully entered the Star City police station, and Laurel Lance, who had nothing to do every day and was about to close down her law firm. Because of Shadow's work, Detective Lance wasn't happy that Thea randomly put people into the police station. But after seeing that it was such a gentle girl, he completely stopped complaining. Laurel came to the police station a few times to meet Detective Lance, and gradually got to know Shadow. As someone who knew everyone, Thea helped introduce the girls to each other. Actually, they knew most of the people in Star City. She mainly introduced Barbara Gordon from Gotham. They're chatting happily. Felicity walked behind Thea and Shadow, holding a large glass of Coke. She kept glancing at Barbara and Laurel, who were walking in front of her. They had clearly just met, but why did they hit it off so well? The little beauty Shadow nodded on the side. Her relationship with Laurel was lukewarm. She had always thought that Laurel was cold and aloof, but today it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Thea could only laugh and say that she didn't know either. Who knew that Barbara and Laurel would get along so well? However, their personalities were similar. They were both American women with a strong sense of justice. They were cheerful, optimistic, and idealistic. They were not like Felicity, who was more than a meter tall, or Thea, who was cunning, or Shadow, who was basically a foreigner. Barbara and Laurel had the same upbringing and education, so they had a lot of similar viewpoints. At first, the two women chatted with the other three for a while. Later, when they talked about their backgrounds, they realized that their backgrounds were almost the same. They came from divorced families, and both of them grew up under the wings of their upright sheriff fathers. A sense of identity formed between them, and they had more in common. Thea felt that if it wasn't for the fact that they were in the wrong era, the two of them would have already become sisters. "Is someone watching us?" Shadow whispered to Thea. Thea waved her hand, indicating that it was fine. The only person who followed Laurel around the Star City was her other brother, Tommy. However, Thea was still impressed by Shadow's keen senses. As an archer, keen intuition was essential. Yao Fei's training of his daughter was indeed commendable. "You all have great figures." The girls had been shopping for the whole day. They hadn't been robbed or killed. It was a luxury for Barbara to be able to shop so smoothly. They sent the things they bought back to their respective residences. Felicity suggested that they do Pilates. Laurel looked at the girls' figures in the changing room and touched her belly. She couldn't help but sigh. Thea, Barbara, and Shadow had all gone through a lot of training. They didn't usually show it, but when they changed their clothes, it was obvious that they were different from ordinary citizens like Laurel. Thea's muscles were slightly more normal after being modified by divine power, but Shadow and Barbara had muscles. "That's why we're here to exercise." Felicity quickly changed the topic when she saw Laurel's confusion. She stretched her arms and legs, indicating that she was also an ordinary person. Laurel recovered when she saw Felicity's ordinary figure. If 4 of the 5 girls were the type who were fit and beautiful, she would have given up on the world. However, the ratio was still a little high. While they were exercising separately, Barbara whispered to Thea, "Laurel doesn't know about you?" "No, but I think she's a little suspicious. You know that her father is a policeman." Thea noticed that Laurel was still suspicious. "But she's a good person. Her body is strong too. With a little training, she'll become a hero of justice." It was obvious that Barbara had high hopes for Laurel. She wanted to introduce her to the group immediately. Thea was a little speechless. Their friendship had warmed up too quickly. Should she say that it was no wonder she was the founder of the Raptor Squad? They just met this morning. She responded to Barbara's unspoken words. "If she doesn't object, I'm fine with it. You don't have to mention me. I still need to observe her closely." Barbara happily ended the conversation. As for the observation, it was probably just a formality. Thea was already used to the changes in history. She was already hanging out with Diana. Nothing could change this much. Thea didn't care if Olivier returned to the city and found that not only was Shadow still alive, but Tommy and Laurel also had amazing skills. Since they weren't worried about being exposed, they did their best. Their extreme movements shocked the Pilates trainer. After the exercise, they went home. Barbara used the excuse that she wasn't familiar with the streets of Star City to walk with Laurel. "Why are you all so fit? Ordinary people can't do what you did just now." Laurel also felt that she had hit it off with Babla, so she didn't mind that it was their first time meeting. She got straight to the point. "You know that my father is Jim Gordon, but you don't know my other identity. I'm Batgirl," Barbara said as she took out a long whip. She pointed it at a tree trunk not far away and exerted force. She broke a branch that was as thick as her arm. Then she twisted her wrist and pulled the broken branch back. Barbara stared at Laurel with burning eyes. "Now that you know who I am, do you have anything to say?" She would be disappointed if Laurel showed any fear or contempt. However, the future Black Canary didn't disappoint her. "Superhero? You're Batman's companion? Oh my God." Laurel covered her mouth in disbelief. But she soon realized another problem. "Is Thea one too? I've known her for years." Chapter 262. Barbara smiled. Thea is a superhero just like Felicity. She might seem a little unreliable, but she's a great protector of the city, just like Batman. Barbara, who had recovered from her injuries, no longer wanted to compete with Thea to see who was stronger. When the gap between them was not that big, they could still compete. Now that the gap between them had widened, Barbara was calm. She admired Thea even more, especially when she saw how peaceful and united Star City was. Batman investigated her past. She should have started showing up 2 years ago. At that time, her brother and father had just passed away. Laurel. I was wondering why this name sounded so familiar. You're the woman who dated her brother, aren't you? As Barbara spoke, she realized that the world was too small. When Batman was collecting information on Thea, Laurel and Olivier were the ones who compiled the information. It was only now that they matched the photos. Is that so? She has been secretly protecting the city since then. The security of Star City is indeed much better than 2 years ago. Laurel compared the 2 years. There was indeed a period when Thea was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that she was fighting crime every day? Their perspectives determined the limits of their vision. They did not know the various ways to resolve conflicts. They were simply using violence to curb violence, thinking that all crimes could be solved with their fists. Laurel Lance, the more righteous the better. Are you willing to join us? Of course I want to, but I don't have the strength. Laurel felt that she could not master the technique of wielding a whip well. Barbara thought for a moment. It seemed that Thea did not support or oppose this, so she would train her. After being scolded by Batman every day, she felt unexpectedly good to be able to teach someone else a lesson. The next day, when Thea came to the secret base in the afternoon to rest after working for half a day at the corporation, she found that there was one more person in her base. Laurel, who was sweating profusely and wearing a sports singlet, was learning boxing when she saw Thea come in. Thea could only smile and nod. She felt that Laurel's training was useless. Star City was unexpectedly quiet before the return of the Green Arrow. If she had the time, she might as well use it to expand her law firm. However, to each his own. Thea could not say anything. Now that she saw Barbara excitedly teaching, Laurel lowered her head and studied hard. Thea also remembered the scene when she was learning from Malcolm. She did not know where old Malcolm had run off to. It was also rare to find someone who had gone missing while searching for his roots and ancestors. After watching them teach for a while, Thea went to Felicity and poked her. Aren't you going to practice? I don't have any sports cells. Felicity was depressed. She was lazy, but she had pestered Thea to teach her for a few days. However, the results were really shocking. The girl's coordination was too poor. Even the simplest movement would be distorted. In the end, Felicity could only give up. The two chatted for a while. Thea went to read by herself. A few days ago, she went to visit a few of the leaders of Princeton and gave them a large sum of money. Both sides were very happy. Her plan of half a year of university, 1 year of master's degree, and 2 years of doctorate had reached a preliminary consensus. As long as her results were valid, the school would not stop her from getting a degree. Instead, they would publicize it. This was a good thing for both sides. Thea's memory had been strengthened by divine power. It had long surpassed the limits of humans. It was too easy for her to learn simple university courses in Europe and America. She did not have any doubts that she would graduate on time. As a public figure, it was not nice to wear the title of a high school graduate every day. Getting a doctorate was much more impressive. Time passed quickly. Thea occasionally went out to do some exercise. Felicity was focused on writing software for some unknown purpose. In the empty room, only the sound of Barbara beating Laurel could be heard. Slap. Stand up. Slap. Watch your feet. Slap. Too many flaws. Laurel's nose was bruised and her face was swollen. Thea gritted her teeth. Needless to say, this was the standard posture that Batman taught Robin and Barbara. It was simple and crude. There were not many fighting principles to be taught. Perhaps Americans were used to this kind of physical memory learning method. Thea was more and more grateful that it was her biological father who taught her. If it was a universal teaching method, she might not have been able to persevere. While she was pondering, she saw Barbara hit Laurel's face with the stick again. When Laurel stood up, blood dripped from her nose and dripped to the ground. Are you okay? Barbara asked. Laurel shook her head to show that she could still persevere. Seeing Thea not far away, Barbara motioned for her to treat her nose first. She then went to Thea with the stick in her hand. How long do you think Laurel will be able to fight? Barbara was also exhausted. She picked up a bottle of water and gulped it down. Thea was a little speechless. You guys are too impatient. You learned the truth yesterday and practice for a day today. You want to fight? Is there such a fast teaching method in the world? Forgive me for being blunt, but she's still far from it. Thea was not afraid to tell the truth. After all, Laurel was related to Oliver and Tommy. If she was asked to fight criminals after a day of practice, it would be asking her to die. Thea would not agree. You misunderstood me. I mean, do you have any auxiliary methods? Your Star City is too peaceful. I think Laurel needs some practical experience. You want her to go to Gotham. Will Batman agree? Batman's standards for his companions could be described as harsh. Thea really did not think that Laurel could pass. Barbara's expression was a little gloomy. Dick left to be his Nightwing. I also want to find something to do. After this injury, I thought a lot. Some of what Dick said was right. If I stay under Batman's wing for a long time, I will never grow. I want to form my own team to fight criminals. Is this the prototype of the Raptor team? Thea nodded. She could see that the Nightwing still held an important place in Barbara's heart. However, Barbara was now able to listen to other people's opinions. She was no longer the hot-blooded girl who did things without thinking. This was also an improvement. She came to her for help instead of the more familiar Batman. This meant that she had made up her mind to fly alone. As Laurel's friend, she should help. As for Laurel's ability, it was easy to solve. She just needed to design a sonic device according to the original plot. If you want her to fight in a short time, I don't think it's difficult. Thea thought about the principle of the sonic device. She could definitely make it. Have you paid attention to Laurel's voice? Her voice is higher than normal people's. I can make her an audio amplifier that can send out ultrasonic waves to knock down enemies. What do you think? Thea said as she took out a pen and paper to draw a sketch for Barbara. Chapter 263. Barbara looked at Thea as if she was looking at a monster. I just mentioned it casually, and you came up with a plan in just 2 or 3 minutes. She then looked at the sketch Thea gave her. Although she wasn't as skilled in machining as Batman, she was still highly educated. After looking at it, she gave Thea a thumbs up. It wasn't difficult to make this small device. When Laurel was ready to go home after a day's training, Thea handed her a necklace. Do you see this blue device? You can press it and speak for 5 minutes. The chip inside will record your voice, and only you can use this device. When you shout with all your strength, the audio amplifier will emit your voice at least 10 times louder. That's about it. Thea explained the principle to Laurel in an orderly manner. This is for me. Do you mean I'm a superhero? Laurel was so excited that she almost jumped up. You have to finish your training. Otherwise, no matter what Barbara says, I won't let you go on a mission. Thea's words touched Laurel. Although her body was full of pain, she still hugged Thea tightly. You're really good to her. Is it because she's your brother's woman? Laurel went home to rest, and Barbara came to chat with Thea. She wanted to know more about her new teammate. Maybe. Thea didn't say much. Sometimes she envied girls like Barbara and Laurel. They had dreams and drive, and once they found a goal, they would keep going. Thea wasn't as open-minded. She had too many concerns and too many considerations. She was working at full capacity every day, but she still felt that there were a lot of things to do and a lot of plans to complete. On the 3rd day after she helped Laurel make the equipment, her office was blocked by a 6-year-old child. Miss Thea, this child. The female assistant outside the office only saw a blur in her eyes before a child slipped in. She hurriedly ran over to apologize. The Quinn Group was currently the largest company in Star City. If she was fired, she wouldn't be able to find a new job. It's fine. I know this child. Thea waved her hand to dismiss her assistant. She looked at Damian Wayne helplessly. Did something happen to your mother? As the number of people in the secret base increased, Thea was afraid that it would affect Talia's treatment. Thus, she found a comfortable house in the slums for her and her son to live in. Talia had already recovered more than half of her combat strength, and a few of her subordinates had also arrived in Star City. Their safety was guaranteed. Thea always hurried over to activate the magic circle of the blood pool. She hadn't seen Damien for days. I want to hire you. The kid's words were shocking. Thea wanted to laugh, but when she saw Damien's serious face, She knew that he was serious. She stopped teasing him and asked, "What do you want to hire me for?" "My grandfather has been searching for traces of magic all his life. I don't want to be an ordinary person. I want to learn magic from you," Damien said to Thea seriously. His eyes were clear and pure. Thea got up and closed the door. She thought about her words and said, "Listen, Damien Wayne. Do you mean what you said? Isn't that what your grandfather or parents want?" The kid nodded solemnly. It seemed that she could make use of this kid. They were not related to each other. Thea valued the value of this person. Damien's value was much greater than he thought. However, Thea still had the principle of keeping her word. She would not lie to a kid. She wanted to see if Damien had the talent to learn magic. If he didn't have the talent, everything was just empty talk. "Stand still. Don't move. Let me see if you have the talent to have a magic affinity." Thea summoned a light ball next to Damien's nervous face. She looked at it and shook her head. There was no light element. She summoned the 4 elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. Although Thea did not have the earth and water elements, she could still do it by simulating magic. Among the 4 main elements, only the earth element had a slight fluctuation, but it was not strong. When she finally summoned the dark element, she could feel that the dark element was obviously attracted. Thea took off the plane mirror and said, "Kid, you are lucky. You have an affinity with the dark element and can also sense the earth element. However, considering your age, the connection with the earth element will become weaker and weaker when you become an adult. You obviously have too much of a single element, but not to the extent of having 2 elements. You can barely be considered a good talent." Damien was relieved when he heard this. He was not stupid. When the 5 light balls did not respond, he almost lost hope. Fortunately, he proved that he was not useless. Thea silently looked at Damien, who was clenching his fists. This kid's talent was not bad. Old Ma and Tommy could not even sense a trace of magic. He had the blood of Batman and Ninja Master. The dark element in his body was obviously more than other elements. Considering the two's personalities, habits, and other factors, this result was expected. Thea did not want to appear too proactive. She lazily lay on the chair and said slowly, "Tell me, what kind of reward can you pay? Do you think this is Hogwarts where you can come and learn as long as you pay?" "I am willing to pay any reward." It could be seen that the young Damien had thought about this question many times. His answer was resolute and decisive. After waiting for 10 minutes, just when Damien was wondering if Thea had fallen asleep, Thea slowly stood up and said, "Young man who thirsts for power, I don't want your money, let alone your life or soul. My reward is very simple." Thea stared into Damien's eyes and said, "I want ninja masters." Damien's little face instantly tensed up, waiting for her to continue. "I want Ninja Master's sword." "Ah." Damien was shocked by her heavy breathing. He thought she wanted Ninja Master's life or something. But in the end, she only wanted a sword? "Judging from your expression, you have seen it before? That's great. Give me the sword. I don't care what means you use, whether it's stealing, robbing, or begging with your mouth, it doesn't matter. Once the sword is in my hands, I will teach you magic." Thea dragged Damien, who was still in a daze, out of the office. "My words are as simple as that. You can go wherever you want." After saying that, she ignored Damien and walked away. Damien, who was like a little adult, left Wayne Building. He initially thought the mission would be easy, but after recalling his grandfather's attitude towards the sword and connecting it with Thea's mission today, even a fool would know that the sword was extraordinary. He could not get it with his own strength. In the end, Damien made up his mind and went back to his residence to discuss it with Talia. Chapter 264. Damien told Talia about his meeting with Thea. On one hand, Talia felt that her son was too bold. He dared to make a deal with Thea, who was definitely not kind at the age of 6. On the other hand, she was proud of her son's talent in learning magic. She was seriously injured this time and thought that she was going to die. She didn't expect Thea to treat her in such a messy way. Now she was about to recover. This made her deeply feel the wonders of magic. She also had a clear understanding of the ancient secrets that the ninja master had tirelessly collected for 800 years. The master had been searching for 800 years for an opportunity, and now it was going to fall on her son. How could she not be happy? But when she thought of the master's horror, As his biological daughter, she was the most emotional. You would never know how many trump cards he had hidden. The clown dared to go in and snatch people because he was too crazy. But how many clowns were there in the world? Talia didn't think that she was that strong. Thea's mission happened to be within their limits. They couldn't do it if it was harder, but it wasn't difficult if it was easy. This kind of mission that required a lot of brain power and energy made Talia grit her teeth. But for her son, she was determined to get it. As for making a fake sword to fool them, she didn't dare to do that. Damien's learning was not a hammer business. He had to learn from Thea for a long time. If one day they found out that it was fake, Damien's life would be in danger. Both mother and son didn't mention asking Batman for help. Damien felt that his pride didn't allow him to ask too many people for help. Talia, on the other hand, knew that Batman and the Ninja Master were friendly. To be honest, she felt that the Ninja Master valued her more than Batman. When I recover, we'll go back to Nanderbart together. Let's. The mother and son stayed up all night discussing their plan. Thea didn't care about their plan. As the saying goes, no matter how hard one tries to guard against a thief in one's own house, they could get it themselves, ask Batman for help, or even force it. Thea only cared about the results. She didn't care about the process. With the replacement of the old and the new, the company's affairs were gradually on the right track. Naturally, as the chairman, she had fewer things to do. With the moon goddess's chosen one ability, as long as she was in Star City, she would be able to sense when her name was mentioned at night. If it was just a few words of complaint, it would be fine, but if it was the kind of dissatisfaction, then it would be bad luck. Those who were lucky would be transferred to other cities, such as metropolises or cities like Gotham where superheroes were more active. If they did not court death, they could live for a few more years. As for those who said nasty things, they would directly send the sharp claws of the court to deal with them. After that, all he had to do was report the missing person to the police station. What code name do you think is suitable for Laurel? Babla asked Thea, who was reading a book. The book looked very thick, and Babla couldn't even read the words on the cover. Just by looking at the very abstract illustrations between the pages, she knew that it wasn't a science book. Thea looked up from the complicated magic book and found that Laurel was listening attentively. After thinking about it, she couldn't think of a good name, so she decided to use the original one. I remember that Inspector Lance gave you sisters a black canary when you were young. Plus, the Bat family is all dressed in black. You don't like colorful things, right? How about Black Canary? Good name. You have a talent for naming. The two girls thought it was a good name. Thea was a little embarrassed. I have a talent for naming. Didn't you hear the moose in the ring roaring? With a good name, trouble would follow. Laurel practiced for 2 days and thought that she had improved a lot, so she started to ask Babla for weapons and equipment. Babla was ready to go solo, so it wasn't appropriate for her to ask Batman for things. It just so happened that there was a rich and resourceful person in front of him, so the task of making weapons and equipment was given to her. Thea looked at Laurel's skills. To be honest, she wasn't very good. Although Thea's current targets were non-humans, and she didn't care about ordinary criminals, with Laurel's current skills, there was an 80% chance that she would die in her first battle. After all, Laurel had known Laurel since they were young, and with her 2 unlucky brothers, she couldn't just watch Laurel get shot to death. Thea followed Wayne Enterprises' Kevlar bulletproof vest and made a combat suit for Laurel. It was black and could defend against pistols and sharp piercings. As for the weapons, it was unknown whether it was Laurel's own choice, or Babla wanted to make a female version of Robin to commemorate her lost love. But Laurel's weapon of choice was also a pair of sticks. A month with a rod, a year with a saber, and a lifetime with a gun. This was not a bad choice. Sia now had some understanding of the impatience of these 2 female heroes. All choices were made quickly, the faster the better. Thea felt that they could even learn the female version of the Sunflower Manual. In the original plot, Laurel seemed to have been taught by Talia's sister, Nissa, for a few days. When she had nothing to do, she would use 2 sticks to follow Green Arrow. Other heroes who used sticks were skilled in martial arts because of the principle of not killing, but Laurel didn't know any other weapons. Considering her physical fitness, it was most suitable for her to learn Slade's Kali martial arts. Unfortunately, Thea didn't know this set of martial arts. In fact, even if she did, she didn't have the patience to teach. Try these 2 sticks. Thea called Laurel to try out the weapons. She explained while watching Laurel waving the sticks. 2 sticks made of nickel-chromium alloy, 80 centimeters long. 2 sticks can be combined into a long stick. Considering your lack of killing power, I added a discharge function to the metal stick. There's a button on the handle. Don't worry, you'll only faint. You won't die. These saintly people were too hard to please. She had to think about how to prevent them from killing at all times. Thea gave Laurel accessories, armor, and weapons, and collected a full set of graduation equipment. She didn't care about Laurel anymore, and went to find a place to level up. If she died again, it would be her fate. Heifer, who had accompanied her for 3 months, naturally wouldn't forget that the Quinn Corporation had published a newspaper looking for civil engineering experts to build the maze. There were no restrictions on qualifications or professions. If it was any other time, the news media wouldn't let go of such a deviant thing. However, most of the cameras were attracted by Bruce Wayne's big news. So Thea didn't attract much attention. But her principle of no restrictions still attracted a large number of people to submit their own proposals. The people who were attracted by her generous offer came from all walks of life. There were professors from schools, employees who thought they had a talent for architecture, engineers from the army, and even small groups of explorers who were actually grave robbers. Amidst the excited cries of the heifer, he picked the most complicated one and directly decided to build it. Chapter 265. According to the government, they'll officially make a request to the Turkish side in 3 days. Did the Quinn Corporation contact the government? No, I don't know what's going on either. I just feel like the government has suddenly become very proactive. Thea was currently video chatting with Batman. She was also very confused about Batman's question. Everything was going according to plan. It would have taken another month, but the government suddenly went crazy and approved all the procedures. Thea even thought that Batman had used his hidden connections. If it's not because of our relationship, then the only ones who can push the government are the military and the Heaven's Eye Society. I'll help you deal with some of them, but you have to be careful. Batman reminded her, and the two quickly ended the call. For ordinary people, this matter was led by the Wayne Corporation, and Thea's Quinn Corporation only played a supporting role. However, the higher-ups all knew who was in charge, and it was unrealistic to ask them to selectively forget about Thea. If only I could brainwash these people. Thea put her hands behind her head and put her long legs on the table, thinking leisurely. Unfortunately, it was very unrealistic. She shook her head and threw away some unrealistic thoughts. Thea knew that the rapid increase in her power had some effect on her state of mind. Now, the first thing she thought of before doing anything was magic. This was very abnormal. The Constantine family had too much black magic. Thea decided to rest for a few days and get more sun to recover her normal state of mind. However, she was only on the balcony for an hour before she was interrupted. Commander Lyra, long time no see. Thea helplessly greeted Lyra Michaels, who was dressed in a black suit and black pants. Lyra's appearance explained a lot. Thea also understood that the Heaven's Eye Society was most likely helping her to get rid of the government's obstacles. However, since they were trying to curry favor for no reason, she could only listen to what they wanted. Amanda wants to see you. At this time, Lyra was no longer as naive as before. Her mature style was gradually replaced by the strict style of carrying out orders. After a few simple words, she stated her purpose. She's quite arrogant. Thea was dissatisfied with the way she ordered her around like a subordinate, but she quickly suppressed her dissatisfaction. She was still a quasi-ally with Amanda, and it was not worth it to make enemies for the sake of reputation. Since Thea had not decided what to do today, she might as well meet her. Where do we meet? Seaside City. Our plane is just down there. Thea's eyes. Let's go. The distance between Star City and Seaside City wasn't close. The Heaven's Eye Society's plane took more than an hour to reach this seaside city. On the way, Thea had already recalled that if it was not the same name, this should be the hometown of Green Lantern. After Thea in the plane, Thea's eyes the scenery. Thea sighed. The buildings along the way were in good condition, and the citizens were in good spirits. She could tell that the Green Lantern had not appeared yet. The scale of Seaside City was similar to that of Star City. The combined size of the two cities could not compare to a metropolis or Gotham. They were the more stable and quiet places among the first-tier cities. However, Thea knew that all this was just a facade. As long as the Green Lantern put on the ring, the hard life of the people here would begin. As the Green Lantern Corps' office on Earth, the people of Seaside City could only dream of living a peaceful life until they retired. The luckier ones would be blasted into the sky by the Red and Yellow Lantern Corps while they were asleep. The unlucky ones would be chased by aliens for 2 miles and then trampled to death. This was not an exaggeration. This was the main way of life in Seaside City for the next few years. The medical and funeral stocks would skyrocket, and the insurance, housing, energy, and other sectors would plummet. This lively lifestyle would only come to an end when the Black Death Emperor arrived at Seaside City. It was not because they had lived a happy and peaceful life, but because the entire city had been wiped out by the Black Death Emperor, who was suspected to be a ferocious beast. Miss Lara, you're married? Thea sat in the back seat of the car and inadvertently glanced at Lara's left hand. The shiny ring on her ring finger was a sign that this agent had entered the marriage hall. Lara raised her left hand and looked at it. A happy smile appeared on her face. Yes, it's my comrade in Afghanistan. Then I really wish you all the best. Thea pretended to be happy for her. However, if she remembered correctly, Lara's first marriage with the black man, John Deagle, only lasted for a short time. Lara was still in the rising stage of her career, and Deagle had left the military camp and entered the city. He was in a miserable state. If Oliver had not dragged the black man to kill monsters every day, they would not have had a second marriage. Talking about men was always the best topic for women to improve their relationship. Thea avoided talking about her own matters and always focused on Lara's topic. Your husband must be very gentle. Your husband actually does housework. Oh my God. It's a miracle. As they talked, the relationship between the two gradually warmed up. Although it was not to the point where they fought side by side in Gotham, it was no longer as businesslike as it was in the beginning. Just as the car stopped in front of an abandoned warehouse, 2 agents went to open the door. When no one was looking, Lara whispered in Thea's ear, "Amanda noticed your supernatural ability. Be careful." After that, Lara pretended to be very serious, as if what she said had nothing to do with her. Thea pretended that she did not hear anything. She was prepared for this, but Amanda's attitude was obviously arrogant. Was it because she had more cards in her hands? Or did she think that she could control herself with Oliver in her hands? Should she teach her a small lesson or a big lesson? It was so hard to choose. Thea followed the few of them into the warehouse. Lara stepped forward and did a bunch of identity checks and pupil checks. Finally, the metal door of the Heaven's Eye Society's secret base appeared in front of Thea. "This is your secret base?" Thea asked, even though she already knew the answer. How much money did these people waste from the taxpayers? Just the 2.5 meters tall and 0.5 meter thick metal door alone was worth more than all the equipment in her secret base combined. Should she rebuild it or modify it? After seeing the Batcave in their base, Thea felt that the base in Star City was too shabby. "This is Seaside City's base number 3, Lara explained with a normal expression. Thea opened her mouth slightly. What did that mean? It was so luxurious, but it was only number 3. Did that mean that there were at least 2 more bases in Seaside City? Just as she was calculating how much these bases cost in USD, she heard a muffled sound coming from inside the base. Rumble. Under the violent shaking, they could even feel it from the door. Something's wrong. Lara and the 2 agents pulled out their guns and rushed in. Chapter 266. Thea followed them into the building unhurriedly. Although her pace was slow, it was exactly the same as their running speed. She wanted to use the Eye of Horus to see what was going on inside, but she didn't know what the interior of the building was made of. The walls, furnishings, and metal doors greatly obstructed her view. The Heavenly Eye Society was indeed worthy of its reputation. This kind of anti-see-through technology was very advanced. Needless to say, this was definitely prepared for Superman and the Martian Hunter. Of course, it was also prepared for people like her who had nothing better to do, Thea thought bitterly. However, she wasn't sure what Amanda was doing. Listening to the continuous gunshots and cries for help, she knew that the situation wasn't optimistic. Thea thought as she walked. Could it be that she had guessed wrongly? Amanda wasn't threatening her but acting pitiful? Did she deliberately write and direct a scene to win her sympathy? After walking for less than 10 minutes, Thea came to an extremely spacious place. Before she had time to look around, she heard a violent shout. "Go to hell, ants that get in the way." The voice was hoarse and weak, like the noise of some kind of metal scraping. Thea only felt an invisible wave pressing against her. "Looks like nothing." Thea reached out her left hand, trying to neutralize the wave. However, halfway through casting her magic, she knew that she had miscalculated. The opponent wasn't using magic, but some kind of strange psychokinesis. Psychokinesis was also a kind of mental power. If the opponent was just using psychokinesis, she could completely block it with her high-level magic. However, the strange aura of the opponent's psychokinesis bypassed Thea's magic barrier and hit them like a wave. Thea felt the opponent's psychokinesis in 1/10 of a second. It was indeed not very strong. With her physical fitness, this wave was no different from a gust of wind. However, she could withstand it, but the others couldn't. At the critical moment, Thea put an air shield on Lila, which offset half of the impact. At least she knew Lila, so she would help if she could. As for the other two agents, they were just unlucky. The two unlucky agents spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time as if they had rehearsed it. They fell to the ground upside down, their legs kicking a few times before they stopped moving. Lara, who had been pulled back by Thea, was in a much better state. Facing Lara, who was equipped with a windshield, the psychokinesis did not choose to retreat. Instead, it collided directly with Lara. The violent impact caused Lara to take 3 steps back. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She saw stars in front of her eyes, but her life was not in danger. But at this moment no one was paying attention to her. The enemy looked past her and saw Thea. She didn't go to work today. In order to bask in the sun more, she dressed casually. Her long hair was tied into a single ponytail. She wore a checkered top with a knot below her chest, revealing her smooth and delicate abdominal muscles and navel. She wore a pair of shorts with a wide belt and a pair of canvas shoes. In order not to expose his spatial ring, he also carried a slanted backpack on his shoulder. There were only some daily necessities in the bag. The originally hostile atmosphere in the room was mostly diluted by her shopping attire. In addition, she looked around as if there was no one else around, which created a lot of psychological pressure for them. Thea first looked at the guy who had attacked her just now. She immediately took a step back. This was not because the enemy had an extraordinary aura, but because the enemy was too ugly. Thea's reaction was purely a conditioned reflex when she saw a toad. It was not because the toad was very powerful, but because it was disgusting. The person in front of her had 4 limbs and a torso. It could be seen that he was a humanoid creature. But because his facial features were squeezed together, his original human appearance was unrecognizable. His clothes were dirty, and there were many bloodstains and mud on his body, but the most eye-catching thing was his forehead. His entire forehead was bulging upwards and forwards. The part that was bulging upward stretched his entire head by a quarter. The part that was in front of him was the most exaggerated, like a big bowl that was buckled on his head. The veins on his forehead were not flowing with blood, but some kind of yellow substance. Thea glanced at him and did not want to look anymore. On one hand, it was a little disgusting. On the other hand, she remembered. Wasn't this guy the boss of Green Lantern? His mutated psychokinesis was as weak as a baby in Thea's eyes. It was not worth mentioning. Thea's psychic power was much higher than his. She simulated his psychic power fluctuations like a drop of water in the sea. Although the toad could see her, no matter how hard he tried, the invincible psychokinesis passed by her naturally as if it did not see Thea at all. The toad did not believe it and controlled some metal objects to stab Thea. But something magical happened. Every time the psychokinesis got close to Thea, it would automatically go around her. In the end, the toad was completely dumbfounded. He could not figure out whether the woman in front of him was a human or a ghost. Thea ignored him and walked to the platform in the center of the room. She found this person's side profile familiar, and now she finally saw his face. Hee. Isn't this the most honorable senator of America? I remember your name. What was it again? Thea took out a small black book from her bag and excitedly flipped to the first page. Yes. That's right, Senator Hammond from Seaside City. Honorable sir, do you still remember me? Thea laughed happily. She wanted to settle the score with this guy, But she did not expect him to die in less than a month. I remember. Save me, save me. I promised you everything you asked me to do. I still have money. I'll pay you. Save me. The white-haired senator was tied to the platform. Now that he saw Thea, he did not care about his face and desperately begged for help. Remember me? Then, what's my name? Do you still remember me? Thea asked jokingly. The white-haired senator's face instantly turned pale. He stammered. Your name is Ryan. It's all right. You remember my surname, but I'm afraid a honorable sir like you can't be bothered to remember my name. Hey, that guy over there in a daze. You guys can continue playing. Thea was tired of this guy who pretended to be innocent. She saw the toad staring at the white-haired senator. You two have a grudge, right? I remember you two are father and son. What a family of weirdos. You guys can continue. Commander Amanda, I heard you were looking for me? Thea looked around and finally found Amanda Waller on the ceiling. The iron-blooded commander's image was not good at all. She was stuck to the tempered glass of the ceiling with her arms and legs spread out. Thea flew into the air and wanted to talk to her, but she realized that her face was pressed against the glass by psychokinesis. She could only fly half a circle to the other side and pretend to listen seriously. Chapter 267. It was fine to express one's dissatisfaction appropriately, but going too far was just as bad as not going far enough. Thea removed the psychokinesis control on Amanda and used a ball of mana to bring her to the ground. Looking at Amanda's high heels and short skirt, she was once an elite Special Forces soldier. However, after many years of administrative work, it was hard to say how much of her previous foundation was left. Now that she was more than 5 meters above the ground, Thea was afraid that she would sprain her ankle. However, Amanda did not appreciate it at all. She used her chin to point at Toad, who was cutting Senator Hammond's body with a small knife, and asked, "Can you deal with this guy?" Thea looked at it. "I need some time." After saying that, she stopped moving. Toads were unbeatable in the eyes of ordinary people, but to her, they were not much more difficult to deal with than the clown girl. It was still on a different level. However, she did not immediately rush over to knock Toad out and take him away. She was still waiting. She was waiting for Senator Hammond to breathe his last. Looking at Toad cutting his own father's body left and right, Thea felt all sorts of pleasure. At the same time, she could also intimidate Amanda. It was better not to play with fire. No one was more foolish than the other. Amanda saw that Thea did not move and thought about the conversation between Thea and Senator Hammond. Their last interaction was probably not positive. However, good luck was still on her side. Fortunately, she called Thea over today. Otherwise, if Toad showed his might, she, Amanda, would not be able to keep her life. That feeling of powerlessness was even heavier when she heard Senator Hammond's screams. After waiting for 3 minutes, Thea took a glance. Very good, the senator had breathed his last. It was time for her to finish her work. Although Toad's psychokinesis technique was extremely crude, Thea could not use her psychokinesis to control him. She could only use physical means. For the time being, she did not want to expose the existence of the space ring. She wanted to find a weapon in the room and quickly take down Toad. "Is it okay if I kill this guy?" Thea asked Amanda softly. "If you can capture him alive, it's best if you can. This guy's psychokinesis is very strong. Even if I knock him out, do you have any means to control him?" Humph. Amanda felt that she finally had a chance to save some face. The Heaven's Eye Society's foundation is beyond your imagination. Thea nodded and didn't say anything. She had just noticed that Amanda had a small device that was similar to a mind control device. After all, it wasn't 1918 now. Human science and technology were developing every day, especially in this world where black technology was everywhere. It wasn't unusual for there to be some small tricks that could be used against mind control. The Toad didn't give up on trying to teach her a lesson. It was as if he was practicing a qigong. Wave after wave of psychokinesis surged toward her, but Thea easily dispelled it. This thing is not bad. Thea picked up a long rope from the ground. She had learned how to use a noose from Diana on Paradise Island, and she had practiced it when she had nothing to do in that small village. Although she wasn't as good as Diana, it was still a piece of cake for her to deal with this Toad. The Toad didn't dodge the noose that was coming for his neck. Or rather, he couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to. Thea wrapped the noose around his thick neck and pulled him up from the ground like she was pulling a carrot out of a carrot. Then she swung her arm and slammed him against the wall. The wall of the Heaven's Eye Society was very thick. The toad's 200-pound body didn't even shake the wall when he slammed against it. Disgusting. Thea looked at the yellow pus on the wall and felt a little nauseous. This guy was a female hero's natural enemy. In order to punish him for his disgusting appearance, she swung her arm and wrapped the noose around his neck. Then she slammed him against the wall on both sides. At first, she could still hear the toad's loud cries. However, after the toad's fifth close contact with the wall, Thea realized that the psychokinesis in the room had completely disappeared. She knew that the toad had probably fainted. Alright, this guy fainted. Why did you call me all the way here? Thea wanted to finish her sentence and leave as soon as possible. The toad's appearance meant that Hal Jordan had become the Green Lantern. According to the movie's sequence, the Parallax Devil was about to appear. Thea didn't want to stay here for even a minute longer. In the movie, Hal Jordan made full use of the intelligence of the people on Earth. No matter what kind of monster was thrown into the sun didn't disappoint the people on Earth. No matter what kind of enemy it would burn them to death. But how was that possible? The Parallax Devil had destroyed countless galaxies and stars. Why would it be afraid of the sun? Now that she was in the real world, Thea was more willing to believe that there was a higher existence that defeated the Parallax Devil for some unknown reason. Otherwise, it would be more accurate to say that Hal Jordan, a Green Lantern recruit, defeated the Green Lantern Corps' nemesis for countless years. Damian Wayne could beat Merlin after learning magic for a day. Amanda's original plan was to use Oliver's information to suppress Thea. However, she couldn't understand Thea's current level of power, so she didn't dare to act rashly. She could only activate her backup plan. Although I don't know why you want to build a temple, we helped you with your relationship with the government. You admit that, right? But I just saved you. Don't tell me that the guy on the ground with the swollen head knocked himself into the wall and fainted? Amanda's attitude was showing signs of softening. Thea's tone naturally softened as well. The two of them joked amiably as if nothing had happened. Amanda smiled. Her black skin made her big white teeth look even more prominent. You saved me for a private matter. I used the name of the Heaven's Eye Society to help you. This is official business. I'll compensate you for your private matters in the future. Compensate my ass. Thea calculated the time. Based on what she said, Oliver must be in her hands now. She thought that she didn't know, so she had to pretend that she didn't know. Understanding the plot was troublesome. There were many things that she couldn't explain. The so-called compensation for her private matters was to hand Oliver over to her, right? Damn it. She saved her for nothing. Then what's the matter? Hasn't Batman been in close contact with you? Can't you look for him? Amanda was furious when she mentioned Batman. The Joker was the good-looking leader of Amanda's villains. He was smart, crazy, and had no superpowers. If the Joker was in her hands, her plan of forming a villainous team would be more than half complete. Unfortunately, Batman was stubborn. Amanda's call was useless. There was no room for negotiation when it came to the Joker. She couldn't tell Thea the truth that the Heaven's Eye Society and Batman's negotiations had fallen through. She could only say, Batman has a lot of things to do recently. We think you're more free. Thea naturally didn't comment on this. What does it have to do with you? The president is also free. How dare you give him something to do? Then tell me the truth. Why did you ask me to come here? Thea felt that time was precious. She didn't want to waste time arguing with her. If it was easy, she would agree. If it was difficult, she would say that she couldn't do it. Chapter 268. Murphy's Law was very accurate at times. The more one feared trouble, the faster it would come. Just as Avatar opened his mouth to speak, a terrifying, huge, and vast mental power descended from the sky, crushing their consciousness in an instant. Avatar held on for a little while before fainting. Damn it! I should have fainted. Thea instinctively held on for a second, but now she regretted it. If she had fainted like Avatar, nothing would have happened. However, her weak resistance immediately aroused the other party's interest in her. As if it was toying with her, it began to increase the mental pressure exponentially. Thea felt that her mental power was like a small boat in a raging sea, while the other party was like a raging sea, sending out violent waves every second. She could only try her best to concentrate and face all kinds of unexpected situations. There were several times when Thea felt that her mental power had reached a dead end. She didn't dare to imagine the consequences of her consciousness entering a dead end. She could only rely on the persistence in her mind to return to clarity. She didn't know how long she had been under this mental attack. When she regained control of her body, she found herself half kneeling on the ground. Sweat had accumulated all over her body, and her clothes looked like they had been washed by water. However, she didn't have time to care about her clothes. She pushed her wet hair away from her forehead and looked straight ahead. Sure enough, the toad that was knocked out stood up again. Its swollen head was replaced by a blurry yellow light. The mental wave that caused her to be in such a sorry state came from there. Inspector Devil? Didn't seem like it. The Inspector Devil was born from the fear of all intelligent creatures. It was between formless and corporeal. It would choose its host strictly. The parallax monster that fused with its host was called the parallax demon. It wasn't that Thea looked down on the toad. Even if he begged to be its host, the Inspector Devil wouldn't take him seriously. If she remembered correctly, the toad was accidentally infected with some parallax demon cells when he was dissecting the body of the former Green Lantern. Perhaps someone could tell where the parallax monster's real body was, but Thea didn't know. The parallax demon was attracted by the toad's cells and was flying toward Earth. The yellow ball in front of her was obviously formed by the violent reproduction of the cells. As for whether it was the parallax monster or the parallax demon controlling it, Thea couldn't tell. "Earthling, what are you looking at? You don't seem to be afraid of me?" The yellow ball of light left the toad's neck, and the headless body fell to the ground. The yellow ball of light seemed to be interested in Thea. It circled her twice and asked her a question in her mind. "Nonsense. I'm scared to death. What makes you think I'm not afraid?" Thea did not want to differentiate between a parallax and a parallax. She only knew that she could not defeat one of them. Not to mention herself, even Horus would not be a match for them in his prime. The ball of light circled around her, causing her hair to stand on end. Until the ball of light spoke to her in her consciousness, she was so frightened that she did not dare to stand up. "No, you say you're scared, but you're not. Instead, you're excited. What's even more amazing is that you seem to know me. Am I right? This is the first time I've seen someone who knows who I am and isn't afraid of me after so many years." The meaning of the signal transmitted by the yellow ball of light was becoming more and more obvious. "I'm not afraid?" Thea asked herself if she was afraid. She was definitely afraid of Dire Beast Yojakan Tianshur, and a bunch of other Dire Beast Smurfs. Even Dire Beast Smurfs were scared to death. On the other hand, she was not afraid of Darkseid the Anti-Watcher or the Black Death Emperor. Why was she not afraid? Because they had been defeated before. Although the parallax monster was very powerful, it was suppressed by Sanisto like a dog. She knew this part of the storyline. Her fear of the parallax monster was divided among the few big bosses whose names could not be mentioned easily. When it came to the parallax monster, most of her fear of it was washed away by the familiar storyline. Naturally, there was not much left of her fear of it. Sia did not know if her guess was right, but she slowly stood up and found that the whole world was more organized in front of her eyes. The weak breathing of Amanda and the others, and the chirping of insects in the distance, were all echoing in her ears. Thea's mental strength seemed to have increased by a lot. She roughly estimated that it had increased by at least 20%. She stared at the yellow ball of light. Shouldn't this guy be looking for Hal Jordan and the Green Lantern Corps to fight? Why is he circling me? Just as she was wondering if she should say something, the yellow ball of light suddenly began to emit strong waves. This time it was not a mental attack but some kind of halo. Before Thea could say anything, the yellow ball of light wrapped her in the halo, opened a passage out of thin air, and disappeared from the secret base. Thea watched herself enter the passage in the yellow halo. The thing was too fast and she did not have time to react. It dragged her into a strange world. Her original worldview was abandoned here. The mountains were moving, and the sea was still. There was no gravity, and many strange creatures that only appeared in dreams were floating in the air. A few giant trees that were as black as ink were chasing after a three-headed rabbit. The whole world felt chaotic and disorderly. There was no hope here, and there was no reason to speak of. This is the antimatter world, one of the negative synchronized universes at the bottom of the universe, the yellow halo explained to Thea for some reason. Thea's mind was not as fast as the halo, and they quickly left the antimatter world. The halo completed 7 warps at an extremely fast speed, and in the end it made a very exaggerated emergency stop and threw Thea out of the halo. With a dexterous somersault, Thea landed on the ground. It felt so good to be on solid ground. There was gravity here. This meant that this was the material world. She did not have plans to live in nothingness for 180 years. Where was this? She looked at the sky first. Very good, very strong. The light was provided by dark gray clouds dotted with dots of green light. Occasionally there would be gaps in the clouds, and there would be a deep red light behind them. Thea looked at it and felt that it was not a star, but a celestial phenomenon caused by a special gravitational force of a planet. This was definitely not Earth. The oxygen content in the air was very low. Although it was modified by divine power, Thea still felt uncomfortable running into this oxygen-deficient environment. Compared to the nearby buildings, it was obvious that she was at the highest point. She was on top of a mountain. The mountain was very tall and thin, and it stood straight in the center of this city. Earthling, welcome to Oa. Your body is very strong. You have not been transformed by any ring, but you can breathe freely here. It is hard to imagine that you are an Earthling. A voice sounded from the right. The voice was not loud, but it was clear and powerful. Thea looked over. A blue-skinned dwarf with the face of an old man was floating not far from her side. Chapter 269. Before she could finish her sentence, a few short blue-skinned aliens appeared around her. Thea counted 7 of them. Welcome to Ura, Earthling. We are the guardians of the universe. The leader of the blue-skinned aliens seemed to be afraid that she was still in shock, so he calmly repeated himself. These guys were the guardians? They claimed to have lived for countless years, but there didn't seem to be anything special about them. Thea didn't use the Eye of Horus, but she took the opportunity to observe them while they were talking. There was no trace of magic, no divine power, and they were less than a meter tall, not to mention physical attack power. These guys only had a unique life form, but other than that, she couldn't see how strong they were. Were you the ones who pulled me here? Oh. Before Thea could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by a green light flying from afar. A purple alien wearing traditional green lantern tights walked out of the green light. He didn't even look at Thea, but shouted at the guardians floating in the air. You want to recruit another Earthling? Wasn't Hal Jordan's lesson enough? Earthlings have weak wills. They're not suitable for the Green Lantern Corps. The dwarves calmly waited for the newcomer to vent his dissatisfaction. It was only when the purple alien was done that they slowly began to explain. Sinisto, she wasn't recruited by us. She was pulled here by the yellow energy. We just found out about it. Yellow energy. Yellow light. The purple-skinned alien named Sinisto was shocked by the news for a few seconds, but he immediately realized something. He turned to the guardians and asked, You've already made the yellow light ring? My will is enough to control fear. Give me the light ring, and I'll destroy the parallax demons. However, his bold words didn't get a response from the guardians, because another green light came to the top of the mountain, and the newcomer revealed herself. I won't allow you to sacrifice Earth. Although Earth is young, but... Huh? Hal Jordan, who had hurriedly flown over from Earth, was stunned by the scene in front of him. Who was this young lady dressed like an Earthling? He wanted to finish his sentence, but he realized that he had forgotten what to say. He opened his mouth wide and looked at Thea in a daze. No wonder Hal Jordan was nicknamed Husky. How could he be so silly? Thea did not feel the joy of seeing a fellow villager. She only felt that she was involved in a huge trouble. You're from Earth? No lamp ring? Without modification, how could you adapt to the oxygen and gravity of this planet? Hal Jordan also forgot his purpose. He took out his light ring and scanned Thea. He found that she was not an alien who looked like an Earthling but an Earthling. But how could this be? This caused the worldview that he had just rebuilt to collapse again. Could it be that the physical fitness of the people on Earth was so good? Could it be that I am a fake Earthling? Sinisto, Hal Jordan. This Earthling's name is Thea Quinn. She was summoned by the yellow light ring. We just completed the yellow light ring 3 minutes ago, so... The leader of the dwarves hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell the truth. Hal Jordan was still immersed in the question of whether he was an Earthling or not. If he was not an Earthling, would he still need to risk his life to protect Earth? You must be joking. How could this Earthling be recognized by the yellow light ring? Not only is she a weak Earthling, but she is also an Earthling. Sinisto pointed at Thea and loudly vented his dissatisfaction. The Guardians could understand Sinisto's dissatisfaction. After all, they had said that the yellow light ring would belong to him. Now that Thea had appeared, it seemed that they were going back on their word. However, they were wrongly accused. This was the will of the yellow light ring, and it was not under their control. The Guardians communicated telepathically, and the leader of the dwarves said, "Sinisto, you are the strongest warrior in the Green Light Corps. We trust you, but this Earthling was also personally selected by the yellow light ring. You must prove that you are stronger than her. Only then will the yellow light ring acknowledge you." Sinisto knew that the Guardians were afraid that he could control both the green light and the yellow light at the same time, but he was still angered by their betrayal. "How do you want me to prove it? Does this woman have the ability to fight? Or are you going to let the two Earthlings fight together? The birth of the yellow light ring is inevitable. Although we are the founders of the Green Light Corps, the yellow light ring is also a part of the universe. Sinisto, your worries are completely unnecessary. We will not obstruct you. We will only facilitate it." The leader of the dwarves explained, "You will fight it out in the Green Light Corps' arena. Earthling, what do you think?" The dwarf turned to ask Thea. At this moment Thea's mind was in turmoil. The yellow light ring. It had actually chosen her. Shouldn't it have chosen Sinisto at first glance? To be honest, Thea did not like this so-called emotional power. This kind of power was too illusory, and there was not a trace of feedback to the body. In terms of life's natural order, all the holders of the lantern ring were mortals, including the seemingly powerful Sinisto. His lifespan wouldn't last more than a few years longer than his fellow clansmen. When his lifespan was up, the lantern ring would fly away. Any glory or victory would be nothing more than a passing cloud. When this group of people mentioned the yellow light ring, they would think of fear, as if it was an incomparably evil power. However, Thea, who had mastered magic, had a different view. Light was not justice and darkness was not evil. This theory was also valid on the emotional spectrum. It was laughable to artificially determine emotions as good or evil. Fear could give people enough faith. Wasn't Batman a living example? On the other hand, Thea did not feel that she had the power to control fear. She was afraid of many things, and it was fundamentally different from Sinisto's steel-like will. However, now that the yellow light ring was waiting for her in front of her, she did not need to do the prerequisite mission. It would be a pity to give it up. Following the Transmigrator's principle of getting it first, regardless of whether it was useful or not, Thea decided to compete with Sinisto. A few Guardians took the lead and flew to a mountain not far away. Sinisto's face was ashen, and he followed without a word. "Can you fly? I'll carry you." Hal Jordan still did not understand what had happened, but seeing Thea's navel and long legs, he wanted to help this fellow Earthling. "Don't touch me. I can fly by myself." Thea waved her hand and rejected his help. After the parallax's mental suppression, her mental strength had reached a new level. The magic reaction in Oa's air was much higher than on Earth, and she could fly with her own magic. Although she was not as fast as the Green Lanterns, the distance in a straight line was not far. Thea landed lightly on their arena. Hal Jordan was the last to arrive. He was stunned by Thea's ability to fly by herself. Without the help of the yellow light ring or any technological equipment, she just flew away. After a long while, Hal Jordan came to his senses. This woman was definitely not someone to be trifled with. The water on Earth was much deeper than he had imagined. Thea's independent flight was nothing in the eyes of the Guardians, but to Sinisto, who was still in the normal range of life, it was quite a shock. Having traveled to countless galaxies, he had seen some planets with life forms that were far beyond the local ordinary level. Although he still said it with disdain, he was already on high alert. Chapter 270. In Sinisto's eyes, Thea was a special species in the local food chain. After some mutations, she had abilities that far exceeded those of the same species. He could tell from Hal Jordan's dull eyes that this was definitely not the average level of an Earthling. With this in mind, Sinisto wasn't that angry about Huang Jie's choice. He had previously thought that it was a trick of the Guardians, but if it was an expert, he wasn't afraid of competing with him. No, this is the war of the lantern rings. What's the point of taking off the ring? I reject this proposal. After a discussion, the Guardians suggested that Sinisto take off the Green Lantern ring and fight Thea. If Thea was just an ordinary Earthling like Hal Jordan, Sinisto wouldn't be afraid if she took off the ring. However, now that Thea could fly by herself, this made his heart pound. There were many races in the universe that could fly, but there were very few humanoid creatures that could fly by themselves. At the very least, if Sinisto took off his ring, he wouldn't be able to fly. Therefore, he rejected this proposal without thinking. Sinisto insisted that this was the war of the lantern rings. After another round of silent communication, the Guardians finally made a concession. Miss Thea, do you have any objections to using the Green Lantern ring in battle? Thea's ability to fly had also caused their attitude to change a little. They no longer addressed her as an Earthling. Can't the Green Lantern Corps use it too? Thea didn't want to work for these old farts who had lived for hundreds of millions of years. You can use a temporary ring. A light green ring appeared in front of Thea in the void. After receiving her nod, the ring automatically slipped onto her right middle finger. A massive amount of information entered her mind. Only then did Thea realize that she had been a little narrow-minded. The power of the lantern ring was very similar to magic power. Magic power existed forever, and the power of emotions had the same characteristics. As long as there was life, these emotions would exist forever. The power of the lantern ring didn't repel magic power. The two tested each other and discovered each other's characteristics at the same time. The two ancient and eternal powers miraculously merged together temporarily. The Green Lantern ring required willpower and courage. Thea's willpower had been tempered by magic to surpass most intelligent life. But what about courage? Did Thea have the courage to ask herself? With the power of the lantern ring, she saw the heart that she had never faced before. Malcolm had said that she was a natural warrior, and that wasn't a lie. The spectrum of emotions reflected a green ocean in her heart. This was the true portrayal of her heart. Regardless of whether she was facing Horus or Ares, she would bravely rush forward. She had a courage that she did not even realize. With her as the center, the green light swelled in all directions. In the center of the vortex, Thea raised her right hand and completed the transformation. Fortunately, it was only a temporary ring, and she didn't need to recite the oaths that she thought were shameful. However, the green and black tights were automatically put on without any discussion. Amazing courage. This is the first time I've seen someone who can produce such power after wearing the Green Lantern ring. I admit that you are a great warrior. The complaint on Sinisto's lips had disappeared. That was the truth. His pride wasn't to the extent that he would ignore Thea and spout nonsense. But it's strange. Why did the Green Lantern ring choose that Earthling over there and not you? Strength won respect. Hal Jordan, who was already disliked, was automatically demoted to that Earthling in Sinisto's words. He wasn't the only one who didn't understand. The Guardians who had lived for countless years didn't understand either. Could it be that the ring selection process had gone wrong? Although they hadn't seen Thea's physical body yet, they could tell that she was several levels stronger than Hal Jordan based on her power. Hal Jordan, who didn't know that he had been treated as a faulty program, was enthusiastically explaining the principles of materialization to the Earthling lady. As long as it's something you can imagine, it can be materialized by the lantern ring. My experience is to experiment with some weapons. Are you an American too? You're so young. Have you touched a pistol before? Let's start with a pistol. Thea initially listened to his long-winded ramblings, but she later realized that his imagination could only be described as poor. Pistol? What a joke. A more brainy piece of equipment, you can conjure a pistol to do the same. The knowledge of a mage wasn't inferior to that of a veteran Green Lantern, who had traveled through many universes. Thea had the memories of that transmigrator, so she didn't lack imagination. She quickly selected a materialized body suitable for combat, shaped it with great courage, and completed the specific outline with her willpower. A green monster appeared in this distant star system. The monster looked like a giant tree from afar, but upon closer inspection, one would realize that the branches were made up of 50 heads and 100 arms. Each arm was holding a sharp giant sword. This was a legendary creation of divine power that should not exist in this world. It was a divine abomination, the 100-armed giant. Hal Jordan, who was next to Thea, was analyzing the process of materializing a pistol to a mortar. He almost bit his tongue when he saw such a big monster that was obviously not to be trifled with, especially when he saw that every face of the monster that Thea materialized was lifelike, and every weapon was like a real object. He was completely speechless and hid in a corner to draw circles. No matter how slow Hal Jordan was, he could see that Thea was much smarter than him. He couldn't help but blame the previous Green Lantern who gave him the lantern ring. This guy must have been seriously injured and made a mistake. He was just an ordinary Earthling. He really didn't have the talent to be a Green Lantern. Amazing talent. To be able to reach this level on your first contact with the lantern ring, you are a strong person. I apologize for looking down on Earthlings. Sinisto wasn't afraid because of the strength of his opponent. Instead, he excitedly materialized his physical body. It was a green giant that looked exactly like him. It held a large axe in its hand and roared at Thea's 100-armed giant without showing any weakness. The larger the materialized body, the more powerful it was, but the larger the body, the stronger the person's emotions. From the outside, Sinisto's giant was 70 meters tall, while Thea's giant was only 50 meters tall. It seemed that Sinisto had won by quite a bit, but considering the length of time that both sides had been in contact with the lantern ring, and the fact that Thea's ring was temporary, it could be said that the difference between the two sides wasn't that big. On the other hand, Thea's 100-armed giant was more detailed than Sinisto's. This was also why he valued it so much and even apologized to Earthlings. If Earthlings had Thea's qualities, they would have unified the universe long ago. In order to show that he valued his opponent, Sinisto turned on the lantern ring's language function and adjusted it to Earth's English. Let's begin. As he spoke, he materialized two long swords. Hearing an alien speak English was indescribable. Thea was afraid that she would laugh, so she kept a straight face and also materialized a two-handed sword. Chapter 271. The two of them first controlled the giants behind them to begin the battle. Controlling so many hands at the same time was a little taxing even for Thea with her mental strength. This was the first time Sinisto's giants had seen such an offensive situation, so the two of them fought extremely conservatively in the first round. The 100-armed giant's attacks were endless, but the damage it caused was minimal. Sinisto's giants were very experienced, and after calmly dealing with a few moves, they began to gradually counterattack when they realized that the other party wasn't too strong. As Sinisto's main body slashed at Thea with two long sabers, Thea, who had expended a lot of energy on conjuring, couldn't take it anymore. She sent Sinisto retreating with a dart and cancelled the 100-armed giant, replacing it with a burly man holding a spear and wearing a horned helmet. This was Thea's old acquaintance, Ares, the god of war. Thea knew Ares very well, and with his divinity, she was very familiar with his moves. Ares, who was 50 meters tall and wielding a spear, was perfect for dealing with Sinisto, who was 70 meters tall. She had to release a portion of her mental strength to deal with Sinisto, who was equally skilled in martial arts. The English two-handed sword with a cross handle seemed to come alive in her hands as she slashed down at Sinisto's waist. Sinisto's 2-meter-tall height was a little inadequate against Thea's 1.7-meter-tall height. After exchanging a few blows, he knew that he couldn't fight on land, so he decided to fully utilize his advantage and fight in the air. He conjured chains in an attempt to bind Thea's feet. Upon seeing his actions, Thea conjured Diana's lasso and also wrapped it around Sinisto's arm. The two of them exerted their strength at the same time, and the distance between them rapidly closed. Thea threw away the lasso and aimed her sword at Sinisto's chest in an attempt to kill him in one strike. Sinisto was a little embarrassed by her desperate fighting style. He could only control the green light energy to float in the air to dodge this heart-piercing strike, but before he could rise too high, he realized that he had been caught in a net. Not far away, Green Ares, who was fighting, threw a huge green net of light at Sinisto at the risk of being struck by his opponent's axe. Sinisto's ascent was stopped, and Thea had already risen into the air to attack. With a crisp clang, Thea's two-handed sword stabbed into the green shield conjured by Sinisto, and the two weapons shattered at the same time. When Sinisto returned to the sky, he didn't plan on engaging in a ground battle. He stretched out his arm and aimed his light ring at Thea. A green beam of light shot out. Thea imitated his actions and conjured a green shield of light to offset the damage. Then she took out two sabers and faced Sinisto, who was wielding a gigantic axe. The intense battle between the two naturally attracted the attention of the nearby Green Lantern Corps. There was a constant stream of free Green Lanterns flying outside the arena to spectate. At first, they thought that she was a new companion, but the result of the scanning function of the light ring surprised them. This woman was an Earthling. Do you know her? A few people who had a good relationship with Hal Jordan asked. Thea was the boss of a listed company. It was too easy for the light ring to search for her information. Hal Jordan didn't recognize her at first, but as time passed, he finally matched her with the information on Earth. Although he matched the person, he wasn't happy at all. Hal Jordan felt that his knowledge of Earth was too shallow. This was the daughter of the chairman of a listed company, yet she was able to fight Sinisto, the greatest warrior in the history of the Green Lantern Corps. These two identities didn't match at all. Was this because the aliens were too weak or the Earthlings were too strong? He couldn't figure it out. Faced with a few Green Lantern companions who had a good relationship with him, Hal Jordan could only smile bitterly and say, "She is a public figure. I know her, but she doesn't know me." The language translator function of the green light ring was unbelievably powerful. The Green Lanterns from several different planets actually understood the meaning of the word public figure. They were a little stunned. What Hal Jordan could think of, they could naturally think of as well. This random person on Earth was able to fight to a draw with their greatest warrior. How high was this Earthling's strength? Sinisto naturally saw a large number of Green Lantern Corps members converging here. He didn't want his subordinates to see that he hadn't taken down a newcomer after so long. The energy of the light ring began to operate at full force. Relying on his rich experience, he tried to suppress Thea with his strength. A large amount of emotional energy was materialized by him. Swords, giant axes, energy bullets, and they bombarded Thea like raindrops. Although Thea was slightly suppressed, she wasn't dispirited. This battle was unfair from the beginning. How many years had the opponent used his light ring? How many minutes had it taken her? If she could win against this group of people, she would have slit her own throat. She responded to Sinisto's attacks with a learning attitude. Thea absorbed Sinisto's combat experience like a sponge. A lot of knowledge and magic mutually verified each other, which made her a little impulsive. The battle entered a stalemate. Sinisto used all his skills. He felt that he had never been so serious in the training field before. He brought out the determination to fight to the death. He had to suppress Thea. However, as he continued to exert his strength, Thea's various uses of the light ring became more and more proficient under his demonstration. The situation on the battlefield had been maintained at 60% for a long time, while Thea was at 40%. Neither of them had the ability to break the stalemate. Of course, if this continued, Sinisto would definitely win, but he disdained such a victory. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, to rely on a prolonged battle to defeat a newcomer who had used her light ring for a few minutes? He still wanted to save face. In contrast to Sinisto's anxiety, Thea became more and more confident as the battle went on. What greatest warrior? Bah! That was all there was to it. The light ring's main source of energy was emotional conviction. Her confidence increased, and without her noticing, her attacks became stronger. As members of the Green Lantern Corps who had dealt with the green light ring for most of their lives, other than the newcomer Hal Jordan, all of them noticed that Thea's confidence was steadily increasing. What did this mean? It meant that she was confident that she could win. The few of them didn't dare to interrupt the battle. They could only exchange looks of surprise. A few of them even prayed to the gods of their own planets. "Lord Sinisto, you must hold on. If you lose, we will all be embarrassed." Sinisto naturally saw Thea's slow but steady increase in conviction. This made him feel a little incredulous. "I, the great Sinisto, will not be defeated by you." His hands gathered a huge amount of emotional energy. His arms were like clockwork, tirelessly shooting large amounts of energy balls at Thea. Thea began to constantly dodge in the air. When she couldn't dodge, she used her shield to block. In the end, Thea conjured a pair of wings for herself to increase her mobility in the air. Sinisto's outburst lasted for a full minute before he stopped attacking and focused on the results of his battle. Chapter 272. In a cloud of smoke, Thea saw Sinisto's weakness and took 2 green energy bullets head-on. She then threw out the green emotional chain that the Green Lantern Corps loved to use and tied him up 3 times. However, she still felt that it wasn't secure enough. So she imitated the hexagon light prison and conjured 6 green pillars of light that squeezed Sinisto tightly. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. The battlefield was silent. All the Green Lantern Corps on Ura had heard the news and came over. They couldn't believe that their leader had been defeated, and many of them were silently cheering for Sinisto. However, their silent support didn't have any effect. Instead, it made Sinisto feel humiliated that he had fallen to such a state. Thea's restraints were extremely tight, and he couldn't break free no matter how many times he tried. However, the benefits of having a strong will were evident. Even though Sinisto was furious, he didn't panic and order his giants to give up their advantage to rescue him. Sinisto's giants already had the absolute advantage, and he believed that it wouldn't take long for them to finish off Thea's giants. However, he had no choice but to give up on all of this and rescue the trapped Sinisto first. Thea naturally wouldn't let him escape. She constantly conjured various long-range weapons and joined forces with her giants to attack Sinisto crazily, but their attacks were all eaten by Sinisto's giants. His original 70 meters tall quickly shrunk to 50 meters, and his body was full of holes. However, his sacrifice was worth it. Sinisto used his strength to finally break free before injecting energy into his giants to stabilize their bodies. The rapid depletion of the lamp ring's power dispelled his thoughts of ending the battle quickly. He flew into the giant's body. On one hand, he could control it more flexibly, and on the other hand, he could recover his exhausted stamina. There's such a thing? Thea had always thought that congealing meant fighting separately from the main body. Now that she had learned another trick, she did the same. She flew into the giant's body and familiarized herself with it a little before controlling the body that was several times larger. The giant that looked like Ares was fully controlled by her, as though the ancient gods of Earth had returned to the mortal world. On this planet that was countless light years away from Earth, Ares let out a deafening roar as fighting spirit lingered around his body. Although he was slightly smaller than Sinisto's giant, his aura was stronger. With a spear in hand, he bravely faced Sinisto, who was wielding a giant axe. The Green Light Army was most familiar with the aura surrounding the Ares. It was courage. Unparalleled courage. Even if the Green Lantern Corps wanted to help Sinisto, they couldn't do so. They couldn't question such a noble character. Sinisto relied on his steel-like willpower to face any enemy. He also abandoned his worries and fought fearlessly. The battle between the two became more and more intense. Sinisto won in terms of familiarity with his control, and the intensity of his energy far exceeded Thea's. Thea, on the other hand, was a level higher than him in terms of martial arts. She relied on her skillful techniques to constantly find opportunities to severely injure her opponent. The scale of their battle was getting bigger and bigger, and it was exhilarating. Inexplicably carefree, Thea felt a huge wave of joy. The stronger her fighting spirit, the more the giant she conjured looked like herself. The divinity of Ares that she had obtained that day was rapidly fusing. Originally, she had absorbed less than 20% of it in the past 6 months, but with Thea's fighting spirit being amplified 100-fold by the lamp ring, her fusion speed was rapidly increasing. In this short battle with Sinisto, she had absorbed more than 5% of it. She didn't expect the lamp ring to have such benefits. Thea's originally indifferent attitude changed subtly. If those old fellows were to give her the green light later, should she accept it? The effort and reward seemed a little disproportionate. It was a little difficult to choose. When Sinisto once again repelled Thea's pounce, even his strongest willpower was a little overwhelmed. Thea fully demonstrated what it meant to get stronger the more she fought. The original 6 versus 4 battle was on the verge of ending in a tie. Sinisto began attacking without regard for anything else. He didn't want to continue fighting like this. When the giant was injured, he would use the lamp ring's energy to replenish it. Injury for injury, it was a contest of who had more energy. He ignored Thea's proficient combat techniques. Although the situation was a little ugly, it had to be said that this shameless fighting style had indeed hit Thea's weak spot. She had only obtained the lamp ring for a short period of time, and the time it took to convert her emotions into energy was much longer than Sinisto's. Slowly, she began to run out of energy. When her energy was depleted, it was useless even if she had courage. This was Sinisto's plan. It was simple and crude, using his strength to attack his opponent's weakness. "It won't be that easy to defeat me," Thea shouted loudly. Her giant was impacted by her intense emotions, and its appearance finally became like her. The will of the god of war seemed to have fused with her. The god of war could be defeated, but it would never admit defeat. Countless phantoms appeared behind Thea's giant. This was the scene of the ancient people of Earth fighting against the heavens and the earth. Unyielding, tenacious, fight to the end. The giant held a spear and stomped on the ground. With an unstoppable momentum, it charged at Sinisto's giant. "Your tenacity is admirable, but you can't defeat me." As her direct opponent, Sinisto knew her every change like the back of his hand. Unwilling to admit defeat, he squeezed out new energy from his body and infused it into his giant. He conjured a very thick shield and prepared to take Thea's strongest attack head-on. Although Sinisto was extremely calm, he still wavered slightly in the face of Thea's overwhelming momentum. He put away his great axe and injected all his energy into his giant, raising the thick shield with all his might. The surroundings were quiet. Everyone was waiting for the strongest scene of this battle to take place. Thea felt that her momentum had reached its peak. She exerted strength in her legs and leaped into the air. At this moment, her agile figure seemed to have fused with Horus's authority, the bravery of the god of war, and the sharpness of a goshawk. Thea had a premonition that her opponent would definitely not be able to withstand her attack. But something unexpected happened. Boom! Thea's giant exploded violently. Powerful shockwaves surged in all directions. The Green Lantern Corps present hurriedly created barriers to block the turbulent energy waves. Thea, whose face was covered in dust, ignored Sinisto, who was still on guard. She flew angrily to the Guardian's side. "What kind of broken ring is this? It actually exploded." Fortunately, she discovered it in time and released the energy in all directions. Otherwise, she would have been in danger as she was at the center. The blue-skinned Guardians were a little speechless. It was just a temporary ring. How much energy did you expect to be able to withstand? Indeed, they had not considered the issue of the maximum energy capacity of the ring. The temporary ring was mainly used for the Green Lantern recruits to adapt to the training. Who among the recruits could use it as fiercely as Thea? She had blown it up. This was something they had not expected. Chapter 273. Their conversation was naturally overheard by the Green Lantern Corps and Hal Jordan. What was the meaning of this? The ring exploded. Hal Jordan had witnessed Thea's entire battle, and was even more certain that this young lady was not from the same world as him. Especially at the last moment. Even though he had only felt the aftershock, he knew that there was no way he could have blocked it. The steel-willed Sinisto was a little dumbfounded at this time. At first, he thought that it was Thea's ultimate move, and that she had hidden it well behind the shield. But the subsequent development of the situation told him that he was wrong. As someone who had trained countless Corps soldiers, he really did not know that there would be a day when a temporary ring would explode. How strong was this feeling? Seeing that the battle could not continue, he canceled the concretion and adjusted his breathing. This battle had consumed a lot of his energy. Faced with Thea's questioning, the Guardians could not come to a consensus. There were those who supported Thea, those who supported Sinisto, and those who wanted them to fight again. The little blue man asked for their opinions and made a final judgment. Sinisto will be the final winner of this battle. I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. I refuse to admit victory. Thea was immediately angry. This is clearly a problem with your quality. I didn't lose. Although Sinisto really wanted the yellow light ring, his pride did not allow him to accept this kind of victory. This was not a victory, but a humiliation to him. The two of them rejected the little blue man's judgment, which made the little blue man's nose almost crooked. He wanted to let them continue fighting, even if they were beaten to death. However, in order to maintain their authority, even if what they said was wrong, they had to stick to it. For a moment they were a little hesitant. Just as they were thinking hard, an unexpected disruptor gave them a way out. "Elders, Earth is in danger. I beg for your help." The one who spoke was a little funny, but with a strong sense of justice. Hal Jordan, a Green Lantern Corps recruit. Although this Earthling's combat strength was a little weak, he was very perceptive. The little blue man no longer nitpicked at Hal Jordan and said gently, "You are right. It is our duty to maintain the peace of the universe. You go first. The follow-up troops will arrive soon." The hot-blooded young man, Hal Jordan, was tricked by the old man into going to Earth first. He happily flew out of Ura and headed for Earth. The remaining green light onlookers were sent back to pack up their equipment by the little blue men in the name of saving Earth. Only the Guardians, Thea and Sinisto, were left in the originally crowded arena. The Guardian summoned the ring that was constantly flashing with yellow light from the void, and did not talk about the battle just now. Next, let the yellow light ring choose its user. Who wants to go first? Thea hesitated for a moment, but Sinisto had already walked out. "I'll go first." Thea also wanted to see the process first. She nodded to indicate that she could accept it. After all, she wasn't as determined as Sinisto. Sinisto took off the green ring and took a deep breath. He walked to the floating yellow ring and grabbed it. Ugh! A painful cry sounded in the square. Sinisto's tall body was instantly knocked down as he knelt on the ground. He made all sorts of incomprehensible sounds from time to time. His face was distorted, and large amounts of sweat seeped out of his purple skin. His hands subconsciously grabbed the soil on the ground as the blood vessels on his palms protruded. He looked rather ferocious. Thea was shocked. "Is there a mistake? It's so painful." Seeing Sinisto's facial features squeezed together as though he was giving birth, she felt a little guilty. Is this the legendary person who subdued the Parallax monster? Could it be that he didn't subdue the yellow light ring today in the original timeline? In fact, she wasn't wrong. Sinisto had indeed not reached the highest point in history. In addition, he had expended a lot of his energy fighting with Thea. Although the yellow light ring's birth was inevitable, the Guardians didn't wish for it to be born so early. They had set up this trap because of his urgency. They didn't give Sinisto time to recover, allowing him to face the yellow light ring in a slightly weaker state. This was their obvious scheme. However, they had underestimated Sinisto's potential and ambition. Despite knowing that the situation was disadvantageous to him, he still resolutely jumped in. He relied on his faith and determination. To the Guardian's disappointment, Sinisto's throat couldn't even make a sound after half an hour of mental suppression. However, he finally overcame his fear of the yellow light ring. Although the process was extremely difficult and he sat on the ground in exhaustion, there was no doubt that he had obtained the yellow light ring's recognition. They couldn't deny it, but Thea still caught the worry in the corners of their eyes. "Miss Thea, it's your turn." Although they didn't have much hope for her, they had plenty of time. It wasn't a big deal to let Thea try. If Sinisto had the strength, he would definitely object. "What kind of joke is this? I've already obtained its recognition, and you still want her to go?" However, he was already exhausted and was trying his best not to faint. It was already a display of his strong willpower that he could barely sit up straight. Thea walked forward uneasily and imitated Sinisto's actions, grabbing the yellow light ring. A merry-go-round scene flashed before her eyes. The first scene that caught her eyes was the scene of someone failing an exam. Thea sneered. "I don't write a word, but I have money. I can fill in any score. Is this considered fear?" The death of her parents made Thea slightly sad. But when she saw Moira being killed by Death Knell and Malcolm crying as he was blown up, she still chuckled softly. Death Knell could be crushed to death with one hand. With Malcolm's strong life, there were very few people who could kill him. Even if he died, he would die with a smile. What kind of nonsense was this? When the scene of Diana being burned to death on a cross appeared, Thea laughed out loud. It was too funny. Diana was a demigod and one of the strongest demigods. How could a mortal's flame burn her to death? Nonsense. The next few scenes seemed to correspond to the transmigrators that she had fused with, but they were very blurry and the images were very vague. They looked very fake. Thea glanced at them and didn't think much of it. When Huangjie transformed into a giant that somewhat resembled Darkseid and was blinded by Thea with a steel drill, Huangjie seemed to have crashed and no longer appeared in the scene. What was Huangjie trying to do? Thea couldn't help but think. Was this thing fated with her? Wasn't it too obvious that it was going easy on her? In fact, if Huangjie had a human form, it would make a helpless expression. Did Thea feel fear? She definitely did, but who were the people she was afraid of? The yellow light ring, which was based on a parallax monster, couldn't transform into these people. Not even their shadows. Chapter 274. The few that Thea was afraid of were existences that transcended the natural order. The parallax monster was still within the range of the natural order, so the yellow light ring naturally did not have the ability to replicate them to scare Thea. The emotional spectrum sounded high and mighty, but those few had the ability to completely erase it from the natural order. It did not want to be unlucky. However, Thea's fear was firmly occupied by those few. The parallax monster actually understood Thea very well because it was also afraid of those few. It tried to find a new loophole in its mind, but it was helpless because the few of them occupied too much of its fear. The remaining fear was distributed to other scenes, creating a bunch of hilarious illusions. The parallax monster was the yellow light ring's lantern beast. Now Thea was afraid, but she was not afraid of the parallax monster. This created a logical paradox. How should it judge? The somewhat rigid yellow light ring was stumped. The yellow light ring's logical judgment was on the brink of a crash. Thea's consciousness automatically returned to her body, and she realized that everyone was looking at her attentively. Among them, Sinisto's bull-like eyes were especially exaggerated. "Why are you looking at me?" Thea realized that the yellow light ring's test was not over yet. It was still emitting a strong light, so she did not dare to let go. She asked Sinisto in dissatisfaction. She didn't know that Sinisto had been frightened by her laughter. Was there a mistake? How can you still laugh when there are so many scary scenes? Or do you Earthlings use laughter as a substitute for expressing your feelings of fear? It's too scary. He could not help but wonder if he had not conquered the yellow light ring and was still in the illusion. The Guardians and Thea looked at each other, trying to figure out what was going on. "You came out in just 2 minutes?" Her expression was normal, and it did not look like she was scared out of her wits. The Guardians who had lived for countless years were completely confused by her. The few of them waited quietly. After another hour, the yellow light ring's light suddenly exploded, and then violently shrunk. This repeated several times. Just as Thea was wondering if Huangjie had also exploded because of her, Huangjie finally walked out of his logical dead end. Continuously releasing energy had weakened yellow ring, causing it to hover weakly in the air. Sinisto and Thea both looked at it nervously, hoping that they would be the chosen one. Should he choose Sinisto, who had overcome the fear of the light rings, or Thea, who wasn't afraid of the parallax? The yellow light rings kept flying in front of the two of them, and they couldn't make up their minds for a long time. In order to increase his chances of being chosen, Sinisto took off the green light ring a second time. In this timeline, no one had ever worn 2 light rings at the same time. Even though Sinisto believed that he was far better than his predecessors, he still wanted to obtain the recognition of the light ring first. He could discuss the rest later. The Guardians saw how he took off the green light ring so easily. They silently communicated with each other through their minds. This choice took another 10 minutes. Sinisto, who had taken off the light ring, was a little weak. The previous battle and mental strength test had taken a huge toll on him, and now he was forcing himself to wait for the result. On the other hand, Thea was in a much better state. She was no longer as anxious as before. It was fine if she chose herself, but it was fine if she didn't. When she deactivated her green light transformation, her original clothes reappeared. She took out a piece of chewing gum from her satchel and chewed as she waited for the result. In the end, the yellow light ring still couldn't make up its mind. This light ring flashed with a strange rhythm, and under the delighted gazes of the Guardians, this first yellow light ring in history finally split into 2 and landed in front of each of them. Intelligent life form has been chosen. Earth's Thea Quinn, you have the ability to inflict great fear on others. Welcome to the Yellow Light Core. Intelligent life form has been chosen. Korgas Tal Sinisto, you have the ability to inflict great fear on others. Welcome to the Yellow Light Core. The light ring that stopped in front of Thea was light yellow, while the light ring in front of Sinisto was dark yellow. Both of them were a little puzzled. The cunning guardian suppressed the joy in their hearts and pretended to be kind to help them explain. This light ring can't determine which of you is more suitable for it, so it chose to split. You must cherish it. The light ring that could have caused them trouble had chosen to split itself. Although the first light ring didn't have the right to command other light rings of the same color, the first light ring was the most powerful and had the richest foundation. The guardians were the founders of the green light core. From the bottom of their hearts, they didn't want to see the birth of the yellow light ring. But the law of the development of things and the supreme existences didn't allow them to drag things out. They still conscientiously forged the first yellow light ring in this world. Sinisto had no choice, but today, Thea's unexpected help had taken away half of the originally terrifying yellow light ring. Sinisto, who had obtained more than half of its power, wouldn't be able to stand on his own for a short period of time. This made the guardians overjoyed. Thea didn't know about their secret calculations. She only knew that it was time for her to take the spoils of war. At this time, Sinisto's condition was too bad, so he didn't take it immediately. She didn't care. The emotion she felt from the light ring didn't seem to be rejection, but more like goodwill. Without hesitation, Thea reached out to take the yellow light ring and recited the oath attached to the ring that represented her true feelings. The dark day is boundless, and the white night is clear. Evil people and traitors, fear my divine light. Ghosts and rascals difficult to hide, the yellow light shines forever, the light of eternity. The light yellow light engulfed Thea. All kinds of knowledge were injected into her in a few seconds. When Thea reappeared in front of them, she had changed into a yellow and black outfit. A portion of the yellow energy originally needed to modify the body of the light ring's user. After all, most light ring users were just ordinary people. However, Thea's body was far stronger than the limit of the light ring's modification. This portion of the energy had nowhere to go, so it could only work on her clothes. Her shoulders, gauntlets, and boots were light yellow, while the rest of her body was black. The high collar at the collar set off her slender neck. On her chest was the traditional symbol of the yellow light core. After being injected with knowledge, Thea understood that this symbol represented the parallax, a somewhat abstract image of an insect. Unlike ordinary people, she also had a black cloak. The cloak was very long and thick, and there was an even larger symbol of the yellow light core on the back. Traditionally, the yellow light core could call it a day and leave after reaching this stage. However, Thea had inherited the first light ring of the yellow light core. The light ring stipulated the task she was responsible for. She still had one more thing to do. Without thinking about the ability she had obtained, Thea stretched out her right hand with the light ring and pulled something out of the void. It was a thick book with brown pages and metal chains. I am Thea Quinn of the yellow light core. I declare that the parallax book is in my possession. Chapter 275. Sinisto's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he saw this scene. He hesitated for a moment, but he didn't expect Thea to beat him to it. He no longer cared about his mental state and grabbed the yellow light ring with the conviction that he was ready to die. Thankfully, the yellow light ring didn't make things difficult for him again, allowing him to calm down. After pondering for a moment, Sinisto recited his yellow light oath. The dark day is vast, the white night is clear. Evil followers and traitors, fear my divine light. Terrible fire burns and those who oppose me perish. With fear as the source, eternal light. When he recited the last sentence, Sinisto was extremely hesitant, but he didn't dare to mention anything about Side's authority. Just like Thea's clothes, he was also wearing yellow and black tights. He didn't care much about his clothes. Just like Thea, he pulled out a large blob of yellow energy from the void and announced loudly, I'm also the leader of the yellow light core. I'm Tal Sinisto. I announce that I'll be in control of the yellow light ring's energy and create a new yellow light ring. Thea felt like laughing when she saw this scene. After her disruption, the power of the first yellow light ring had been reduced by half. Sinisto's dream of going solo had been cut in half by her before it even began. Even if his ambitions were still there, he would need to put in more effort than before to realize them. Perhaps he wouldn't even be able to rebel. What if he worked in the green light core for the rest of his life? Thinking about it, if he became Ion Knight Sinisto, That didn't sound too bad. If Thea felt like laughing, the old fogies almost laughed out loud. Even with hundreds of millions of years of acting experience, they couldn't hide the joy in the corners of their eyes. They pretended to be serious as they watched Thea and Sinisto sort out their new abilities. The communication between their consciousnesses could only be described as relaxed and happy. The yellow light had turned into such a ghastly state. The initial powerful energy had been split in two. And Sinisto still wanted to rebel? Just do your job. The crisis of their general betraying them had been greatly delayed. The few of them were suppressing their emotions, afraid that they would agitate Sinisto, who was still their strongest fighter, if they revealed an excited expression. Sigh. Thea sorted out her new abilities. It was a pity that the first yellow ring had been split apart. Although its power was still superior to other rings of the same color, many of its functions were unavoidably damaged. The yellow ring's realization, protective shield, high-speed flight, and wormhole ability still existed. But one of Yellow Lamp's powerful abilities had been split into two. This ability was called Instilling Fear. The original lantern ring found the target of the target's fear, then magnified it 10 times or 100 times, scaring the enemy until they couldn't take care of themselves. But now, Thea's ring had obtained the ability to see the source of the target's fear, and Sinisto had obtained the ability to magnify 100 times. Such a powerful skill had been dismantled and destroyed. Thea was in a better situation. She found the origin energy of fear and used it as a short movie to watch. Then she combined it with her magic to create an illusion and cause some trouble. Sinisto, on the other hand, was in trouble. He didn't know magic, so who knew what the enemy was afraid of? He had to try it out one by one. Both of them were unhappy when they saw this. But after all, Sinisto had obtained most of the ring's functions, such as energy birth, environment playback, invisibility, light refraction, cell regeneration, and energy absorption. Thea had obtained phase shift, space warp, emergency teleportation, and an unbelievable ability, Kryptonian recharge. What the hell was this? The yellow lantern ring also had a part of the sun's ability? Thea looked at it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. She only knew that the green lantern ring could imitate the wavelength of kryptonite radiation, but the yellow lantern ring could actually recharge. One was damaging while the other was replenishing. Thea felt the deep malice of the world's will towards the Kryptonians. In summary, Sinisto had obtained all the skills that leaned towards combat, while Thea had obtained all the skills that could help her escape. This made her a little speechless. She felt that the yellow lantern ring was mocking her from the bottom of her heart. If there was a benefit to the yellow lantern ring being split into two, it would be that when facing the blue lantern ring, which could restrain the yellow lantern ring, it would be restrained. But from Sinisto's expression, although he had obtained most of the yellow lantern ring's abilities, he was not satisfied. He was extremely dissatisfied. The yellow lantern ring did not change his strength drastically. He, the self-proclaimed leader, had no binding power over Thea, not to mention that she had the Book of Parallax. Lord Guardian, may I know what this book is? Thea looked at the book for a long time. Other than a few hieroglyphs on the cover that automatically told her the meaning, there was not a single word in the book. It was just a blank book. What was the use of it? The little blue man explained to her word by word. The parallax comes from the wall of origin. That is the edge of the universe, the origin of all existence. It is unknown where his true body exists, but the yellow energy comes from the antimatter realm. I believe you have passed through the antimatter realm on your way to Ura. That place cannot be understood by science, logic, or inference. It is the opposite of all rational beings. The yellow lantern ring's energy comes from there, the Guardian said as he pointed at the yellow energy in Sinisto's hand. As for the book in your hand, it should be the Yellow Lantern Corps' roster. Every Corps member will have their name imprinted on it. They will abide by the rules set by the two of you. There will be rewards for meritorious service and punishments for transgressions. There might be other effects, so you will have to figure it out yourself. This book is similar to the Book of Ura of our Green Lantern Corps, but the energy for the book will have to be collected by you. Thea nodded. Wasn't this just a roster? Sinisto would recruit people, record their names, and give them all kinds of benefits? According to the settings of the past, Sinisto would be the red stick in charge of recruiting people to fight, while she would be the white paper fan in charge of logistics. There was nothing else to say. She had to imprint her name on it first. As Thea thought, she imprinted her name on the first line of the first page under Sinisto's murderous gaze. I am the leader. I should be the one to register first. Sinisto was so angry that he pointed his finger at Thea, almost unable to speak. Don't think I didn't see it. You secretly made a charging yellow lantern, right? Why didn't you give me one? Thea had long seen Sinisto's little trick. Was he bullying her for not knowing that these lantern rings needed to be charged frequently? I know a lot. You want to rely on this lantern to suppress Thea? Dream on. Sinisto had no choice but to use the yellow energy to make a lantern and pass it to Thea. Thea looked at it and tested it with the lantern ring. Sure enough, it could be charged. Only then did she pass the parallax book to Sinisto. Using the lantern ring to record his name on the book, Sinisto saw his name on the second line, and there was no need to mention how sullen he felt. However, it had to be said that this person was really ambitious and ruthless. He was about to explode from anger, but he still calmly discussed the various rules and regulations with Thea. Sinisto, who didn't dare to betray the Green Lantern Corps for the time being, could be said to be experienced and knowledgeable. Thea managed a listed company, so the various rules and regulations were like child's play to her. The two of them quickly discussed a rough draft. Chapter 276. With the plan in place, Sinisto would be in charge of the recruitment. Once the staff was recruited, he would go to Earth to get a stamp from Thea. They would be official workers. What would happen if they weren't stamped? The ring that Thea blew up was one of the possible outcomes for temporary workers. What if he couldn't find Thea when he arrived on Earth? Just wait. Would Moira be scared of all kinds of strange aliens coming to Star City every day? The answer was yes. Without a doubt, the location would be in Seaside City. Presumably, the residents of Seaside City wouldn't mind setting up an office of the Yellow Lantern Corps next to the Green Lantern Corps' office on Earth. The huge Green Lantern Corps could also help the weak Yellow Lantern Corps. The two corps might even defend the peace of the universe together in the future. In short, Thea and Sinisto's first cooperation wasn't a pleasant one. However, both of them restrained themselves and didn't fight, which disappointed the sinister little blue men who were prepared to watch a good show. Sinisto made an excuse that he was severely mentally injured and flew away. He didn't mention anything about the parallax demon. Anyway, Thea would be there to deal with it. It would be better if he died. Thea couldn't be as detached as him. Although there were many hidden strong people on Earth, she was still a little worried. The little blue men seemed to kindly remind her that with the speed of the parallax demon, it would arrive on Earth in 10 minutes. Why don't you hurry over? Faced with the little blue men's attitude, Thea was a little depressed. No wonder Sinisto wanted to rebel and Hal wanted to kill them all. These guys really didn't leave a good impression on her. She had helped them so much to prevent the division of the Green Lantern Corps, but there were no rewards or benefits. They didn't even say a word of thanks. These bastards. Thea wasn't someone to be trifled with either. Ever since she met Batman, she hadn't learned much about martial arts or science, but her skin had thickened considerably. She pretended not to see the other party's intention to chase her away, and continued to talk to them. Respected Guardians, the humans on Earth are few and weak. I'm afraid we won't be able to fight against the parallax demons. We will continue to seek the Green Lantern Corps' assistance. Thea's words were sincere, and her voice was gentle and moving, making her listeners cry. She automatically ignored Superman, Diana, and other powerful people. In her description, the people on Earth were all children with cerebral palsy, and their strength was so weak that it made people's hair stand on end. If you don't send troops, we'll be dead. However, the Guardians had lived for hundreds of millions of years. Weren't they just shameless? Who didn't know how to do that? Several of the Guardians took turns telling Thea about the difficulties of the Green Lantern Corps. They talked about how large the area they governed was, how the quality of the members was uneven, and how many of them had died in battle. They made it sound as if 100 Green Lanterns were dying every second. Thea was completely defeated by their shamelessness. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't say anything. How about this? This is a war between the Yellow Lantern Corps and the Parallax Demons. It's not appropriate for us to participate too much. However, Hal Jordan is a great Green Lantern warrior. He can represent us in the war to protect Earth. Shay almost spat in his face. What great Green Lantern warrior? Are you talking about Hal Jordan? With just a few words from you, Hal Jordan was upgraded to a great Green Lantern warrior? This great Green Lantern warrior was too worthless. Besides, Hal Jordan had already flown to Earth. Whether you approve or not is meaningless. Thea finally experienced the highest level of shamelessness. She was deeply impressed. She could only speechlessly say goodbye to the Guardians. Wearing the Yellow Lantern ring felt completely different from wearing the previous temporary Green Lantern ring. Although more than half of its functions were missing, the power of the first ring was far greater than the subsequent rings, not to mention the temporary Yellow Lantern ring that was just a replica. A lot of knowledge about space flashed through her mind. The teleportation of the Yellow Lantern ring was different from magical teleportation. Its theory was completely on the physical level. It was very similar to the theory of the Einstein-Rosen bridge on Earth. It used the gravitational field equation to connect 2 points to create a wormhole. What a magical theory! Thea waved at the Guardians and stepped forward into the wormhole. They passed by 15 planets in a row. Some of them were desolate, and some of them were filled with all kinds of strange creatures. Some of them were worshipping Sia, who had appeared out of thin air, and many of them were attacking her with all kinds of weapons. Thea didn't waste any time and continued to teleport. It took her a lot of effort to master how to use the wormhole. When Thea returned to Seaside City, it was less than 10 minutes before the Parallax demons arrived. With the Eye of Horus, she saw Green Lantern Hal Jordan evacuating the crowd. Beside him should be his girlfriend, Carol Ferris. The two of them were constantly persuading the nearby residents to evacuate. Unfortunately, most of the residents sneered at him when he said that there would be a big monster descending from the sky in 10 minutes. This guy is really inexperienced. How many people can you persuade with such empty words? A city with a population of 7 million. It would take at least 3 to 5 years to persuade them one by one. Thea took out her phone and dialed the emergency number of the Heaven's Eye Society. What's the matter? Amanda's voice came from the phone. Thea was a little relieved. This black-hearted, iron-blooded woman was very reliable in this emergency. Listen to me, Amanda. I don't have much time. I'm only going to say this once. A scary monster is flying from the outer sky to Seaside City. Do you still remember the toad that knocked you out? It was attracted by him. I need you to immediately evacuate the residents of Seaside City. Time is tight, so I'm counting on you. Thea hung up the phone after she finished speaking. She still had to call another person. Uncle Bruce, listen to me. Thea repeated the long story again. In the end, she got to her real purpose. The last time we fought the big zombie, can you still contact your friend in the blue shirt and red cape? Seaside City needs him. Of course you better come. Although Bruce Wayne felt that it was a little ridiculous, his strong mental fortitude allowed him to make a calm judgment. He believed Thea's words and said that the person he contacted would arrive soon. He was also rushing to Seaside City. Without seeing the Parallax Demon, there was no way to refer to the plot of the movie. With the help of the two cheats, Superman and Batman, he should have some confidence. If he really couldn't beat them, he could open a wormhole and escape with his family. Some of the planets they passed by on the way were quite suitable for living. Although Thea did not dare to contact Moira directly, she still told Felicity. Alien monster. Felicity's voice was an octave higher. She heartlessly said that she would hack into a few satellites to watch the live broadcast. Sigh. Thea sighed. Felicity's way of thinking was indeed different from ordinary people. A normal person would have been scared out of their wits. What was her emotion? It was excitement, the kind of joy that came from coming into contact with a secret. What a weirdo. Chapter 277. Thea had done what she needed to do. She sat alone on the roof of an apartment, waiting for the arrival of the Parallax Demon. Her yellow clothes and black cloak covered most of her face, so she was not afraid of being recognized. However, she was soon discovered. There was a Chevrolet driving on the sidewalk like crazy. Amanda, dressed in a military uniform, opened the car door and stared at Sia, who was hiding her head and tail. With the eyesight she had trained as an agent, she still recognized her. She climbed up to the roof and asked, "Why are you dressed like this? Is what you said true?" Amanda often dealt with Batman, so she knew that this group of heroes liked this style. They all covered their faces tightly, afraid that their true identity would be discovered. But Wuxia are too good at creating news. A few days ago you wanted to push down the temple. Now that the big alien monster is here, why can't you be more honest? Look at how good your brother Oliver is. He can solve all problems with a gun. Thea could only briefly explain to her again. There was no need to mention the yellow energy to her. Thea said that the monster that was coming was attracted by their research on the alien's corpse. Believe it or not, when the monster comes, all the victims will be killed by their own hands. Amanda was a little dizzy. She was indeed a little guilty. She did not expect so many things to happen after she dissected Hal Jordan's former Green Lantern. She did not dare to treat the evacuation of the residence as a joke, so she immediately ordered her subordinates to do it. The Heaven's Eye Society's style of doing things was simple and crude as usual. There was a loud explosion in the city center, and a large number of citizens fled out of the city. What did you do? The war was coming. Thea did not want to waste her divine power. In order to know the answer, she could only ask the dark-skinned woman beside her. We detonated the gas pipeline near the main road in the city center. Amanda said casually, as if it was not a bomb, but a turkey stolen from the neighbor's house. Her subordinates whispered a few words to her. Amanda looked a little sad. There were 17 bodies found at the scene, and hundreds of people were injured. If you provided false information, I'm afraid I will be shot. Don't worry, Thea is telling the truth. A large black figure landed beside the two of them with a whoosh. It was the fully armed Batman. With the help of his bat cape, he jumped down from the plane. Following him was the first Robin in a blue and black combat suit, Dick Grayson, who had now changed his name to Nightwing. My satellite found a huge figure in Jupiter's orbit. It's moving very fast. Batman was not used to moving around in broad daylight, but he still explained to Amanda. Batman had a good reputation, and Amanda immediately believed him. She stopped mentioning the shooting and began to call the government frantically. Later, she felt that it was inconvenient and directly video-called a few high-ranking officials. Thea greeted Dick Grantham, who had now changed his name to Nightwing. After Nightwing left Batman's wing, he looked a lot more confident than before. However, the 2 iron rods he was carrying were a little out of place. Speaking of which, do you really know what a disparity demon is? These 2 iron rods looked mighty, but could they really break the hair of the loggerhead demon? Thea was deeply skeptical. What's that thing coming? Batman asked. From the satellite image, the size of the monster was far larger than he had initially expected, but he still came without hesitation. Nightwing, who had received the news, also came. The two of them could be said to have come with the belief that they would die for this matter that had nothing to do with them. Thea had always admired these kind of ordinary heroes, such as the Green Arrow and Batman, who had no superpowers but had the courage to jump out. These were the real heroes. Those who had a lot of superpowers, including herself, were at most in the category of people with great power and great responsibility. They were not heroes. She roughly told Batman and Nightwing what she knew. Fear? I know. Batman immediately thought of the past. The corner of his mouth twitched, but he quickly suppressed the agitation in his heart with his willpower. Thea paid attention to this scene and felt that it was a pity. Batman's willpower was not inferior to Sinisto's. It was a pity that she did not have the ability to create a yellow light ring, and even if she did, he would not accept it. Where's your friend in the red cape? He should be nearby. He doesn't want to be seen by too many people. He can hear our conversation. Hearing that Superman was coming, Thea finally felt a little more confident. Although Superman's magic resistance was often criticized, his courage was also worthy of recognition. His low magic resistance was weak compared to his invincible body of steel. This most powerful superhero in history had endless potential. The Parallax Demon should be able to defeat him. Hey, you're back on Earth? Is that Batman beside you? Do you know each other? The few of them were wearing all kinds of tights in broad daylight. It was hard not to be seen standing on the roof of someone's house. Although Hal Jordan was a little curious about her yellow clothes, he still recognized Thea and flew up with his girlfriend. Who is this guy? Batman and Nightwing asked at the same time. Hal Jordan's blabbering made them a little annoyed. Thea could only introduce their code names to each other. For some reason, Hal Jordan also introduced his girlfriend to them. Other than Thea, who glanced at the future purple light holder, Batman and the others acted as if they did not see this big living person. Batman, who was already dressed in black, now had his face exposed. You mean this Green Lantern's previous holder landing on Earth is the cause of all the subsequent events? Hal Jordan nodded honestly. Then he realized that Batman was completely ignoring him. Will Sinestro come? What about the rest of the Green Lantern Corps? Hal Jordan continued to interrogate without noticing. What could Thea say? Sinestro could not wait for Earth to explode into cosmic dust. It would be even better if he could kill Thea while he was at it. As for those old farts, Thea felt that they knew Earth's heritage and would not be willing to send the Green Lantern Corps as cannon fodder. Thea shook her head and did not answer Hal Jordan's question. She sat alone to adjust her state and prepared to absorb the Disparity Demon's energy. That's right. As the Parallax Demon got closer to Earth, she could feel the eagerness of the Parallax Book and the yellow light ring. The book seemed to have some new functions that the Guardians did not know about after absorbing the Parallax Demon. The panicked residents of Seaside City were also constantly providing her with the yellow light ring's energy. Fear of the unknown, and fear of the future filled the hearts of these people. However, the absorption process was suddenly interrupted. An even stronger suction force descended from the sky and swept away the fear in Seaside City. The enemy is here. Thea quickly stood up and looked at the distant sky. Chapter 278. The fear entity that represented the emotions of all intelligent creatures fell from the sky. It's on West Street. Let's go there immediately. Thea did not wait for them to respond and took the lead to fly there. Batman and Nightwing, the two brave guys, also ran 2 steps and caught up with the gliding function of their cloaks. Carol, run out of the city first. Don't hesitate. Hal Jordan ordered his girlfriend to run quickly. At the same time, he also rushed to the battlefield. Thea's speed was now the fastest among them. She was the first to see the Parallax Demon. She had to admit that this guy was really conceptualized. The combination of the fear power of the Parallax Demon and the special life form of the fallen Guardian created a behemoth. It occupied the volume of an entire street. Its body was surrounded by yellow and black smoke, and the smoke constantly turned into tentacles to absorb the souls of the citizens who had not yet escaped the scene. I am the holder of the yellow light ring, the fallen Guardian. I order you with the authority of the Book of Inspection. Obey me. Thea now deeply understood the extraordinary power of the mouth game. It was really cool to talk before the fight, especially when the opponent was in her jurisdiction. Thea, who was holding the yellow light ring and holding the Book of Inspection, immediately attracted the attention of the Parallax Demon. A huge head poked out of the smoke. It looked a bit like a little blue man, but it was distorted and magnified thousands of times. The giant head was a little panicked at first, but when he looked at Thea's ring, with the rich knowledge of the Guardians, he guessed most of it and laughed. Those guys separated the rings? A bunch of idiots who can't see the power. I'll kill you first and get the yellow light ring, then I'll go to Ura to find my old friends. The Parallax Demon said and opened his mouth. A yellow beam of light with a diameter of more than 10 meters shot out. Thea immediately flew to avoid it. The beam of light hit the ground and created a large pit with a radius of more than 10 meters. What a pity. Thea could not help but sigh. If this guy had possessed any random alien, he would have been fooled by Thea. Unfortunately, he had possessed the Guardian race that had lived for hundreds of millions of years. These little blue people probably had an unparalleled understanding of the lantern ring. That was why he had been seen through at a glance and failed the negotiation. There was nothing to say. Let's fight. However, even though they were fighting, they still had to finish the formalities. Thea now had some understanding of these lantern rings. Regardless of whether they were righteous or evil, right or wrong, they must not be weak. How dare you? How dare you offend me? Thea shouted. Regardless of whether others believed it or not, she believed it herself. A giant made of yellow light appeared. The giant was wearing Ares's armor, but it looked exactly like her. It held a spear in its hand and roared indomitably. This was the first yellow light ring, although more than half of it had been taken by Sinestro. Sinestro, you were the one who took half of it. However, the remaining energy was far more than an ordinary lantern ring, not to mention the ridiculous temporary lantern ring. If the temporary lantern ring's conversion rate was set at 50 times, then the official lantern ring's conversion rate would be 100 times. The yellow lantern ring that Thea had obtained had a conversion rate of about 150 times. A large amount of controlled fear was converted into energy, and the giant that appeared grew to a height of 100 meters. The pale yellow giant exuded a shocking aura, and the fear of the surrounding citizens was inevitably absorbed by it. Two vortexes formed on the battlefield. The Parallax Demon won because of its large size, while Thea won because of her tenacious will. Both of them were frantically absorbing the fear energy around them to prepare for the upcoming battle. Is this guy an alien? Can he be attacked by physical attacks? The first to arrive at Thea's side was the guy in blue clothes and red cloak. Superman was called over in a hurry. He had heard Thea's conversation with Batman and Nightwing, but he was still a little surprised to see such a smoke-like monster with his own eyes. He was not sure if his attack could hurt it. Don't attack the smoke, it has a physical body. Thea and Superman did not know each other, but it was not like they did not know each other. She said softly and rushed forward with her spear. F***ck, she's even fiercer than me. Superman naturally knew Thea. Last time he mistakenly thought that Thea was his cousin. Later he found out that it was a misunderstanding. Now that she was leading the charge, he believed that other than kryptonite, there was nothing in the universe that could hurt his body of steel. He was not afraid at all. Superman's speed was really fast. Even though Thea took the lead, the two of them still rushed to the front of the Parallax Demon together. Die. This was the downside of the emotion spectrum. When emotions were magnified 100 times, it was too easy to become emotional. Thea couldn't control her desire to shout out loud. She aimed at the Parallax Demon's big face and stabbed it. Superman's iron fist also hit the other side of the Parallax Demon's face. The Parallax Demon did not move at all. It spat out a thick yellow light beam again and swept toward the two of them. Superman dodged it easily. However, Thea's 100-meter-tall body could not dodge it. She summoned a giant shield and was pushed back more than 300 meters. Only then did she manage to withstand the energy light beam with some difficulty. Superman flew to Thea's side. When he found that she was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "My attack power has been weakened. Is it because of fear?" He can control your fear. If your willpower is not enough to suppress your fear, you will definitely be affected, Thea patiently explained to Superman. However, when she saw him pursing his lips, she knew that he was afraid of a lot of things. The power of emotions? Batman slid all the way and used his hook and spear back and forth. He finally made it to the battle. When he saw the big monster covered in smoke, he knew that he could not use his martial arts. When he heard Thea's words, he lowered his head and began to think of a solution. Thea still had high hopes for Batman. Nightwing, who followed closely behind him, felt his legs go soft. This was not because he was afraid of heights. It was because he was affected by the Parallax Demon's aura of fear. Superman was also a little affected. However, it was unknown whether he was forcing it or he was really not afraid. He acted as if nothing had happened. However, those who were familiar with micro-expressions could see that he was very nervous. Batman, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. Batman began to operate the microcomputer on his arm. The invisible bat fighter in the sky revealed itself. Bang! Bang! The fighter fired a lot of colorless smoke bombs at the ground. This is the antidote I got from the scarecrow. It can release a kind of pheromone that makes creatures happy. I wonder if it will work. Batman finished speaking and shot his hook and spear at the roof not far away. He was ready to contribute his strength. Thea could not watch Batman fight the Parallax Demon with his fists and legs. She was someone who could ignore the Parallax Demon. This guy could scare anyone but her. She controlled the yellow giant and continued to fight with the spear. Chapter 279. With a clatter, Thea flung out a yellow materialized chain and tied it around one of the Parallax Demon's thick arms, signaling the start of the attack. Batman threw out a bat dart and looked at the effect before flying into the bat fighter. Nightwing was helpless and could only join the team on the ground to help the old and weak. The main attack came from Thea and Superman. Thea held the chain with her left hand to prevent the Parallax Demon from running around. She held a long sword in her right hand and kept stabbing the Parallax Demon. Later, she realized that this was too inefficient and changed to a big knife to cut off the smoke and tentacles on the Parallax Demon. The parts that left the parallax demon's body turned into yellow energy. 60% was absorbed by the parallax demon while 30% was absorbed by Thea's yellow ring and the Book of Inspection. Another 10% disappeared into the void. Thea was a little depressed. Her instinct told her that the missing energy went to Sanisto. I've been fighting for my life and I can still get an upgrade while hiding in Eurasia. This is so annoying. The consequence of being annoyed was to kill even more. She could at least get 30%. Her bravery really surprised Superman. With a strong sense of mission, he could not afford to be careless. He took a deep breath and blew the ice breath at the parallax demon. Batman, who was piloting the Bat Fighter, cooperated with him and shattered the frozen parts. Green Lantern Hal Jordan joined the battle midway. He materialized a machine gun and fired green energy bullets at the parallax demon. Although the joint efforts of the few of them caused quite a lot of damage to the parallax demon, there were too many people in the coastal city. It had been peaceful for too long. Amanda's explosion did not frighten the people of the city. There were still many people hiding in their homes, thinking that they could escape the disaster. However, their wishful thinking caused a lot of trouble for Thea and the others. This is bad. This guy replenishes quickly too. Unlike Thea's Eye of Horus, Superman's X-ray vision had almost zero energy consumption. When he had nothing to do, he would look around. He was the first to discover the anomaly. The few of them fought for a long time. The parallax demons were constantly absorbing the fear of the citizens, and the total energy value was increasing slightly. If Sinisto were here, he would have ordered a massacre. Unfortunately, these people were heroes of justice. Even if the sun rose from the west, they would not do such a thing. Can you release some stun weapons to stun everyone? The parallax demon was fully focused on absorbing the fear, and did not pursue them. This attack was in vain, so they retreated to discuss countermeasures. Thea saw the helplessness of the heroes of justice and gave them an idea. Good idea. Superman and Green Lantern praised in unison. However, none of them, including Thea, had any means of stunning her. The three of them looked at the person who had jumped out of the Bat Fighter. Damn it! Seeing the three inhuman guys waiting for him to speak, Batman almost cursed out loud. Did he have such a weapon? Of course he did. But what would the country and the military think if he released a weapon that could stun an entire block? Why did you secretly develop such a powerful weapon? In the future, countless questions from government officials and the Pentagon would annoy him to death. However, the arrow had already been knocked. In order to prevent more casualties, he had to continue being the scapegoat. He quickly switched the magazines on the Bat Fighter and released 3 high-intensity stun bombs into the city. The high-decibel noise reverberated through the usually quiet coastal city. The loud noise was a little too much for the heroes. Thea conjured a soundproof room. Hal Jordan saw it and was very inspired. He also made one and hid in it with Superman, who had a keen sense of hearing. His energy growth seems to have stopped. Superman said to the few of them. They were affected by the noise, but the parallax demon had long lost the ability to hear. They hid in the small yellow and green house boldly. The parallax demon was not blind. He was directly smashed to pieces and continued to fight. The few of them attacked together again. They could see that the parallax demon's energy growth had slowed down. Thea found that her energy growth was almost stagnant. Now, in order to continue to maintain the huge energy consumption, she could only absorb from the parallax demon. While avoiding the attacks of various smoke tentacles, she cut off its limbs and absorbed its fear ability. While she was fighting, she saw Nightwing on the ground pass by her on a motorcycle and threw her a headset. Needless to say, it must be Batman's. She connected the line. What's the matter? 5 F-22s from the National Guard are about to depart and enter the battlefield in 5 minutes. The regular army is also on the way. Amanda wants to know if we can defeat this guy. Batman was also exhausted. He was fighting monsters while dealing with all kinds of wrangling. Is Amanda on the line? I'm here. Can't you guys drag this big guy out of the city to fight? The voice of the commander in black came from the communicator. This guy has no feet. Can't you see? He hasn't moved a single step from the fight until now. What do you want me to do? Thea was also helpless about the demolition scene. The destructive power of the few of them was too great, and there was no way to control the energy. The only good news was that the reconstruction work would be difficult. Unlike Wayne Enterprises, which had long transitioned to biopharmaceutical research, and Luther Group, which focused on high-tech materials. As the only company in the country that still retained a large number of construction teams, the future reconstruction of Seaside City would be a big cake. Thea canceled the giant's materialization. She didn't know if the parallax demon was possessed by the guardian little blue man. It could be said that it didn't know any martial arts. When faced with Thea's attacks, it didn't dodge at all. It only knew how to stab each other. Such a simple and crude combat ability left Thea speechless. No matter how clever her moves were, she couldn't do anything against this. She could only materialize a giant dragon with greater physical attack power. The dragon's teeth, claws, and wings flapped. The golden dragon looked quite righteous if one didn't consider the energy source of the light ring. The giant golden dragon grabbed the parallax demon's body. Its huge head seemed to be its weakness no matter how Thea looked at it. Without caring about the energy consumption, the dragon's claws dug into the parallax demon's body and pulled out the parallax demon's head with all its might. The heroes weren't stupid. They aimed at the parallax demon's head with all their might. Thea's giant dragon was blocking Superman's angle of attack, so he could only sweep it with his heat ray. Batman's fighter also activated all its weapon systems and launched a barrage of frost bombs and incendiary bombs. However, the combined attack power of the two of them was not as powerful as Hal Jordan's. Every time the green energy bomb that represented courage hit the parallax demon's body, the energy in the parallax demon's body could be seen rolling violently. Green Lantern, don't stop. Your attacks are the most effective against him. Thea encouraged Hal Jordan loudly. After accidentally taking a green stray bullet, she also experienced the damage caused by the Green Lantern and the Yellow Lantern's attributes. Hal Jordan, who was already crazy to begin with, was like a runaway horse. He started shooting even more recklessly. Chapter 280. However, 3 seconds later, Thea was infuriated by Hal Jordan's idiotic behavior. The parallax demon seemed to be dissatisfied with Thea's materialized dragon lying on its face. It opened its mouth wide and a yellow energy beam was rapidly brewing. Thea quickly controlled the dragon to avoid the front. Unexpectedly, the parallax demon's lips curled into a sinister smile. 2 giant hands reached out from the smoke, grabbed the dragon and threw it at Hal Jordan, who was happily firing at it. This idiot did not even notice who was coming. A fierce rain of bullets directly thinned Thea's energy shield by a layer. Idiot! Do you have eyes? Thea was trembling with anger. Hal Jordan also knew that he was too happy and quickly apologized to her. Thea needed to recover the energy that was depleted by her own people. This frontline shield task was handed over to Superman. Even though the closer he was to the parallax demon, the stronger his fear was, Superman still charged forward without hesitation. No, Superman's energy consumption is too great. Amanda, can you transport the Scarecrow to the front line? The safety of Earth requires his expertise. Thea looked at Superman and realized that he was mostly using his steel body to tank the damage. His expression was getting worse and worse. He could only contact the people outside to see if they could remove this unfavorable aura. I'll do it right away. Time passed quickly. Amanda brought the Scarecrow, who was supposed to contribute to the safety of Earth, to the scene. It had to be said that Gotham was full of talents. This professional collected some air at the scene and drew some blood that was infected with fear from the 2 agents who were known as the most stubborn of the Heaven's Eye Society, who had guns pointed at his head. After that, the Scarecrow excitedly took out a bottle of blue liquid that looked more like a potion than a syringe and handed it to Amanda. Only 1 bottle? Thea asked Amanda, who was also a little weak in the knees but was still holding on. The material is very precious. It involves extraterrestrial material. There was no doubt that the syringe was precious. However, who should it be used on? It seemed that the most suitable person was the big guy in the blue tights and red cape in front. Is this drinkable? Amanda rolled her eyes at Thea. It goes into the bloodstream. Why don't you have any common sense? Thea had too much common sense. How could she not know? She also knew that the needles on Earth could not penetrate Superman's body, but she could not tell Amanda that. For a moment he didn't know how to tell the story. Fortunately, Superman's good friend Batman solved her problem for her. I can inject him, but he will be weak for a while after the injection. Oh? Did Batman already have kryptonite at this time? Did Superman give it to him? She really trusted him. I can help him recover his energy. Go ahead, I'll hold off this monster. Thea summoned a golden armored giant to stop the parallax demon. You can restore his energy? Batman dragged his voice as if digesting the information. Then he asked Superman to retreat through his communicator and inject the syringe. It seemed that nothing was wrong, but one could imagine that there would be many new entries on Thea's introduction page in his little black notebook when he returned. 2 minutes later, Batman signaled Thea to come back. Superman was about to die. Green Lantern, can you hold him off first? Thea did not know how many times she had slashed the parallax demon, and how many times it had stabbed her. This kind of fight looked fierce, but in fact they were absorbing each other's energy. No one could do anything to the other. Green Lantern Hal Jordan gave her a thumbs up. Don't worry. I'm very good at attracting people's attention. Thea was stunned for 2 seconds. Did this guy mean that he had a mocking face? What a rare talent. However, was this guy really trustworthy? Just as Thea was hesitating, 5 raptors from the National Guard arrived. They did not care about the heroes and villains at all. Instead, they fired missiles at the ground. Thea hurriedly put up a defensive shield. Such a melodramatic thing disgusted her. In the movies, she could always see the military killing the good guys and the bad guys regardless of the consequences. If it weren't for the effect, she would have shot down these airplanes. What the hell was this? Thea immediately left the parallax demon to the Green Lantern, who was good at attracting people's attention. Together with his former pilot, they quickly flew to the rear. Thea almost did not recognize Superman when she saw him again. The strong man was so weak that it seemed like a gust of wind could blow him away. The blue tights that were originally bulging were now loose on his body. He asked Thea weakly, "You can restore me? I've never heard of such an ability. The universe is very big. Lie down first." Thea was a little impressed by these two. They were indeed heroes of justice. They did not even ask her about the process and directly took down Superman. If she was the bad guy, she would not betray their trust. Although she did not understand the principle, the yellow light ring clearly mentioned that the Kryptonians could be charged. Such a rigid ring would not lie. She extended her right hand and aimed the ring at Superman. A pale yellow beam of light connected the two of them. Amazing, it works. The half-dead Superman immediately sat up and began to absorb the energy. He felt good, but Thea was not so happy. Superman's body was like a bottomless pit, continuously absorbing the energy of Thea's yellow light ring. When the yellow light ring's energy was only 10% left, Thea unilaterally stopped the energy supply. Damn, how can you absorb so much energy? Judging from the intensity of your battle just now, you shouldn't have so much energy. Could it be that your body's energy is not full? Superman was a little embarrassed. Sorry, I can't control it when I absorb it. But you're right, my energy is not at its best. Okay, my fear is gone and my energy has increased to 80%. Leave this big guy to me. After saying that, Superman rushed to the front of the parallax demon at a speed that Thea had never seen before. He did not care about the difference between a virtual body and a physical body. He threw a punch at it. The air seemed to ripple from his punch. Time seemed to have frozen. After a few seconds, there was a violent explosion. So strong. Thea took out the charging lantern and charged the ring. She could not help but exclaim in her heart when she saw Superman's extremely powerful punch. When one's strength reached such a level, they could really ignore a lot of things. Regardless of the enemy's level and state, they could only rely on pure strength to crush them. This was the future god of strength. Superman ignored the fighter jets in the sky that included him. He punched and kicked the parallax demon. His every punch and kick had a strange rhythm. Thea's eyesight was not enough to judge the meaning behind it. She could only feel that Superman's every attack contained great power. The parallax demon was in the form of smoke. No matter how hard it tried to attack, its attacks could not even tickle the body of steel. It was beaten up badly by Superman. Chapter 281. Thea was studying Superman's attack style, but she found that the other party's fighting style was completely different from her own. There was no way she could use it as a reference. She sighed and prepared to wait for the parallax demon to die before absorbing its origin power to deepen the foundation of her ring and the new function of the Book of Inspection. However, this inadvertent glance made her discover the Parallax Demon's abnormality. "What's wrong?" Batman asked. "This guy's power is slowly increasing again." Thea was a little in disbelief. She took a closer look before she said to Batman, "Could it be that the citizens are providing him with that fear?" Amanda kept looking around as if a monster would jump out of the quiet houses around her. Thea did not answer. Logically speaking, she did not see the Parallax Demon's intention to absorb fear. However, his continuous increase in power was not fake. From being beaten up by Superman one-sidedly, he now had some ability to fight back. There was even one time when Superman was almost surrounded by smoke. Fortunately, he reacted in time and suddenly exerted his strength to squeeze out of the gap in the smoke. The Parallax Demon seemed to have no good way to deal with this guy with copper skin and iron bones. His energy attacks were all neutralized by Superman's heat rays. However, the Guardian's knowledge was too little related to combat. He now had a huge amount of energy, but he could not hit Superman. This made him a little annoyed. He accelerated the speed at which he destroyed the surrounding buildings, trying to create an open space to crush Superman with his body size. Where did this guy get his energy from? Thea opened the Eye of Horus and observed carefully. She could see that Superman's power was beginning to decrease, but the Parallax Demon's power was not depleted. How is this possible? It's the satellite. All the satellites in the world are gathered here. Won't the people around the world be affected by the TV broadcast? Batman suddenly said, which made Thea suddenly realize. That's right. This bunch of news media is just here to watch the show. They are constantly providing new fears to the Parallax Demon. Amanda, contact the government and stop all broadcasts. Thea made a prompt decision. Regardless of whether it was true or not, she had to stop the satellite broadcast. Do you think I'm putting on a monkey show? I don't have the habit of performing in public. Amanda also realized the seriousness of the situation. She made calls like crazy, but in less than 3 minutes she said in frustration. No, many media outlets are not controlled by the government. The financial groups behind them don't buy it. Thea nodded. She could already imagine the scene of those fat tycoons refusing Amanda with cigars in their mouths. It was a typical example of them not caring about anything. Since you guys lack the spirit of a national chess game, then don't blame me. She pulled Amanda aside and asked in a low voice. Can we use hackers to hack those satellites? Amanda, who was used to being lawless, was frightened by her. She whispered, That's thousands of satellites around the world. Thea glanced at her and contacted her #1 henchman. You want to hack all the satellites around the world? Felicity had always been extraordinarily bold. Now she was also shocked by Thea's shocking move. She thought for a moment about the feasibility of this major event. But our computers are not good enough. I still need some helpers. Let me borrow Wayne Group's supercomputer. I'll find you some helpers. Thea ignored the fact that Batman was listening in on the side. She blatantly ordered Felicity to hack Wayne Group. As for the helpers, it might be difficult for others, but it was not difficult for Thea, who knew the plot. Can you release Felicity's father, the world's top hacker, Noah Smoker, to help her? Thea turned to Amanda and asked. You've investigated him. Okay, I'll ask him and a few other hackers to help. Remember, this has nothing to do with the Heaven's Eye Society. It's a group of hackers spontaneously formed. Amanda lied, but she did not believe it herself. It was impossible for father and daughter to meet. One was still in prison and the other was in Star City. Sia had no way of knowing if the father and daughter could sense that the other party was someone they were familiar with through their cooperation. However, the satellite signal on the screen was decreasing rapidly. The speed of the Parallax Demon's energy recovery was slowing down. It's working. Continue. She was the only one who could see the specific energy fluctuations. She controlled the others to continue hacking until all the satellites were hacked. However, when there were more than 20 signals left on the screen, Felicity's bitter voice came. Some countries have internal control over their satellites. The network can't be connected. Needless to say, these were the satellites of those indescribable countries. What should they do? A serious problem was placed in front of them. It was not impossible to discuss it with them. They were very reasonable people. However, by the time they finished the meeting, the parallax demon would have to settle down on Earth. I heard that Wayne Group's Watchtower space base has some special shielding function? Thea looked at Batman with a serious expression. Batman almost bit his tongue. Destroying the temple, throwing bombs into the crowd, using a supercomputer to hack the world's satellites. And now you want to use my watchtower to cause trouble? Batman shook his head like a rattle drum. Absolutely not. He did not want to go all the way down the path of anti-humanity. Facing Batman who vowed to die, only he knew the control password. If he did not agree, Thea would have to think of another way. What should I do? Thea hugged her elbows and kept thinking about her several methods. How about this? She felt the magic in her body. It did not conflict with the yellow light ring. It's pitch black here. You won't be able to see anything, right? In the face of a pitch black night, ordinary people would not have any fear. Telling Batman not to fall, Thea brazenly activated her chosen one ability, Eternal Night. The energy of the yellow light ring seemed to be in good harmony with Thea's magic. It was also triggered by her magic. The overwhelming darkness covered the sky of Seaside City and dozens of miles around it. What is this? Everyone was affected. Thea did not have time to care about them. She first looked at Superman. She had to admit that Superman was really strong. Even Ares's talent was weakened by more than 10%, but it definitely had less than 10% effect on him. Perhaps because the parallax demon was possessed by a male guardian. It was also magically classified as a male, and also suffered less than 10% reduction. Just when Thea thought that the battle would end with Superman's absolute advantage, her mental power sensed danger in the front right. She saw a smaller parallax demon emerge from the ground. Yellow light ring bearer, your time is up. The dazzling yellow light beam shot straight at Thea. Clang! Just as Thea was about to summon a shield to block the attack, a nimble figure landed in front of her. The person had a shield on his back and a sword on his back. He crossed his arms in front of him and blocked the light beam without taking a step back. Chapter 282. The person turned her head slightly. Her delicate face was adorned with a pair of bright eyes. Her face was filled with classical beauty, and it set off her tall nose bridge and red lips. Her wavy black hair was draped over her shoulders just like yesterday. It was the scene of roasting wild boars together on Paradise Island. It was the dance under the moonlight in a small village in Belgium. It was the 100-year separation after the war. Diana Prince. Thea Quinn. I miss you so much. I've been looking for you. Before they could finish their words, they were replaced by a passionate kiss. This kiss contained all kinds of emotions. There was the sorrow of parting, the joy of meeting again, and most of all, the eternal love between them. Batman, who was working on some equipment at the side, was really shocked this time. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. The electric drill in his hand directly pierced into his leg. Fortunately, his batsuit was thick enough to avoid the fate of being crippled. The two of them did not linger for long. Although they had a lot to talk about, now was not the best time. What is this thing? Diana looked at the parallax demon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. She was a little surprised. This thing looked very fierce. There was no need to hide anything from Diana. Thea did not care if she understood or not, and told her the whole story of the parallax demon. The incarnation of fear? Diana clenched her fists and thought for a while. I'm full of courage. I have no fear. Thea nodded vigorously to express her affirmation. That's right. Originally, Paradise Island had suffered a great loss. Perhaps there would be a gap in their hearts that would be swallowed by fear. But now the people of Paradise Island were alive and kicking. No one would harm them. They could still live for 5,000 years. Diana was almost fearless. But who is that big guy? Is there someone so powerful on Earth? The big guy that Diana was referring to was Clark Kent. The parallax demon was very cunning. He took advantage of their lax state of mind. Not only did he ambush Thea, he also attacked the few fighter jets. Those unlucky fighter jets did not have Diana to tank the damage. Apart from one fighter jet that reacted slightly faster and was hit in the wing, the pilot successfully parachuted out. The rest of the pilots could be reported as having died for their country. Thea remembered that Superman and Diana were still a little flirtatious in the original timeline. She decided to nip the bud in the bud. In order to prevent Superman's superhearing, she set up a soundproof barrier. She bit Diana's ear and said, "That guy is an alien." Diana, who had a good impression of Superman's bravery, instantly had her impression of him drop by 20%. Her mission was to protect Earth, and she had killed many aliens over the years. Her impression of aliens was almost negative. Although Superman seemed to be a good alien, the thought of befriending him after the war faded. After taking a few glances at the battle, he realized that although Superman had the upper hand in the battle, the Parallax Demon was very cunning. It repeatedly used fainted citizens as cover, making Superman hesitate and not dare to attack with full force. "I'll go help him." After Diana finished speaking, she pulled out a sword that was very similar to the Godslayer and rushed forward with her shield. Sia looked at Diana with concern for a long time, only to find that Diana was no longer the same as before. Her strength had skyrocketed. If it was said that Sia was more likely to lose than win when they fought against each other back then, now she couldn't even see the shadow of victory. Diana's attacks were not like Superman's, which relied on strength to win. Superman's attacks looked fierce, but they seemed a little clumsy. It was very much in line with the essence of old American street fighting. It was the kind of fighting that did not defend or evade. It was an upgraded version of punching and seeing who would fall first. This made Thea, who prided herself as an outstanding grandmaster of combat on Earth, a little uncomfortable. This was because this fighting style was not beautiful at all. On the contrary, Diana's fighting style was very elegant. Her speed, strength, and skills were all at the peak of perfection. Every time she attacked, there would be 3 or 4 variations depending on the opponent's reaction. Occasionally, the power of the Silver Guardian bracelet would surge, and it could inflict heavy damage on the Parallax Demon. "She's really good. I have to work harder too," Thea muttered softly. "This woman is your friend? And why is this veil of darkness that you cast affecting everyone?" Batman walked to her side at the right time. He was holding a strange-looking big gun in his arms. The muzzle of the gun was the size of a bowl, and there were electric sparks flashing from the magazine from time to time. What kind of black technology was this? Thea glanced at it and did not understand. "Ah, she's a friend that I've known for a long time." As she said that, she pointed to the sky again. "This is magic. I've mentioned it to you before." Thea was not in the mood to explain her talent to Batman. Batman could not help but look up at the sky. The moon is still in its original orbit. But where did this moon come from? However, no one answered him. Thea recharged the lamp ring. It was not appropriate to instantiate Ares in front of Diana. Fortunately, she still had another familiar god that she could instantiate, the hawk god Horus. A giant divine hawk with a body length of more than 50 meters and a wingspan of 300 meters appeared on the battlefield. The divine hawk's right eye flashed with a terrifying light. It was obviously the eye of Horus. Thea flew into the divine hawk's body and controlled it. She flew to the Parallax Demon like a sharp arrow released from a bow. Her iron hook-like claws grabbed a large cloud of yellow gas straight into the sky. After absorbing it, she charged forward again. Superman, who had the support of the 2 girls, was finally relieved of a lot of pressure. He looked at the 2 girls from time to time. Thea's attack pattern was not unfamiliar. After all, he had seen it before. It was similar to the guy who had been instantiating a green weapon not far behind him, except for the color of their clothes. However, Diana really attracted his attention. This woman was too strong. Superman was not a martial arts master. He actually did not have a specific idea of how his strength increased and decreased. He only knew that it was very strong. Therefore, although Thea's discriminating barrier cut off less than 10% of his strength, the total energy in his body was too large to notice any major abnormalities. Now that his strength was reduced by 10%, and Diana had increased it by 30%, the originally small distance between the two was instantly narrowed, giving Superman the illusion that this woman was about the same as him. As Batman's good friend, Superman also had a bit of a male chauvinist tendency. No matter what, he could not watch the 2 girls defeat the enemy. A serious Superman was terrifying. His strength was almost limitless, and it was increasing every minute and every second. A large amount of smoke on the surface of the Parallax Demon's body was dispersed, and its body, which originally occupied the entire street, also had a tendency to shrink. Green Lantern. Use your chain to create an opportunity for them. Thea flew to Hal Jordan, who was instantiating an anti-aircraft gun and was having a good time fighting the Parallax Demon. This guy really had no experience in team combat. As his mentor, Sinisto would have a headache for a while. Chapter 283. Although Hal Jordan had a lot of problems such as being stupid, talkative, emotionally unstable and so on, he could still listen to advice. He immediately followed Thea's instructions and conjured a large number of green chains, firmly binding the Parallax Demon. This guy's ring is extraordinary. Thea could not help but think when she saw this scene. Although the ring that Hal Jordan inherited from Abin Sul was not the first green light ring, as one of the greatest warriors of the Green Lantern Corps, Abin Sul's ring must be one of the best in his generation. Thea released the Parallax book. This book had absorbed a lot of the Parallax Demon's yellow energy, and had some new functions. The originally decorative chains of the book could also be released. With just a command and without needing to consume anything from Thea, the energy in the book would automatically activate and trap the enemy. 2 light chains, 1 green and 1 yellow, bound the Parallax Demon tightly. Bang! Bang! Gunshots rang out continuously. Batman was standing on top of a building, holding his strange-looking gun and shooting at the Parallax Demon. The bullets would produce some rainbow-like smoke at the point of impact. The Parallax Demon, who was originally bound by the chains and struggling violently, obviously weakened its resistance. A hint of dullness flashed in its fierce eyes. What kind of F***king advanced technology is this? The thing about Batman was that you never knew what kind of strange things he could come up with. Perhaps inventing and creating things was one of his abilities. Since the enemy did not resist, the few of them naturally did not stop. Superman's big fists were punching the Parallax Demon's head. Thea and Hal Jordan also conjured various weapons and greeted the Parallax Demon warmly. Diana was the one with the most ferocious attacks among the few of them. It was not known if it was because of the happy occasion, but the Guardian bracelet sensed her intentions and strengthened her body with a strong will to fight. The invincible divine power was reflected on the Parallax Demons through the sharp swords. Every attack was filled with dazzling divine light. The Parallax Demons needed to use a large amount of fear energy to repair their bodies, so that they would not be scattered. I am the Guardian. My strength and wisdom will never be defeated by a small planet like Earth. The body of the Parallax Demon is no longer as huge as it was when it first arrived. Overall, at least 1/3 of its body has been consumed. Thea's yellow light ring has absorbed a lot of its essence, but she knows that the real test is coming. The Green Lantern Corps has produced countless powerful warriors throughout its history. In my long life I've seen countless geniuses. Let them play with you. The Parallax Demon took a deep breath. His gigantic body was completely rooted to the ground. As he accumulated power, the entire American continent could feel the tremors. The Inspector Fiend completely gave up on defense and allowed them to attack. One of his eyes had been blinded by Superman. It was unknown what energy Superman had attached to his attack, but no matter how much terror energy he used, it showed no signs of recovery. Ha! The Parallax Demon opened its mouth and spat out countless meteorites and broken buildings. Among the rubble, there were a few green lights that were particularly obvious. This guy still had this trick up his sleeve? Thea quickly asked Hal Jordan. Her yellow light ring could not detect the Green Lantern Corps. The results of Hal Jordan's green light ring scan came out quickly. Gemini Kova, Green Lantern Corps Sector 2214, went missing 37,000 years ago. Carl Holtz, Green Lantern Corps Sector 269, went missing 110,000 years ago. Gareth Knight, Green Lantern Corps Sector 1129, went missing 2,100 years ago. A total of 5 Green Lantern Corps warriors appeared in front of them. They were still wearing the traditional Green Lantern uniform, but it was a little tattered. Their eyes were dull and their mouths were slightly open. Their bodies had been preserved by special means, but their consciousness was still stuck at the moment when they were trapped. The green light rings on their fingers were still flashing, proving that their consciousness still thought they were in a battle. The Parallax Demon laughed like a villain. These people are the prodigies of their respective eras. I have preserved them. I often help them recharge their batteries, haha. Let them play with you guys. The few Green Lanterns who were reported missing seemed to have received some kind of signal. They each flew up mechanically and found an opponent. It was unknown whether it was lucky or unlucky. Uncle Batman, who was determined to be a great Earthling, also encountered one. With a whoosh, a seemingly powerful Green Lantern fired an energy bomb at him. Master's martial arts training was not in vain. He dodged the energy bomb with a beautiful somersault, and at the same time threw a bat dart at the Green Lantern. What followed was a violent explosion. Seeing this scene, Thea was relieved. Master's brain was undeniable, but the combat power of Earthlings was really no match for these cheats. Seeing that Batman could still exchange a few blows, Thea decided to quickly finish off her opponent and then rush to his aid. However, Batman was reassuring, but the one who was worried was another person. Ah! With a loud shout, Thea quickly tied up her opponent with a chain and turned to look at the sky. What she saw almost made her eyes pop out. Superman was pierced through by his opponent with a big green sword and fell to the ground, almost unconscious. Damn! Imitating the wavelength of kryptonite? Sure enough, he was an experienced warrior. This was not something a rookie like Hal Jordan could compare to. Superman's opponent was about to hit him again and completely kill this son of kryptonite. Although Superman had the talent of reviving after death, Thea could not watch him die in the hands of a nameless person who had been missing for many years. At the same time, she controlled the parallax book to control the opponent in front of her. She quickly blocked the opponent's fierce attack. Thea wanted to fight two people at once. The opponent's attack speed was extremely fast. In addition, he was experienced and had been controlled by the parallax demon. The suppression of the yellow light ring on the green light ring was non-existent. Thea also had to pay attention to the opponent controlled by the parallax book. It was extremely difficult for her to fight. As for Superman, who fell to the ground, she could not care about him. Presumably, he would not fall to his death. Thea glanced at the ground. Just as Superman was about to make intimate contact with the ground, a figure flew by and caught the falling Superman. A little girl? Thea fiercely attacked a few times and forced the two opponents to retreat. Then she looked at the girl. Blonde shoulder-length hair and a checkered shirt. She looked like an ordinary city girl. She was 2 years younger than Thea. After the yellow light ring scanned her, she had a lot of data that was far beyond the average person. Moreover, she had a physique that could be charged by the yellow light ring. Thea understood. This little girl should be Supergirl Kara Danvers. She looked very young and did not have a battle suit. She flew over in ordinary clothes. Most likely, she had seen the satellite broadcast earlier. However, she should have some combat power. She would not be able to deal with the Green Lantern warrior. However, it would be good enough if she could help Thea restrain the parallax demon. Little girl, the big guy is fine. I'll leave the big boss over there to you. Thea shouted while pointing at the parallax demon that was chasing after Hal Jordan. Leave such a big guy to me? Aren't you guys thinking too highly of me? Kara Danvers opened her mouth slightly. She looked at the opponent that Thea had chosen for her in a daze. Chapter 284. The parallax demon stood tall with smoke swirling around it. Its huge face was dozens of meters tall. The future Supergirl might have the courage to face any enemy, but Kara Danvers, who was passing by on a whim today, was still a little nervous. She couldn't help but look at the parallax demon while complaining in her heart. Weren't these Earth Guardians thinking too highly of her? His first battle as a fledgling was such a heavy responsibility. Thea could naturally see that little Chow was obviously lacking in confidence. She clenched her fists and was somewhat eager to try, but more than that, she was nervous. She thought she was nervous, but she was still affected by the halo of fear. While dealing with the two Green Lanterns in the air, Thea had to explain the situation of the battlefield to her. It was not something that could be described as tiring. Little girl, can you hear me? Thea was afraid of being overheard by Batman and various state agencies, so she lowered her voice. Although they were far away, they should be able to hear it with their super hearing. In order to prevent information from leaking out, she also switched to the language function of the light ring and spoke in standard Kryptonian. Little Supergirl was surprised to hear the hometown dialect out of the blue. Kara Danvers had left Krypton at the age of 12. Unfortunately, he had entered the Phantom Zone where time had stopped. It had only been 4 years since he had arrived on Earth. Although she looked much younger than Superman, who had a face full of vicissitudes of life, they were truly siblings. How did she? Little Supergirl's expression changed drastically as she turned to ask Superman. Superman was sent to Earth when he was a baby. He learned the Kryptonian language later, so he did not have a deep understanding of it. Plus, he was seriously injured when he was hit by the Kryptonian wavelength imitated by green light. He looked dispirited and said, "This is the second time I have seen her. Her ability is strange, but she is not a Kryptonian. Can you guys hear me? If you can, just nod your head." Thea's light ring was more powerful than the two green lights, and with some magic support, she had the upper hand. She asked again when she realized that they had not responded to her. Kara Danvers nodded hurriedly. He thought to himself, can you see it from so far away? Not to mention Sia really could see. With the help of the yellow ring of fear, the Eye of Horus had undergone a transformation. When Kara Danvers glanced at it, he felt as if he was facing a giant wild beast. He could not help but shrink his neck. I'll keep it short. These green guys are the bane of the Kryptonians. I'm sure you've seen it. I need you to restrain that smoke monster. The green guy it's attacking is on our side. The other 5 green guys are our enemies. Don't fight with them. Just restrain them. Do you understand? Oh. Little Supergirl replied with an oh. She instructed Superman to recover on his own and flew towards the Parallax Demon. Although she was still suppressed by fear for the first time in battle, Thea's Eternal Night had also strengthened her. Overall, her strength was slightly stronger than usual. Holding down the Parallax Demon and beating it up, Hal Jordan, who had been holding up the Courage Shield, was released. The talkative Green Lantern almost couldn't stand still. Originally, he was far away, and being a long-range attacker didn't have much of an impact on him. However, the Parallax Demon wasn't stupid either. It looked for the easy targets. After releasing the 5 Green Lanterns, it immediately went for Hal Jordan. Facing the fear head-on, coupled with Thea's discriminating barrier, the Green Lantern could not even use 30% of his original strength. If Supergirl did not help him, he would be the first to die. Originally, Thea wanted him to support Batman. However, when she saw that he was almost paralyzed on the ground, she knew that she could not count on him. Fortunately, Diana showed her power at the critical moment. She grabbed a Green Lantern with 3 arms with the lasso of truth and smacked his head off with her shield. The remaining Green Lantern was also blasted into pieces by the great divine power guarding the silver bracelet. The so-called strongest warriors of the 2 Guardians were no match for her. It was unknown whether the 2 corpses had already run out of energy. The moment their lives ended, they turned into ashes along with their rings, dissipating on Earth far away from their homeland. She, who had good tactical knowledge, immediately judged that despite the support of the Nightwing, Batman was really struggling to hold on. Although Thea was 1 against 2, she had many tricks up her sleeve. She could definitely win against the 2. She made up her mind to support Batman first. Batman, who had received her support, completely retreated. He was sweating profusely. He was highly focused and almost used up all his tricks. In order to cover him, the Nightwing was pierced through his stomach by the green light energy. Blood gushed out. Batman ordered the Batfighter to transport him to the rear for treatment. The 3 male compatriots, Superman, Green Lantern and Batman, all left the field while panting. The situation on the field was a little strange for a moment. Diana, who was the strongest, was dealing with one of the opposing Green Lanterns alone. It was a complete one-sided slaughter. Thea, who was in the middle of the pack, was dealing with 2 Green Lanterns. Both sides exchanged blows and had the overall advantage. On the other hand, the inexperienced and unconfident Supergirl, who did not even know how to shoot heat ray, was beaten into a sorry state. The Parallax Demons would occasionally shoot out yellow light beams from their mouths, sending Supergirl fleeing in all directions. Little Super's awareness was not bad. She knew that she only needed to hold this big guy back. Her flying ability, which was not very proficient, was rapidly improving. She constantly interfered with the Parallax Demon's attack route, but she just did not fight it head-on. The equally experienced Green Lanterns also gave up on attacking and focused on holding back Thea and Diana. The situation was extremely anxious for a moment. Catch! The Green Lantern, whose mind was blank, deactivated his transformation and threw his ring at Thea. He did not understand the rules of the ring. He only thought that Thea had worn a green ring before. Now that she had another one, she could strengthen her attack and perhaps break the situation. However, Thea, who caught the ring, was a little hesitant. Medicine could not be taken carelessly, and rings could not be worn carelessly. In the future, there would be a lot of people who wore 2 rings or even 7 rings, but today at this time 2 rings were really unprecedented. Should she wear it or not? While dealing with the fierce attacks of the 2 Green Lanterns, Thea was in a fierce struggle. If others can wear it, then I can too. Her instinct told her that she should wear it. Finally, she made up her mind and put the green light ring on the middle finger of her left hand. The moment she put on the ring, Thea's mind was blown. The whole world was revealed to her. Tall, thick, and rough buildings filled her vision. Perhaps other light ring users could not see what it was, but Thea immediately judged that it was the end of this universe, the barrier of the whole world, the wall of origin. There was a lot of debris on the wall, including space dust, broken stars, and the powerful beings who were trying to find the world behind the wall. Legend had it that the Yucca Khan, who could destroy the moon with a single glance and destroy an entire civilization with a single glance, was stained on the wall. However, the ring only glanced at it slightly, and it had no intention of revealing all these secrets to Thea. Chapter 285. Although it was just a quick flash, Thea understood that the ring was telling everyone who wore the rings that they had to go to the world behind the wall and put the power of the emotional spectrum back into the light reservoir. Unfortunately, no one understood the meaning until Kyle Rayner put on the white light ring. He entered the wall and reinstilled the power of emotions, avoiding the inevitable fate of the world being destroyed due to the lack of emotions. Every time the power of emotions was used, the world would be one step closer to destruction. If someone as noble as Superman knew the truth, they would definitely not use it, but Thea? Did the 3,600 members of the Green Lantern Corps use too little? It doesn't matter if I'm there or not. The process of wearing the 2 rings went smoothly beyond imagination. Thea had a great fear, but she had gotten to where she was today through fear. It could be said that it was fear that gave her the motivation to keep moving forward. Fear and courage were like 2 sides of the same coin working together, making Thea's achievements far surpass those of the original timeline. Fear gave birth to courage, and courage overcame fear. The 2 opposite emotions completed a round of exchanges in her body. In the violent turbulence, Thea completed a new transformation. It had to be said that Hal Jordan's green light ring was extraordinary, only slightly inferior to Thea's split yellow light ring. Wearing the 2 rings at the same time, her combat uniform changed a little. The Yellow Lantern Corps symbol was still there, but the original yellow and black clothes had green shoulder pads and leg guards. The black cloak was yellow on the inside and green on the outside, and her shoulder-length hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were the most eye-catching, one light yellow and the other dark green. Thea stared at everyone present. Supergirl was in danger. Superman, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, was mumbling something. He was obviously using his super hearing to teach her, but even so, Supergirl was still in danger. She had escaped danger several times by relying on her amazing speed. "I'll take care of the 2 of you first," Sia said as she gathered a cluster of colorful light on her finger and pointed it at the Green Lantern Warrior's forehead. The painful expression on the Green Lantern Warrior's face quickly disappeared and was replaced by a peaceful expression. The Green Lantern Warrior fell to the ground in extreme relief. Thea conjured a cushion to carry him down slowly, and used the same method to take care of the other one. "Diana, don't kill him. Go support the other side. Leave this guy to me." After stopping Diana, who was about to kill the Green Lantern Warrior, the 2 of them still had the same tacit understanding. They swapped positions and let Diana, the world's #1 shield specialist, deal with the Parallax Demon and save the little Supergirl who was about to collapse. Sia gathered her spirit and used the same trick to take down the last Green Lantern Warrior. "I'm so tired." It seemed easy, but the use of spirit was not easy. The few Green Lanterns were controlled by the fear of the parallax. Their thoughts were stuck in the struggle before they were captured. They were not bad people but heroes of that era. Being killed like walking corpses was a disgrace to their contributions to the universe. Thea used the yellow light ring and the parallax's emotions to inject the green light spectrum into their hearts. Fear made people escape, courage made people face it. Although their bodies were modified by the parallax, they were still almost decayed after a long time. Their souls were overwhelmed. They should be brought back to Eurasia to enjoy a hero's funeral, not die on Earth and be dissected by the evil scientists on Earth. Thea was not really concerned about this at first, but the green light ring gave her some new insights. She faced her heart and was ready to face the future upheaval with a more positive attitude. She would stop as many as she could. Thea took off the green light ring and threw it back to Hal Jordan. Wearing 2 rings at the same time did not change Thea's combat strength much. Controlling 2 emotions was a heavy burden on her spirit. Your spirit is too exhausted. Leave the battle here to us. Take them back to Eurasia. They are the heroes of our race. They should not be buried here. She did not know if Hal Jordan understood Thea's intention, but the 3 of them were obviously on their last breath. Hal Jordan, who now had a sense of belonging to the Green Lantern Corps, nodded heavily. I understand. They will enjoy a hero's funeral. Just as Hal Jordan was about to fly away, Thea stopped him. Abinsu's body is in the hands of the government. I will do my best to get it back. If you see his family, ask them to give me some time. Abinsu could be said to be a link between the past and the future. Hal Jordan was his successor, and Sinisto was his brother-in-law. At the same time, he was also the greatest warrior in the eyes of the Guardians. Only God knew what the scientists on Earth could do with his body. Furthermore, she worked with Sinisto. If he came to Earth and found out that his brother-in-law and best friend's body had been dismembered by the Earthlings, wouldn't he explode? In any case, Sia herself would not be able to accept this fact. Therefore, the right thing to do was to get his body as soon as possible. This matter would inevitably require the involvement of higher-level decision-makers, as well as the involvement of Amanda. How troublesome. Thea rubbed her head and could not help but glance at Batman. She might have to drag him into this matter. Thea was afraid that Hal Jordan would not understand the seriousness of the matter, so she reminded him again. You must keep Sinisto and Abinsu's family in check. You know that the upper echelons of Earth have a very delicate relationship. They will not give up the alien's body easily. I need some time. Hal Jordan was very touched. Originally, the holders of the light ring were all sentimental creatures. He did not know Thea's thoughts. He only felt that she was the embodiment of humanity's brilliance, exuding supreme virtue. He patted his chest and said that he would handle everything. He would stop Sinisto even if he had to kneel and beg. Then, he flew out of the atmosphere with the 3 green lanterns with tears in his eyes. Glancing at the battlefield, Diana, who was almost maxed out, worked well with the little Supergirl. There was no need to worry for the time being. Thea flew to Superman's side. While the battle was not over and the government agents could not get in, she collected the blood flowing on the ground. She could clone a Superman if he lost a hair. This pile of blood could make a nest. This was the bad thing about fighting on Earth. It was too tiring. What are you going to do with this blood? Thea asked the 2 big bosses, Batman and Superman. She had no need for this blood at all. It was not God's blood. Who knew what would happen if she absorbed it? Superman shook his head. This blood was contaminated by the wavelength of kryptonite and could not be drunk. It was useless to give it to him. Let me deal with it, Batman said. Thea passed it to him. As for how he would deal with it, Thea did not care. Let me heal you again. Looking at Superman lying on the ground like a dead dog, Thea was speechless. This big boss was injured by kryptonite twice in the same day. He was really unlucky. Chapter 286. This time Thea learned her lesson. She knew that Superman was a bottomless pit. He could store as much energy as he wanted. She did not use her life to inject energy into him. Instead, she only healed 30% to 40%. Alright, you can fly now, right? Go outside the atmosphere and absorb energy. Superman stood up. His red cloak fluttered in the wind. Together with his strong face, he looked extremely cool. You know us very well? Is it because of the ring on your hand? That's right, that's right. Thea was too lazy to argue with him. She flew towards the parallax demon. As she flew into the battlefield, she could still hear Diana scolding little Supergirl. You use too much strength. The flying angle is not right. Don't rely on your body to block the attack. You have to choose how to dodge. Diana was blabbering on about the flaws in little Supergirl's attack. It was still a copy of the time when Thea taught her how to fight on Paradise Island. Although she could tell that little Supergirl was an alien, she had to admit that appearance was really important. The cute appearance and the passionate aura of Kara Danvers reminded her of the old Diana. The two of them were surprisingly compatible for the first time. Thea materialized a giant golden dragon and entered the battlefield directly. In fact, the most ideal materialization of the yellow light ring should be Diablo, the dreadlord of the dark world. Unfortunately, that guy's image had nothing to do with justice. The giant dragon had no choice but to choose him. Diana, how did you find us? The giant dragon grabbed one of the Parallax Demon's arms and spat out a sharp blade from its mouth to cut off the absorption. Thea took the opportunity to ask. I heard that you guys were going to build the Temple of Artemis. That's why I saw you. Diana used the shield in her hand to block the Parallax Demon's yellow light beam. Under the continuous spitting, her power was far weaker than before. The silver bracelet of the Guardian hit the Parallax Demon's big face. After that, I rushed to the United States and saw the live broadcast here. That's why I came here. Thea found that the energy of the two came from the same source. Her own lethality was too weak. She pulled out her divine bow and knocked Zeus' lightning arrow. Using the strong mobility of the giant dragon, she flew to the Parallax Demon's blind spot and shot an arrow. The power of the lightning was almost unparalleled. It caused great damage to the weakened Parallax Demon. A deep blue wound remained on the demon's face for a long time. The divine power attached to the arrow was rapidly depleting its fear energy. Where have you been all these years? A streak of yellow light flashed past. Thea ordered the dragon to lower its head while she leaped up to dodge the yellow light. She then shot arrows at the Parallax Demon in midair. Africa, Europe, Asia. I've been looking for you. Diana drew out her treasured sword. The blade of the sword seemed to be burning with a ball of fire. She quickly slashed at the Parallax Devil. The tacit understanding between the two of them as they fought monsters and chatted made little Super feel a little out of place. She couldn't help but shrink her neck. As for the other Parallax Demon who was treated as a passerby, he was furious. Chatting with me while fighting? Do you think I'm dead? Aunt, don't you dare ignore me. I'll show you my true power. Before the Parallax Demon could finish his sentence, a meteor seemed to fall from the sky. A red and blue figure fell from the sky and crashed into the Parallax Demon with a boom. The violent impact even caused the entire Earth's crust to tremble slightly. The shockwave spread rapidly in all directions with the Parallax Demon as the center point. All the buildings in its path were turned into dust. Only a smear of red could be seen floating among the dust. This fella is too strong. Thea conjured a small house and hid in it with Diana. Little Super followed suit. It wasn't that the shockwave was very destructive. With the toughness of their bodies, even Thea, who was the weakest among them, could withstand it. The main thing was that it was too dirty. Not many women could withstand fighting like this every day. Thea suspected that the hidden function of Superman's cape was to remove dust. The three of them saw the smoke dissipating slightly and came out to help. But in less than 10 seconds they found that there was nothing they could do. Now Superman seemed to be a little excited after being exposed to the sun. He grabbed the Parallax Demon and punched and kicked it. It was a very crude move, but in his hands there was a hint of inexplicable feeling. Every punch of his had a special rhythm. Ignore. It was complete disregard. The transformation between virtual and real was ignored. The Parallax Demon's body was ignored. Even when the Parallax Demon created a clone in his body and tried to sneak past Superman, he was discovered and held down by Superman. I won't lose. How can a puny Kryptonian be my opponent? Superman's characteristics were too obvious. As a guardian who had lived for hundreds of millions of years, it was too easy to recognize him. But in his impression, Kryptonians were not this powerful. He couldn't figure out if this fella had mutated or undergone some kind of transformation. The Parallax Demon's body was emitting waves of powerful energy waves. Its gigantic body was shrinking like a spring that had been compressed to the limit. Let's retreat first. This time Kryptonian wasn't bluffing. He really intended to use a big move. Thea called out to the two girls and distanced themselves first. Other than the kryptonite, nothing else could hurt him. Superman continued to attack the Parallax Demon without fear. Boom! A loud sound that was far louder than Superman's meteor from outer space reverberated in their ears. A house that looked very soundproof and shock-absorbing appeared again. The three of them went in. But the explosion came and went as quickly as it came. Did this guy self-destruct? Thea ran out quickly. She took out the parallax book and tried to collect the escaping energy. But she found that the energy in the air was minimal. Wait for me. I'll go take a look. Thea said and flew back. Diana wouldn't let her take the risk. She flew and followed. Little Supergirl looked around and followed. The three of them arrived at the scene one after another. They were shocked by the scene in front of them. The smoke parallax demon that occupied the entire street disappeared. In its place was a huge insect with an old face. It was 100 meters long and 3 meters tall. It had many legs and wings. Its entire body was golden. Its human-like face was filled with the traces of time. Weak chicken, Thea said softly. She didn't mean that the parallax demon was weak. She was referring to the weak will of the guardian that possessed it. It was the parallax monster's will that possessed him, not the other way around. Now, only his head was still recognizable as a human, while the rest of his body had been assimilated. His willpower was simply too weak to withstand a single blow. She drew her bow and shot an arrow at the parallax demon. She took out the parallax book and looked at it. It was okay. The energy could still be absorbed. There was nothing to say. Let's fight together. Diana didn't know what the parallax book was for. But seeing that she seemed to care about it, she drew her sword and slashed at it. Now that the disgusting smoke was gone, the parallax demon's physical attack had been strengthened significantly. However, at the same time, the parallax demon would receive more physical damage. Unfortunately, Diana was the kind of person who liked physical attacks. Chapter 287. Thea felt that the parallax demon was out of its mind. It had given up its greatest advantage and fought Superman with its physical body just to focus all its strength on Superman. It was crazy. However, in terms of pure physical damage, Thea was obviously weaker than the others. Even though she looked skinny and weak, she was still able to lift the stone pillar and smash the parallax demons with it. Compared to Thea, who had a variety of skills but did not have high physical attack power, and Supergirl, who was strong but slightly immature, Superman and Diana fully displayed their powerful destructive power. In less than a minute, the excited Superman had broken 2 of the parallax demon's limbs. Diana's attack rhythm was similar to his, but she was more gentle. Her sword flashed coldly and cut the parallax demon's carapace and wings into pieces. Thea was provoked by these monsters. She jumped far away and opened the parallax book to absorb the yellow energy. The patterns on the book began to become visible to the naked eye. Superman saw the parallax demon's weakness and sent it flying. Diana landed from the sky and stabbed the parallax demon's head with her sword. Then she jumped up. Superman and Supergirl's 4 heat rays hit the parallax demon directly. The fallen guardian, who had lived for billions of years, was blown to pieces without even saying a word. The battle finally came to an end. Superman, who had a tough face, whispered a few words to Supergirl. He did not talk to the others and left alone. Supergirl said goodbye to the others embarrassedly and flew to the other side. Thea began to gather the scattered fear energy. The Guardian's life structure was very special. Even with the Eye of Horus, Thea did not find any body parts. This was good news. She was not interested in digging 3 feet into the ground to look for pieces of such a big worm. When Amanda arrived with a large group, she saw Thea flying away with Diana after collecting the yellow energy. Why did they all leave? Amanda, who had arrived at the scene with a dark expression, was speechless. She had heard that the place she was standing on used to be the central square of Seaside City. There used to be a lot of shops, but now she felt like she was in Afghanistan. She could only ask Batman, who was standing like a javelin. Batman was also speechless. The few of them had flown away. The Batmech pulled Nightwing to the rear. He wanted to leave too, but the surrounding area had been beaten into a wasteland. There was not even a meter-tall building to be found. His hook gun was completely useless. Helpless, he was blocked off by Amanda. They all flew away. Batman replied in a bad mood. He was determined to go back and research a piece of equipment that could fly on the ground. Next time, he would team up with these guys who were good at demolition so that they could escape after the mission was over. Not to mention Amanda, who was scouring the battlefield, and Batman, who was preparing to go home with the help of the 10 paths. Thea brought Diana to Star City. Knowing that she did not like to be disturbed, or that Diana was a little arrogant, Thea cast an invisibility spell on the two of them and walked on the streets as if there was no one around. That's the amusement park I used to go to when I was young. Do you see that bald guy over there? When I was young, my brother brought me to his backyard to cause trouble. He chased us for a long time. Do you want to try the amusement park over there? The two walked leisurely on the streets of Star City. No one was paying attention to them and no one disturbed them. Sia kept introducing her past, from her childhood to her youth. When she talked about the interesting things, Diana laughed. Amusement park? I've never played it before. Diana was a little eager to try Thea's suggestion, but she was still a little reserved. Come on, but I'm afraid your clothes won't do. Thea wanted to drag her to buy the tickets, but when she realized that she was wearing a full body armor, a shield and a longsword, she was worried that she would mistake her for a crazy person. She felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Idiot! I'm not the same person I was when I first came out of Paradise Island. Diana rolled her eyes at Thea flirtatiously. In the blink of an eye, she had changed into a black dress and a pair of pointy heels. Her legs were straight and long under the tight dress and pointy heels. Thea was speechless. This girl claimed that she was mature, but she was still lacking in common sense. This is an amusement park, not a runway for models. How can you play when you're dressed like this? However, in order to look more compatible with her, Thea put away her casual clothes and changed into a long dress that was similar to a formal dress. The two of them looked at each other, and for a moment, they could see the undisguised admiration in each other's eyes. Their beauty attracted the attention of many visitors in the amusement park. Even the staff could not help but criticize them when they handed the tickets to the two of them. Are these two idiots? Why are they dressed so extravagantly to the amusement park? The two of them did not care about other people's gazes. Diana did not care, and Thea was just thick-skinned. Many adults who brought their children to the amusement park were dumbfounded when they saw the two of them in their long dresses and high heels. If they were ordinary people, it would be fine, but the two of them were extraordinarily good-looking. Diana's body was filled with the classical beauty of Greece, which was not seen in America or even Europe. Thea was even worse. She had tried her best to hide her aura, but the eye of Horus could still sense the power of fear. It was a dangerous and intoxicating charm. Here, have a taste of this, Thea said as she handed a small cake to Diana. The current Diana was no longer an ignorant girl in the original space-time who could be dismissed by ice cream. Diana took it and took a small lick. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed. It's too sweet. Is it? Is it? Thea pretended to be confused and took a bite of the cake where Diana licked it. How dare you take advantage of me? The two of them bickered for a while, and the sense of alienation disappeared. It was as if they had returned to Paradise Island. The roller coaster and bumper cars were all children's games, so the two of them did not get involved. They walked hand in hand in the bustling crowd. Occasionally, there would be a few thieves who wanted to rob the two of them because of their fancy clothes. However, they were intimidated by Thea's invisible aura. It was not until the two of them had walked far away that they realized that they had lost their composure. They did not dare to look at their backs and ran away. What have you been doing all these years? Have you been back to Paradise Island? The two of them found a bench and leaned against each other. Thea put her hand next to Diana's and compared them. Diana's fingers were slender and strong, while Thea's were nimble and slender. It could be said that Diana was better in terms of beauty. Whether it was her appearance or her body, she was worthy of the gods' blessing. She was the embodiment of strength and beauty. Under her radiance, even Thea's appearance that had been refined several times was still inferior. Chapter 288. Sia's advantage over Diana was that she was completely a contemporary, and the optimization of her appearance was also based on her original appearance. Her appearance was more in line with the aesthetic standards of the contemporary era. I've been to many places in the past few years. Diana looked at the crowd nearby. Her thoughts had already drifted far away. The glory of Greece is no longer there. The traces of the gods walking in the world can no longer be seen. Even all the gods in the world have disappeared into thin air. I've traveled from Europe to Africa, then to Asia. After that, I've sailed to America. Diana chuckled and revealed the answer to Thea's puzzled gaze. I also saw Audrey Hepburn. I only borrowed her song. Thea was a little embarrassed. She felt guilty plagiarizing Hepburn's famous song. But she's now? Thea was about to ask Diana to introduce her to Hepburn when she suddenly realized that 100 years had passed. She probably wouldn't be able to meet this person anymore. Although she doesn't have any divine power, she's a great person. I once wanted to help her extend her life, but she rejected me. I could only let her pass away peacefully without suffering from the disease. Thea could see that Diana and Hepburn were close friends. I will accompany you. Compared to the previous 100 years of peace, Thea was extremely suspicious of how much suffering Earth would suffer in the next 10 or even 20 years. In the face of countless enemies, the length of one's lifespan was really meaningless. What's your job now? I inherited Hepburn's foundation. I fight for the rights of women and children. Diana seemed to be very satisfied with her job. Her expression was full of a sense of mission. So that's how it is, Thea thought to herself. No wonder I couldn't find her at the Louvre. Diana met Audrey Hepburn because of my Moon River, and then she went to help the poor. It's really a wonderful situation. What a pity. Thea's eyes dimmed. She originally wanted Diana to stay in Star City with her. Although she didn't have high hopes, she still wanted to try. Now that she saw how independent she was, it was better not to say such things. Both of them had strong personalities, so there was no possibility of accommodating each other. Asking Diana to give up everything to stay in Star City, or asking him to give up everything to help the poor. Thea shuddered as she imagined the scene. It was too beautiful. A group of dirty black children would grab her for candy. She would probably even take out her bow and arrows. Fortunately, now that the two of them had reunited, it would be easy for them to meet again in the future. The yellow light ring's speed was the fastest among all the lights, and Diana's speed could also exceed the speed of sound. The distance between the two of them was not limited at all. How are the people on Paradise Island? Thea withdrew her thoughts and focused on the present. Let Diana deal with the poverty alleviation. She didn't want her money. It was better to talk about the happy past. As expected, Diana's eyes lit up at the mention of Paradise Island. That was her home. Due to the rules of her clan, she couldn't talk about Paradise Island with anyone else. However, Thea had no problem at all. Although she wasn't a member of the clan, she was still one of them, so it was not a problem for her to talk about it. My mother built a rice barn not far from Mount Lee. You still remember that mountain, right? You threw the javelin quite a distance back then. Antiope trained another female warrior. She's really good at fighting. Diana chattered on about the situation of the people on Paradise Island. She didn't let go of many trivial things, but these trivial things were more important to her than how many aliens they killed and how many African warlords they annihilated. Thea felt the softness in her heart and hugged her. Do you still remember the Godslayer? Diana asked softly. How could she forget? The Godslayer of Ares. For Thea, the only thing this stupid sword could do was to instill fire elemental magic into it during a fight. It looked cool, but it was actually useless. Yes. My mother said that the god of fire forged two swords. One is your Godslayer, and the other is the Vulcan sword that I used in the battle just now. The Vulcan sword is sharper, but my mother said that your Godslayer is better. Thea rolled her eyes at an angle where Diana couldn't see. Hippolyte, this be asterisk T. Must be full of bullsh asterisk T. The Godslayer is better than nothing. Just as she was complaining, a group of children ran past them and shouted, hurry up, the circus is about to start. Thea turned around and looked at Diana. Have you seen a circus before? Why don't we go take a look? What's so good about lions and tigers? Diana was a little confused. She wasn't even afraid of wild animals, let alone domesticated ones. Let's go take a look. You'll find it interesting if you treat yourself as a normal person. Thea pulled Diana. This girl didn't live a happy life. She waited for her for decades, and then went to the most difficult place in the world. She was too far away from happiness. Thea had to make her happy again. The children didn't run far. Even if they ran far away, the two of them could still catch up with them. Following their footsteps, the two of them came to the northeast corner of the amusement park. Walking into the large circular arena, they could see that there weren't many people in the audience, but they were all very focused. The show had been going on for a while. The two of them found an empty seat and sat down. The circus didn't slack off because of the lack of audience. Everyone put in a lot of effort in their performance. The domesticated animals also performed their show skillfully. An exaggeratedly dressed old man with a white beard led a tiger through 5 fire rings, which caused a round of applause. Thea and Diana also watched with great interest. It was easy for them to kill a tiger, but they didn't have the ability to domesticate it. Next, let's welcome our brave warrior from Gotham, the man who can dance with the Grim Reaper. Boston Brand will perform his trick. The announcer shouted excitedly, and what he got in return was warm applause from the audience. Soon, a man in red tights appeared on the stage and threw a flying kiss to the audience. Thea glanced at it and didn't look anymore. It was just a flying man. For ordinary people, it was exciting. A lot of adrenaline was secreted, and it was a dangerous and artistic sport. But for Thea and Diana, flying wasn't a difficult thing. This event was less attractive to them than the tiger that went through the fire rings. The noisy applause meant that the man's performance was good. Thea and Diana were discussing the construction of the temple. But as they were talking, an accident happened. The man who was performing the flying man exclaimed. Like a pile of junk, he drew a beautiful arc and fell to the ground from a height of 50 meters. Bang! A burst of dust was brought up, and the warm applause came to an abrupt end. Chapter 289. The man fell heavily to the ground and stopped breathing. The crowd was shocked at first, but it was quickly replaced by panic. Many people were hysterically saying things that they didn't understand. Thea was telling Diana about the architectural style of the temple. The exterior was designed in the past, and the interior was decorated by the people from Paradise Island. What happened in front of her stunned her. What the F***ck? Thea's neck was a little stiff. It seemed that there were only 2 famous deaths in the circus in the entire DC world. Batman's son, Dick Grayson, was from a family of flying people. His parents died when he was young, so he followed Batman. The other one was in front of her, the guy with the codename Deadman, in the Dark Justice League. Thea glanced at the spirit floating in the air. It looked like him. He was wearing red tights and had a pale face. It was rare for a normal person to reveal their soul after death. Only those with extremely strong mental strength could do so. The guy who fell to his death was born with stronger mental strength than normal people. Plus, he was highly focused before his death. However, in her impression, this guy was chosen by some goddess of death after his death. Then, he became a superhero who lived between life and death. Thea wanted to ask, where is this goddess of death? Not far away, the spirit of Boston Brand, who was floating near the stage, was dissipating at a visible rate. As more people walked around the stage, his spirit dissipated faster and faster. Is there really a goddess of death? Which pantheon does this goddess belong to? Is it from Earth or from another planet? Is it from the current dynasty or the previous one? Thea didn't dare to believe in her memories. Seeing that Boston Brand's spirit was about to dissipate, it would be a pity to let him dissipate. Finally, she made up her mind. She reached out a finger that was as white as jade and pointed it at Boston Brand, whose spirit was about to dissipate. Thea's willpower wasn't as strong as Sinisto's, but her understanding of the use of energy was far better than that of the lanterns. In Boston Brand's situation, it was useless to inject divine power into him. He would probably explode. The right way was to let him release new energy from within his body. What in the world could stimulate human potential more than fear? Wrapping a trace of fear with magic power, he directly injected it into Boston Brand's spirit body. The spirit's gaze instantly turned from slackness to panic. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. Unfortunately, there was a barrier between life and death. Other than Thea and Diana, no one else could hear him. Thea had underestimated the impact of fear. Her fear was enough to paralyze a few ordinary people. Furthermore, Boston Brand was in a spirit body state. His mind was highly focused, and without the buffer of his cerebral cortex, he directly faced the fear that seeped deep into his soul. The instantaneous mental fluctuations affected reality as the spirit body quickly fled. Thea only had time to take a glance, as though something had happened to the fellow before she couldn't find him. What's going on? Thea looked at Diana in confusion. That guy seems to have transformed from a spiritual body into a new form. I'm not sure what it is exactly. Although Diana's realm was high, she still leaned towards the physical aspect. In terms of certain knowledge, she was even inferior to Thea. Think so too. It seems to be a new mutation. Thea got Diana's affirmation and was even more certain of her judgment. At first, she was still wondering why only Boston Brand was in such a state. There were millions of people who had died in the world, and there were also people with strong mental powers. Thea couldn't help but think about it. Boston Brand had told many people about his bizarre experience, but in the subsequent developments, other than himself, no one else had seen this mysterious goddess of death. Could it be that his state was caused by me? Could it be that I'm that imaginary goddess of death? The terrifying law of causality made Thea feel a little scared. She then thought about how Rudolph lived until 1937, and how Steve Trevor spread the Spanish flu. Everything that she was involved in seemed to have changed, but the trajectory of the changes was the same as the history she knew. Was she really involved in these things? What are you thinking about? Diana's timely voice interrupted Thea's repeated arguments about the cause and effect. There were too many things involved, so Thea was not prepared to tell Diana her thoughts. I'm thinking about who the murderer is. I'm deducing. Diana rolled her eyes at her. You're pretending again. Your eye of Horus can distinguish right from wrong, and my lasso of truth can make him speak the truth. Is there a need to do your so-called deducing? Thea had the urge to facepalm. What Diana said was right. Their abilities worked together seamlessly. That would make Washer so angry and Hattori so embarrassed. No matter how cunning a criminal was, he would be useless in front of them. She muttered to herself as she activated the Eye of Horus. Soon, a thin and tall balding old man came into view. The Eye of Horus told her very unscientifically that this man was the murderer. The murderer was found, but how was she going to expose him? Thea did not want to be seen by her acquaintances in Star City. Just as she was in a dilemma, her eyes lit up. A large group of acquaintances had appeared. She cast an invisibility spell on herself and Diana, hiding in the crowd to watch the subsequent developments. Get out. Don't ruin the scene. It was Thea's old acquaintance, Detective Lance of the Star City Police Department, and Laurel's biological father. Among the male police officers, a female figure was even more eye-catching. It was the little beauty Shadow whom Thea had rescued from Purgatory Island. Shadow was wearing a neat police uniform and white gloves. After the accident examiner examined the body, she began to do her own forensic work. The victim was 28 years old, male 183 meters tall. The cause of death was a fall from a high altitude. Detective Lance was very experienced in this kind of case. He quickly determined that the rope of the trapeze had been sawed off, and that he had fallen to his death during the performance. This could not have been done by an outsider, so he immediately gave the order. Take all of them away. In the past few years, with Sia's financial support, the Star City Police Station had sufficient funds and recruited young and strong police officers. The young people were bored to death in a place like Star City with good public security. When they heard the order, they went up and began to arrest people. Thea still had a lot to talk about with Diana. She did not want to see them waste time. She walked over to Shadow and set up a noise-canceling barrier. Shadow, it's me, Thea. Don't look back. I'm invisible. Shadow had seen many of Thea's tricks, so she was not surprised. She meticulously continued to examine the body. That balding and tall man over there is the murderer. Identify him. I have a way to make him tell the truth. Actually, Thea did not have a way. Any spell needed time, and there was no need for that. Under Diana's lasso of truth, no one could lie. Chapter 290. The process of Shadow testifying the suspect went very smoothly under Sia's instructions. Diana's lasso of truth was tied to his calf, but it didn't attract any attention. This person spilled the beans from a bamboo tube and told Sia about his experience. Brand asked for half of our circus's income. He's too greedy. He even signed contracts with 2 other circuses and caused a bidding war between 3 other circuses for personal gain. He seduced the senator's daughter and wanted me to apologize to the senator. He brought shame to the entire circus. The bald, lanky man was the person in charge of the circus. Under the lasso of truth, He loudly explained his motive. It could be said that he wasn't a bad person. He was dedicated to the circus and had never been selfish. On the contrary, it was Boston Brand's insatiable greed that forced him onto the path of crime. Looking at the bald, lanky man's determined face, as if he had completed a sacred mission, Thea was a little speechless. The murderer was a good person and the victim was a bad person. Where did this sense of déjà vu come from? Take him away. Detective Lance confirmed that he was the murderer after collecting evidence from several parties. He was a little sympathetic, but he still had to take the bald, lanky man away. A large number of police officers came and left. The noisy circus was completely deserted, leaving only the two invisible women. Come out. How do you feel after seeing your former boss's hatred for you? Thea looked at the empty seat. I really didn't know. I was so annoying. Boston Brand, who was wearing a red tights, had already woken up from his nightmare. He seemed to be trying to find some habits from when he was alive. He sat in the audience and covered his face with his hands. Unfortunately, he had no more tears. Diana had a scholar's spirit in her bones. Whether it was when she wanted to study men, or later when she saw the heifer, they all piqued her interest. Now that 100 years had passed, it was hard for her to change her nature. Seeing Brand's strange spiritual body, her bright eyes couldn't help but turn a few times. This guy's form is really strange. Can I try using the lasso of truth? Diana whispered. Thea rolled her eyes at her. Do you think this is a hoop game? However, you can give it a try. I'm also very curious as to how he became like this. Thea wanted to figure out if the so-called goddess of death was behind the scenes, because she didn't even notice Brand when he didn't show himself. She only found out that he was around because of her fear. He didn't use the invisibility spell. Instead, he seemed to be hiding in a different dimension. Diana had previously thought that Thea had something to do with this person, so she hadn't taken action. Now that she had received the signal, she grinned as she took out a lasso. As though she was playing a game, she wrapped it around Boston Brand. Speak, who are you? How did you become like this? Diana was still dressed fashionably, but her aura was like that of a goddess of war. Even though Brand was already dead, he was still scared out of his wits. Previously, Thea's fear almost scared him to death again. It wasn't easy for him to recover, but he didn't know where to go. After circling around, he returned to the circus and witnessed the development of the situation after he was killed. He had mixed feelings. After being exposed by Thea, he wanted to ask the only person who could see him what was going on. Before he could say anything, he saw a shiny rope around his body. What's going on? He had been wandering outside for a long time. No one could come into contact with him, and he couldn't come into contact with anyone either. Now what is this rope? More terrifying things had yet to come. As Diana questioned him, he couldn't help but tell her everything he knew. He told himself to shut up several times in his heart, but his body seemed to be out of control. He told her everything he should and shouldn't say. Although this guy is a bit of a jerk, he's not a bad person. It's just that his hallucinations are a bit strange. Diana asked a few more questions. She retracted the lasso and whispered to Thea. Indeed, there are too many people like him in modern society. The results of the interrogation were the same as Thea's initial guess. Brand chattered on about how he shared his life with a lot of people. He talked about the goddess of death and the fallen angel discussing the meaning of existence with him. When Thea heard this, she wanted to spit in his face. Fallen angel? What kind of supreme existence would be able to discuss the meaning of existence with a trapeze artist like you? It hadn't even been 20 minutes since he died and ran back. There was no goddess of death at all. Everything was just a figment of his imagination after he focused his mind. It could be said that the only suspicious person he had met after he regained consciousness was Thea herself. Was it because she knew everything about the dead that she created him, or was he created by her in the first place? The complicated relationship gave Thea a headache. She waved at Brand and said, "Forget it. It's nothing. Go do your thing." Thea and Diana were on their honeymoon. She didn't want this guy to follow them around like a ghost. However, her attitude made Brand want to cry. "I'm busy? Busy my ass. I don't even have a body anymore. I want to be busy." If it was in the past, he would have scolded her. However, now that he was neither alive nor dead, his mentality had changed drastically. Plus, Thea's fear had been deeply rooted in his soul, so he didn't dare to bare his teeth at her. Thea also felt that it was a little inappropriate to leave him alone. This guy's ability seemed to be useful. She immediately said, "How about this? Your life form is irreversible. I'm afraid you need some time to think about your future. If you've made up your mind, you can come and find me," Thea said as she took out her business card from her satchel. Her phone number and email were on it. "I can't touch the physical body," Brand said pitifully. "This guy doesn't know his ability. Does he not have it? Or does he not know how to?" Thea touched her chin. Just then an old man walked past the circus. Thea pointed at the old man and said, "Adjust the frequency of your spirit body to be the same as that person's. See if you can enter his body." Bran was actually very smart. After turning into a spirit body, the use of his mind power was almost instinctive. He floated to the old man's side, prepared for a moment, and entered his body. Brand, who was in the old man's body, looked down at his hands. He seemed to have thought of something and asked Thea, "Then can I come back to life again?" "Unfortunately, the old man's soul has been rejecting you. It's only because this old man's mind power is weak, and your mind power has been strengthened tenfold or even hundredfold after your death that he has no resistance to your possession. While you're eroding his body is also affecting you. If you don't come out for a long time, you'll spend the rest of your life in this old body." Thea combined her knowledge and gave him a rough analysis. Brand clenched his fists in frustration and jumped out of the old man's body. The old man couldn't see them and thought that he was only in a temporary trance. After checking that his body was fine, he continued to walk forward without feeling anything. Brand's face was ugly. "I've suffered because of my evil deeds. I'm already dead. I won't take away someone else's chance to live. I want to be a good person." Chapter 291. Thea didn't care if he was a good person or not, but Diana was already urging her. Knowing that he couldn't come into contact with material things, she wrapped the business card with her magic and threw it in front of him. "When you decide what you want to do, you can come and find me." With that said, Thea walked into the distance with Diana in hand like an expert, leaving Boston Brand standing at the entrance of the empty circus, out in the northwest wind. The two found a luxurious hotel and had a friendly and passionate art competition. The initial battle could only be described as a crushing defeat. Diana, whose physical fitness was at the highest level in history, could only be described as crushing Thea. Thea had no choice but to use the doppelganger technique to fight Diana together, and only then did they maintain a draw. "Are you going to wait for me here or come with me to see Amanda?" After the indescribable competition, the two took a shower. Thea was drying her hair. Abinsu's body still needed to be retrieved, otherwise, who knows what the scientists on Earth would do to him. "Is it the department that Steve Trevor later established?" "I'll wait for you. I don't want to get involved in human politics." Diana was also very tired. She was lazily wrapped in a nightgown and flipping through a fashion magazine. When she heard Thea's question, she didn't even raise her head. "But that warrior's body should be transported back to his planet for a proper burial. I support you on this." "Then it's up to you. When I come back, I'll definitely defeat you." After the two kissed each other intimately, Thea put on the yellow light ring and flew towards Washington. He had spoken to Amanda on the phone before, but when he saw her again, he could see that she looked terrible. Thinking about it, a third of Seaside City was destroyed, and nearly 10,000 people went missing. Of course, that was the official statement. As politicians who instinctively push the blame to others, they naturally needed someone to take the blame for them. On the surface, the blame was thrown to the dead Senator Hammond, but behind the scenes, the blame fell to Amanda. Amanda, who originally had the upper hand in the internal power struggle of the Heaven's Eye Society, was beaten down again, and she was once again evenly matched with Steve Trevor's forces. After the battle between Thea and Diana, they had fun for the whole day. In the end, there was a friendly match. Amanda had been scolded badly by the generals of the Department of Defense. She was born with dark skin, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to withstand it. When she heard Lara say that Thea wanted to see her, she originally didn't want to see anyone. However, after thinking about the future, Thea was much easier to talk to than Batman. Moreover, the black-haired woman with the sword and shield who appeared today made Thea even more important in her heart. "Why are you looking for me in the middle of the night?" The female commander, who used to be tough and capable, was now exhausted. She forced herself to come to see Thea. However, Thea's first words made her nervous. "Is the body of the first alien still in your hands? I would like to request for this body to be sent back to his planet for burial." Amanda refused immediately. "That's impossible. The body was taken away by the military. There are too many political games behind this." Thea sneered. Political games? In the face of power, everything was a joke. However, she still wanted to try to convince Amanda. Although this woman had a lot of problems, she was at least patriotic. "I don't care about your political games. I just want to tell you that the body isn't a wild boar or a lion from our forest. It's an intelligent life. It has family, friends, and children." Amanda's expression was normal. She was unmoved. Thea knew that she had to give her some serious advice. "He's not alone. Their organization is called the Green Lantern Corps. There are 3,600 official soldiers like him and tens of thousands of unofficial members. With such a large organization, do you really want Earth and America to suffer their wrath?" Amanda was a little hesitant. One alien was enough to torture her to death. Would 3,600 of them be able to survive? However, she still asked cautiously, "How strong are they?" Everyone's individual combat power can sink an aircraft carrier. If you include their alien technology, then... The Green Lantern Corps' biggest advantage was their numbers. At the same time, it was also their weakness. Naturally, they would not be united when there were too many people. However, there was no need to tell Amanda this. Thea saw her hesitation and added another heavy blow. "If you want, I can take you to their planet to have a look." Amanda was a little tempted. However, she quickly suppressed her childish thoughts. If Earth was the #1 planet in the universe, she could go and have a look with 180 guards. However, the current situation was obviously not so. Thea was not related to her. If something happened and she ran away, how would she be able to come back if she was trapped in another planet? Amanda was really worried about Thea's illegal tour guide. She shook her head and rejected the idea of a day trip to another planet. "The alien's body is indeed not in our hands. If you need it urgently, I can give you a chance to convince a few defense generals. What do you think?" Thea also knew that the battle in Seaside City had attracted the attention of the world. Under such circumstances, the Sky's Eye Society had to hand over the source of everything, which was Aubin Su's body. They would need to talk to higher authorities. She had already expected this and immediately nodded in agreement. Amanda made a few phone calls. Although her tone was not servile, it was not as overbearing as it was a few days ago. She put down the phone and asked Thea to follow her. "That black-haired woman with a shield today is your friend?" Amanda could not help but ask halfway. "That's right." Thea was puzzled. Anyone with eyes could see that. "I've seen her picture. It's a group photo. Is she one of Steve's people?" This question lingered in Amanda's heart. "Nonsense, she's one of my people. Steve is an asshole." Thea was particularly unhappy when she heard this. If it were not for the influence of the timeline, she would have killed Steve 100 years ago. How could he still be alive now? "Is that so?" Amanda did not comment. Although her relationship with Thea was intermittent, on the whole, Thea was still her ally. If a powerful warrior like Diana could turn over a new leaf to her side, she would wake up laughing in her dreams. The two stopped talking. Amanda led Thea onto the plane and landed outside the Pentagon. The two took a private car into the building complex. Thea was no stranger to this place. The Quinn Group was fully transformed. The scientific and technological achievements of the Applied Scientific Experiment Department were combined with some of the wisdom of the Atom Man. The demonstration of several products was praised by the defense experts. This month alone, Thea had been to the Pentagon 3 times and signed a contract of nearly 100 million yuan. Several generals and experts in the Department of Defense who were responsible for the development and manufacturing of new products were very familiar with her, not to mention Amanda. She felt like she was going home. She took the two into the depths of the building. Chapter 292. She walked to the door of the conference room. Even through the well-sealed door, she could hear a man talking in exasperation. The voice sounded a little familiar, especially when the man kept calling her Amanda. The iron-blooded commander's face, which was already dark, turned even darker. He opened the door and walked in first. Oh, that's why the voice sounded familiar. It was him. When Sia entered the room, she saw a tall man shouting something loudly. She knew that he was not praising her for doing a good job by looking at Amanda's expressionless face. The patriotic captain who had fallen on Paradise Island had a gloomy look on his face. He was still hot-blooded, but he was no longer the same person. Time had passed, and the virus had transformed him. Although he had been promoted from captain to colonel, it was fair to say that Steve Trevor had sacrificed too much. The old man sitting at the head of the table interrupted Steve's speech. Even the old politicians could not stand Steve's gloominess. If it were not for the involvement of the Sky Eye Society, he would not have wanted to see Steve. Miss Quinn, why are you in such a hurry to ask us to hand over the alien's body? Do you have any new information? Mr. Minister, I know all the generals. Thea looked around and nodded slightly. Steve was the only one she did not recognize. In Amanda's eyes, this was a sign that Thea was drawing closer to her. In fact, Thea did not like Steve. She did not even like Superman. In short, anyone who had anything to do with Diana was an enemy. All the generals know me. You may have some findings, but I still need to tell you everything from the beginning. It's normal that you can't find any remains of the alien monster today. It's not a life form that can be explained by our current science. It has a life form that we don't understand. Today I want to talk about something else. The body you obtained earlier was a soldier. Excuse me, if you say that we don't understand, shouldn't we do more research? The person who spoke was a lieutenant general. He interrupted Thea's rambling and asked in an unfriendly tone. This old man. Thea glanced at him. He was not only an acquaintance but also a celebrity. Nominally, he was in charge of the logistics of the army, but in fact he was in charge of the Human Strengthening Project. Thea didn't know what the old guy's name was. She only knew that everyone called him General Ryan. His daughter was the famous death-courting expert, Louise Ryan. In the future, he would have a prospective son-in-law named Clark Kent. It was impossible to talk nicely to this kind of person. Only by slapping his mouth hard would he be able to reason things out. Thea said with a smile, General Ryan, I was just about to say that this corpse is not alone. His army monitors the entire universe. I am proud of the glory of Earth civilization, but in their eyes. Thea paused. In their eyes, the universe is divided into 3,600 sectors, and Earth is just one planet in the 2814 sector. The corpse we are talking about was in charge of this sector when he was alive. Do you understand what kind of organization you are facing? In order to deepen their impression, Thea added, this corpse was the greatest warrior of their organization when he was alive. His best friend is now in charge of the entire army, so I hope that you can consider the big picture and not start a war. The best way to deal with them was to raise the banner of justice and put yourself on the moral high ground before anything else. Thea's words made the participants hesitate. The number of extraterrestrial technological products that landed on Earth was a huge number, but the research results were few and far between. It was the same for this corpse. It would be fine if they could find something, but if they couldn't, they would be the ones to take the blame. It was a bit difficult for them. I still don't quite understand. Even if we want to return the corpse, how do we do it? General Ryan, the father-in-law of the future Superman, asked, unwilling to give up. Thea knew that they would have this question. She had already thought of a way to deal with it. She took out the yellow light ring and completed her transformation. Of course I will send it over. Are you going to take a spaceship? The yellow figure during the day was you? Are you a superhero too? Are you an ordinary person after taking off the ring? General Ryan asked quickly. Thea was also helpless. A lot of people saw the broadcast during the day. It was impossible not to attract attention. It was not the time to expose her magic, so the yellow light ring was a good cover. Heavenly I would have a lot of information on him, so he would know what he should know about being a superhero and would never know what he should not know. There was an accident at the Sky's Eye Society's seaside city base. I was chosen by this ring and went to their planet. After I learned that there were alien creatures invading, I hurried back. It was the ring that chose me, not the other way around. What's the condition for the ring to choose you? Because you are a woman? A guy who looked like a rat said with a playful expression. Thea secretly remembered this person's appearance and said casually, "Willpower. I have unparalleled willpower." However, her words did not attract the attention of a few people. What was willpower? It was an illusory thing. The ring is here. If you want to test your willpower, you can come up and enter the range of the ring's halo. Thea took off the ring and took 2 steps back. She made an inviting gesture. Their eyes lit up instantly. Why did they risk their lives to protect the alien corpse? Wasn't it to decipher the alien technology and live for a few more years? Now the opportunity seemed to be right in front of them. "Can I fly as long as I wear the ring?" A strong guy stood up and said. Sia nodded. It was not that she looked down on this group of people, but Batman was probably the only person on Earth who could wear a yellow light ring. This group of people would not be a match for the ring even if they joined forces. Sure enough, as soon as the first guy entered the 1-meter radius of the ring, he collapsed to the ground in less than 2 seconds. He had to give him medicine and call for first aid, and it took him a while to save his life. Who else wants to try? Let me make this clear in advance. If you are recognized by the ring, you will be sent to an alien planet to receive guidance. You have to think carefully. Sia's lips curved into a beautiful arc as she looked at them with a smile. Sure enough, after hearing what she said, these people who thought they had strong willpower immediately shrank back. They were not going to go to an alien planet. On Earth they had become generals. Would they become slaves in an alien planet? General Ryan was still unwilling to give up. My subordinate claims to have an iron will. Can he give it a try? Thea had no objection. She wanted to see how strong this iron will Bissinisto was. The soldier named Iron Will came quickly. His military rank was not low and he was a colonel. He looked determined and had strong execution skills. After receiving the order, he walked into the yellow halo without hesitation. Needless to say, this person was much stronger than the previous guy. After persevering in the halo for a full minute, he retreated with a face full of sweat. His eyes were red, and his face was distorted to the point that he did not look like a human. He took out a pistol and began to shoot wildly. In order to show that she was an ordinary person, Thea had already hidden under the table.